you see it. Again, it could take like
Okay.
30 seconds. It could take like a minute. All depends.
Nope, we're live right now.
Oh, okay.
Welcome
Hello.
everybody to day 2 of CitizenCon. I'm here with SaltEMike again,
Hello.
and we got a little bit of sleep in between on these crazy UK hours, but it's 1 a.m. for me. I think it's 4 for you, Mike. Is that about right?
Yeah, 3:34. Yep. I set my alarm for
Okay,
1:15 a.m. as well, so I woke up at the same time as you. I just started a little earlier.
Yeah. We've had a little time to digest yesterday's CitizenCon.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen opinions. We've had a little bit more info come out. Did you see the no crash version of the final thing posted?
I didn't watch it, but I saw that there was a no crash version. Did you watch the whole thing?
Yes. So
Okay.
because I wanted to see, no, I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched the ending
end.
part because I wanted to see what happened there. And allegedly the story behind that was that right after that presentation, they were like, they just went back and recorded that right
Yep.
away, and first time no crashes and all that stuff. So
Yeah, on a different PC or whatever. It's I still think it's so funny because they have a PC sponsor and they were blaming the PC for it. So it's just kind of comical in that sense, just a little laughable moment.
it was unprofessional, but
Yeah.
that also tends to be Chris on live presentations. Is him just
Exactly.
being like, WTF, bro, you know.
it was a nice meme moment. But also,
Yeah.
I got a note from somebody earlier when I first started my stream was that the screen tearing was also on the at the event, but
I know
that's
exactly
normal.
what that is.
Okay,
Because
tell us.
I don't know if you've ever played with capture cards before.
Oh, yes, I have.
Yes. So if they're not set up correctly,
Yep.
then you will get massive screen tearing. And it doesn't matter if you're playing a video game or doing a PowerPoint presentation, playing a video, it will screen tear. And it bugs me when a giant event like this doesn't have somebody with you or your skill set to be like, hey, don't route it this way or don't display it this way because you'll get giant screen tearing. And here they are showing their most impressive hour-long gameplay demo with massive screen tearing, and everybody has to go, oh, is this just horribly optimized? You couldn't even get the screen tearing working? It's like, no, whoever set up the stream didn't know what they were doing.
But you want to know even funnier thing? I don't know the name of the company, but they it's another sponsor of the event.
Sure.
But it's the production company that's doing the production. But that production company is owned by CIG. It's CIG's production company. So that's I guess who would be at fault in this situation.
It's streaming 101, man. We got a million Twitch streamers that know how to do this without screen tearing. But the giant event is like, maybe we just plug it directly into the capture card and just leave the settings on default and call it good, guys.
It'll be good.
What do you think?
Yeah, so that's funny. But no, I didn't catch the end. So I guess what happens at the end? Does she die?
No, you were right.
Oh, okay.
It's a moment where a Vandal leaps to attack her when you give her the SMG, and she kills it like midair, but it kind of lands on her and semi-impales her.
Okay, I have an idea.
She's like,
bring it up while you're describing it.
Yeah.
Actually.
Watch it.
Yeah.
There you go. Then I don't have to narrate in exquisite detail. Her lips were flush red.
We can just go right here.
Gentle breeze. Yeah.
Hey, magic with a capture card. Yeah. But
they really did. It really is only like 2 minutes more after that, where they got so close to the end. And it just
the one thing that I want to point out, I'll actually pause the video for a second. Where's my mouse? There it is. Bad point to pause though. So let's go back just a second. There are a lot of ships with this globe thing. I'm assuming this is very much fake and not in real time and actual, bullet hits on this javelin or anything like that. But I'm curious if this will be anything like our experience one day at some point. We have a radar that we can zoom in and out of currently. There's a radar that you can click on ships and lock onto them now, and apparently have always been able to do in the game. So I am very interested in, if there's somebody who is actually sitting at this panel on a really large multi-crew ship, what they would be doing, and how they might be interacting with this and zooming in and out and clicking on stuff would be pretty cool.
On the Bengal, was Gary Oldman, is that what he was manipulating, was one of these things when he was moving the fleet around and stuff, or was that something else? I can't remember.
I'm not sure on that one. I feel like that was just fake, but maybe showing their intentions at some point in the future. I don't know. Like I just think at the most functionality that I could hope for in the short term would be hey, target this ship here kind of thing. Like, this is the primary target.
Yeah, that would be really cool if that was the interface for a fleet commander, right?
Yeah.
For a big fleet battle where you need to be on a ship that has one of those to like give more specific orders. And then you can target things and like select, kind of RTS it, right? Where you select these 4 ships and you're like, hey, you guys are closest to this hammerhead. I need you guys to take it out. And then you can do that and give them orders. That would be pretty dope. For sure.
But yeah, so I guess we get to see everything here, because I got so many messages of people saying, no, Mike, she died. She made the recommendation before the fight started. And while that may have happened, I guess she lived and we saved her. You can't kill Scully.
I was right. At this point, I was like, oh, Mike was wrong. I was right. But they do a little switcheroo.
They switch it up on us. I just felt like you can't kill Scully. They've been like teasing her being in the game. It's almost like the Acolyte with who's the lady from the Matrix, right? Like, they showed so much of her before the Acolyte and then killed her in the first episode, and I was like, what the hell? I was so excited to see that character specifically. Yeah.
It's very silly. For the amount of money they throw away on some of those franchises, you're like, why don't you just keep the big actor for the whole thing instead of using all these no-name people,
Because I was so excited to see her as a Jedi, and after all the Matrix movies and stuff. But I was like, you can't kill Gillian Anderson.
Gillian Anderson. There we go.
Well, Carrie Ann Moss was the one from the...
Oh, yeah. I was thinking Gillian Anderson. Gotcha. Yeah, this game has so much star talent. It is wild.
Yes.
I even recognize the B actors that are, or the smaller roles. I've seen like
they're
bunch
all
of
A
those
actors.
People. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But they're in B actor roles in the game.
Yep. They even got Henry Cavill before he was like huge,
Yep.
Like I feel like he was cast before he was that pre-Superman? I think it was. It might have been.
Ooh, good question. I don't know. I think it was probably around the same time, but he wasn't who he is now. I mean, my goodness, he's huge, right? So I'm sure he cost more for the pickups than he did for the initial.
Yeah. It's like, that'll be $1 million.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's cool about it because he's a huge nerd. So I'm sure this role is very exciting for him. Now that he's
2013 was Man of Steel, apparently. So 2012 depends on when they did.
Yeah, so they probably got him right around the same time.
Yeah.
And then that was a pretty big role for him too. That kind of put him on the map and for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But now that you've had time to digest day one, how are you feeling about it?
All right.
Overall.
So I feel left wanting. I feel a little empty after yesterday, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I believe it or not, I'm going to say that in a positive way. It can be even more positive by the end of today, because the reason that I feel empty is I'm still missing that reason of why. Right? Let's look back to all the way to 3.18. Ever since 3.18, it's been kind of quality of life stuff. And I actually want to see when it says 2026 on the video here. Oh, up at that's why it was so hard to read. Yeah.
It's
It
poor
was weird
graphic
font.
design, to be honest. We
Yes.
just because we're used to it saying like Squadron or something, and probably our
Exactly.
brains turned off to some degree and was like, oh, it just says Squadron 42, SQ42 at the top.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it
So
was like 2026.
anyway, I'm feeling empty, but and I'm seeing a lot of similar comments to the way that I'm feeling is, oh, what they showed is in every other game. What they showed is in every other game. And like you're just seeing that constantly. Those comments are nonstop. Like that is what is in
Interesting.
the news cycle. But every other game doesn't have what Star Citizen already has. So what Star
Yeah.
Citizen needs to do is what every other game is doing, and then it is going to be a special game, right? In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You don't need to be blown away by a social interaction system. You don't need to be blown
Yep.
away by a guild system, right? You just need it to be good. And I think people
Yeah.
are like, but that's not special. It doesn't have to be. So, yeah.
Well,
Today has to be special.
I also disagree. Like
Okay.
the space battle cinematic that they showed off was better than any other game. People are saying it's COD Infinite Warfare, but COD Infinite Warfare
No.
fakes so much of the experience that you can see it. You can see the seams while you play. You go, this is the on rail section where the
Yeah.
entire section is custom made just so I can float through space and end up at this airlock, at which point the smoke and mirrors kicks in and we actually load you into a new level so they don't have to create a world that has a seamless transition between zero G and
Yeah.
gravity and spaceships and all that, where we know in Star Citizen it is part of the same sim, and they're gonna exploit that throughout the rest of the campaign. Is look at me, I can eject from my cockpit into a zero G FPS mission and then come right back into my cockpit and fly away with the thing I need. There's not going to be any other games that can do that so seamlessly and integrate ground vehicle gameplay and integrate capital ship gameplay and integrate a walk and talk cut scene inside of a javelin, in between missions. Like, I think the opinions have been so divided on this, and I think it's just because it's Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Because people are like, blah, money, production time, love it or hate it. But how many games feature 30 to 40 hours of gameplay with that level of production quality all the way through? Because you just got finished playing Death Stranding, right?
Yeah.
Which is a pretty long game.
Yeah.
But how much of Death Stranding is that AAA level of production versus you walking across an open landscape,
Yeah. It's they did. I think what's so special about that game is they were good about it. Was a good mix. Like they when you felt like you needed a break from the walking, they delivered on the cinematic, and when you felt like you were like, all right, man, like, can I play something? Then you were ready to go back in and play. But the thing about like COD Infinite Warfare in that comment, it's so insane to me because I remember playing that, and it was it is so jarring, the difference between the like pre-rendered cutscene and when you are brought back into the game world that you're playing, right? Like the quality is entirely different. Where yes, when we like pulled it back into the turret, that was obviously not like not perfect or whatever. Like you're obviously like you're recognizing that you're watching somebody else's perspective and then coming back to yours. But if we go back to when we're walking through the ship at the beginning, you're in a somewhat cutscene level quality experience, but you're the one interacting with your character. You're the one still playing the game in the cutscene. That was the whole thing that CIG was selling to us when COD Infinite Warfare came back out, right? Is, well, we're going to do it differently and we're going to do it better. And I think that they kind of proved that, right? So
I also think what yesterday did, despite kind of how the stream went with the crashes and the the fair criticisms against how much of the prologue was visuals versus gameplay, which I don't think it's going to be that much, because I went back and looked at the other Squadron 42 trailers, and it's like, oh yeah, they're showing a lot more gameplay in those.
Yep.
So like they really just wanted to hit us with the cinematics, but
And you can't
when this game
spoil anything.
launches,
There's no
yeah,
spoilers in the prologue, and that's kind of the idea behind doing that.
gotcha.
Yeah.
I think when this game launches, we're not going to be up here defending it because it's going to it's going to stand on its own, and somebody's going to download it and be like, have you guys played this insane game, Squadron 42? It's like 30 to 40 hours, and like the visuals are like quadruple A quality. Like this is just some next level game experience. Like you have to try it, you know?
Yeah.
And at which point I think people are going to forget about the politics of how much money was production, how long did production take. Ultimately, you're going to have a product that costs a set amount of money, and either it's going to be worth it or it's not going to be worth it for that gameplay experience. And I think it's going to be worth it based on what I've seen from the prologue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I
if
have
you
a hard
combine
time
that,
imagining it not being an exciting experience.
Yeah. And if you combine that with what we saw last year, it's like, yeah, this looks like it's going to be pretty fun. And and that's it. Like it's the 2026 part that I think like takes a little air out of their sails.
Yes,
like
that was the hardest pill to swallow.
Yeah, like I think if you're going to, I feel like if you were going to do 2026, you wouldn't have done your demo this year in this way. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a marketer, but the thought process would be like you're going to do your big live demo playthrough in October 2025 leading into 2026, the year that you're actually going to sell it. So yeah, I don't know. It almost feels like it was supposed to be 2025.
Yeah,
and
I think it was
not working out
because the language used last year.
Exactly.
That's what I've seen a lot of comments about, is like there's all these people arguing like, he said feature complete, dummies. Like, how did you not know that didn't mean asset complete, bro?
Hindsight
And
is
we're all
2020,
supposed to sit
huh?
here and
yeah.
So we're supposed to sit here and go, oh, obviously feature complete means 3 more years. It's funny to see those comments acting as if they knew that meant we were going to wait way longer. I think they thought it was going to ship sooner, but they didn't want to give a release date, which is why they were dropping feature complete. We're in the polished stages. When you hear that, you think we're pretty darn close. And then a year goes by, and then they drop a potentially 2 more years, and you go, what? So that's their fault again. That's Chris's fault. That's CIG's fault for dropping that info, whether or not it was like a huge statement in the presentation versus kind of a little statement on the side. Of course, everybody picked it up and was going with Star Citizen feature complete. Like, let's interpret that information. And so we got the idea in our heads that it was a year away or something. And then they hit 2026. It's disappointing. It's still disappointing in general, considering, I mean, the memes about it launching in 2014 and then the Hold the Line meme for 2016. A decade later is when it's supposed to launch from that 2016 Hold the Line thing. And that's insanity, really, if you think about it. That is truly insanity. And someone's going to write a book about the insane production of this game someday, or make a documentary or something. Yeah, there's going to be a documentary about this production because of how do you set a release date for 2016 and
miss
then
it by 10 years and
decade,
still have people defend you or still have people support you and all those things. Like, how can you get it so wrong and still be so successful? It is pretty funny, and it's just, it is an enigma, this whole experience. Like, we're here, we can see it, but at the same time still excited, still interested, just like everyone else, right? So it's it is funny. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for today. So I talked to a lot of people yesterday. Like, I didn't crash out right away, but like I immediately went outside as soon as it was over and ran around with the dog for a while, and
Yeah,
honestly,
touch some grass.
I needed that. Yeah, like I was just sitting for 12 hours straight. I needed to move my legs, and I felt so much better after that. I was really struggling at the end, but the idea of yeah, just yeah, if I have one critique of this, it's that today is going, if today is really good, my critique of the entire event is not going to be about what they showed or the quality or the features, especially like even the first panel that was, we were very, I think, pretty critical of, and very just bored, right? It was really slow, really technical,
Yeah.
or whatever. And I think we're just going to be critiquing the flow of the event or the scheduling of the panels, right? Like, I feel like that's, if today's good and today
Yeah.
kind of shows that, similar to like what we had with Zach's call yesterday, is that what today's going to essentially be? Like, all right, here's all your quality of life things, which are great. Here's us actually hopefully making gameplay stuff for you.
Yeah.
I just assume that the critiques will not be on CIG
Yeah. They should have led
necessarily.
with like something more exciting like the sandworm or whatever.
Yeah.
Get us pumped from the start, because last year they had boring panels also. The hair panel was pretty darn boring. That went
Sure.
on for a long time,
But it
and
was
you're
in the
like, we
middle.
get it. You have hair physics, but they put it in the middle. We had already seen cool stuff, and there's more cool stuff coming, so it was easier to forgive. But
Yep.
it was basically a 2-hour long tech demo panel on iterative improvements to foliage, ground, and global illumination and weather. And while the final video was very cool, it
Yep.
was so much time spent on that you were just like, dang, dude, like,
Yep.
come on, man. I'm going to sleep looking at all these plants.
Exactly. And then
Yeah.
not only that, it is more things that the game is already looking pretty cool and feeling pretty cool. And I think, like, apparently CIG is getting absolutely torn apart on like Spectrum, Reddit, everything. And it's just kind of showing that people are like, I'm coming into this looking for gameplay, 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 gameplay. And
Yeah.
they didn't get that out of the gate that much. So I think it's
Yeah.
just, people had their expectations, and they were clearly not met
Mhm.
yesterday. So I do hope for everybody that they're met today. I know not everyone's going to be into crafting, right? But even
Yep.
if you're into
Yep.
PvP, crafting hopefully has um, an impact on you in some way, shape, or
I
form.
think I think so. We're switching gears as a community.
Yeah.
I think CIG's slowly learning that based on the feedback from the presentation, but the community is done with tech promises. We've seen that enough of the tech is in the game, and we
Yeah.
feel like it's time for the gameplay to come.
Yeah.
And so if you're just talking to me about how much better the graphics are going to look, I'm going to get annoyed because I want the gameplay. I'm like,
Yeah.
give me the gameplay, give me the stuff to do. I'm ready for it. And so they're starting to realize, like, hey, if we just talk their ears off about tech all day, they're going to get pissed off now, which is what we used to be able to get away with. And we used to get away with talking about what gameplay would be,
Oh, yeah.
but
That was
now
it,
we're
man.
so used to them making promises and not delivering on stuff, or not seeing the gameplay for years and years and years. Um, it's the only thing that's going to cut it is gameplay now. And so
Yeah.
if they don't get the message today, they'll certainly get the message for the next year, I hope,
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's they got the message for sure.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, are they going to prioritize that, or are they still stuck in their Chris Roberts push it to, what does Jared always
Yeah.
say, like the go to the realism and then come back to fun? And it's like, well, if you know what's fun, just start with fun. Like, if you know it's going to be too ridiculous, you're going to end up wasting time, like they have a lot. So I think at this point
Yeah.
they have pushed it to the point of realism, and they have to come back so far to the point of fun that it's even starting to be jarring for members of the community
Yep.
and backers that have been around for a long time. Master modes has been a huge pain point for people. Obviously, Master modes is like a half-baked, incomplete put in system at the moment, but it was so different from what people were used to. It's been such a problem from that standpoint, and it just comes down to maybe at the end of today you're gonna find out if Star Citizen's the game for you or not. Like, this might be my last
Speaking
stream
of
level.
which,
You never know.
Their stream is starting in a few seconds.
Oh,
but
really?
It might
Okay.
start into a countdown timer. So
All right. I
we'll
will.
see.
I'll get ready for that.
Yesterday was the day of countdowns into countdowns.
Yeah,
Countdownception is what it was.
I can imagine that. I can bring up a few Twitch streams and see if there's anybody waiting in line outside or anything.
Well, check out the YouTube channel.
I have that. Yeah, I have that up and ready to go. So as soon as that goes up, we'll have that up. But it was just like, if there's anybody live on the ground floor, we can find out. But I don't see anyone at the moment that is actually, like waiting outside or anything like that. So.
Yeah. You know what I did find interesting? Okay, here we go. Are we gonna get a timer? All right, we can just hear the crowd now. They're kind of prepping it, I assume.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So we'll leave it there. Here we are with that. So this is all we see for right now.
You know what I found interesting is the Squadron 42 is much. It feels like an image of. Oh yeah, here's our countdown now.
Our countdown to the countdown.
Yeah. Are you pulling this from Twitch or YouTube this time?
Straight YouTube, because Twitch quality is trash, and Twitch often buffers and stuff like that. YouTube's in 4K and doesn't buffer much. So yeah.
So weird. I'm slightly delayed on what I'm seeing from you, so I'm going to try and refresh and sync it.
And during the show yesterday, you were ahead of me.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Now I'm a full 10 seconds behind you. What the hell?
Really?
Yeah, that's insane.
Why? Did you click the live button? Bottom left?
Yeah.
Why am I so... Well, hold on. I have an idea. I'll just refresh.
There we go.
How are we now? Closer?
Now we're synced.
There you
perfect.
Go. Easy.
Okay.
We'll just get delayed together,
man,
and then we'll be good.
I'm going to be 10 seconds off the whole time.
No,
did you see that, Mike? Yeah. 10 seconds ago, bro.
You were like 1 second ahead of me last time, so it did, or yesterday, so it had no effect on anything. You got excited, and then I was like, I got excited immediately after. So
okay.
It was no effect on anything at all, so I'd never even bothered. But yeah, 10 seconds would be not good. So yeah, good thing they had a timer up. We can sync it perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, so what I wanted to say is something. I think this is interesting, and people in the community were bringing this up. Is like the gameplay demonstration of Squadron 42 showed us what Chris's vision for the theme and style of Star Citizen is, which is a very Hollywoodized version of sci-fi, right? You kind of have this space opera, but you got big goofy aliens with spears, and it's in Chris's wheelhouse. It's what we expect from his Wing Commander games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it looked very accessible. It was made to be accessible. It looked like a game that anyone could pick up and participate in all of the gameplay, which is very polar opposite to Star Citizen.
Yeah.
In that Star Citizen is like somehow veered off into this realm of ultra realism and moving every freaking crate and needing an hour of prep time before you can start playing the game.
But then also wanting to be an MMO. And those two things don't work together.
I think we're going to see the PU kind of pulled back more towards that Squadron 42 in some way. And I think from my perspective, your perspective, most of the people I know that I've played Star Citizen with over the past, 12 plus years of it being a playable experience have all kind of said like, yeah, this last year has been kind of a bummer in terms of gameplay and
Mm-hmm.
the experience that I want. So while I know that there's a hardcore community out there that wants this game to be as hardcore as possible, I wonder if Squadron is a preview of what Chris actually wants the accessibility experience to be.
Yeah. I think that's why
Yeah.
they probably have over the last little bit been going like, all right, we'll dial it in Squadron, we'll get it good, and then we'll just bring it over to the PU. Is you're going to get the best, or not the best necessarily, but you're going to get the Squadron experience in Star Citizen, and I think it is starting to piss people off a little, but it is what it is. This is the way that they're going to do it. This is the game he wants to make, and that's what we all gave our money to. Is here you go, Chris. Do your thing, and that's essentially what we've done with our pledges. That's how it's described, essentially, right? So you just gotta accept it at that point. You don't have to be happy with it, then you can speak your opinion. But they're gonna do what they want to do, especially with Chris. That's the whole idea of this is to let him do his thing for all these years. And if you don't want him to do his thing anymore, like I know it can be frustrating. It's like, I mean, it's been so long, we might as well just see what we get. Is how I look at it.
And like you've said, and my community is saying right now, is they've played the Wing Commander games, and this feels like the ultimate tech evolution of a Wing Commander game to an extent.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, again, the prologue, like I just see somebody in chat, like, do you guys agree that what people are saying that the demo's too slow? They chose the prologue. It's got to be the most cinematic heavy of all the things. So it was a weird choice from that perspective, but they have avoided and have desperately tried to avoid spoilers for that game, and they have been in development of that game for over 10 years, and they've avoided it. I don't think that they wanted to spoil any story, and that's why they chose that one. So there was positives, not spoiling anything and not showing too much, and then there were negatives that were you got the like super cinematic when you were, again, everybody this year was not fixated on cinematics, not fixated on tech. They were fixated on gameplay. So especially with the way the whole day went, where you were like, where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? And then the best thing of the day didn't have that much gameplay. I can understand why people are like, yo, what the hell? But I think
will
there's
say
good reasons
this
for it.
as a little bit of a counterpoint, and I did rewatch a couple of my favorite sequences from Squadron because it's so long, it's like an hour. I watched some of my favorite cinematic moments from it, and because this game literally is like a movie, right? All the shots are cut and zoomed in, and all that we have crossfades and whatever, just like a film. They're not limited by any tools, and it's shot just like a movie. And Chris has made a movie, and this is what he wants to do. You see Chris as the movie director in there, and you have to remind yourself that movie directors usually have a studio behind them that say, hey, we can't put a 5-hour movie in the theaters, bro. We got to cut this down. And rewatching it, I went, this is Chris just like tooting his horn a bit on just like, look how beautiful our game is. And you're watching it going, yeah, that scene could have been like a good minute shorter. This scene could have been a bit shorter, but they're just really showing the visuals, really letting that orchestra build up. And I could go through that prologue and really trim it down and improve the pacing and the flow of it. And I think we're seeing kind of a director with no producer potentially over their shoulder going, hey, can we cinch this up a little bit and kind of make it flow a little bit better? And they're going, well, but we made all these amazing spaceships and listen to this awesome musical piece. Like, why would we cut that down and rob the viewers from that? And it's like, well, people like big spaceships and big fleet battles, but the entire market actually might not be that excited about seeing endless panning shots of spaceships and laser beams hitting each other. They might want to get back to the gameplay a bit quicker than that. So I do think it could have used some trimming down from a movie critic perspective, I guess,
Yeah.
but that's me.
Yeah. And I think another thing why people were maybe being critical of it is, oh, you're going to get about 30 to 40 hours, right, of gameplay.
Yeah.
And then people go, well, that was an hour and 15 minutes of a cutscene. So now I'm down to 29 or 28 and a half. How many more chapters of this game are going to be like that? So how much gameplay am I actually getting? I think what people might be like doing. So yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I think
I
that
will say I loved the prologue cinematics. Like there wasn't a
enjoyed it.
moment during it that I was like not wanting to see what happened in the next scene,
Yeah.
But there was a moment where I went, oh, maybe we shouldn't cut back to cinematics so quickly. I think we should get a little more gameplay before we cut back to another cinematic. That
I can
was
agree with that.
my only reaction the first time where I kind of disagreed with some of the pacing. But I'm a sci-fi nerd, so every time they showed cool cinematic shots of the space battle, I was like, yeah, this is sick,
Yeah. I enjoyed the whole
And
thing.
I could have just, yeah.
I think I'm just not playing devil's advocate, but I could see the perspective of other people. And like I have people in my Twitch chat saying now that like it works for Metal Gear, it worked for Death Stranding, it works for Kojima, basically. Sure. I mean, Chris isn't Kojima though, so I don't know. We'll have to see, right? If it works for Chris. I'm sure there's other games that put tons of cinematics in their games and it didn't work, right? So I don't know. Well, it just comes down to.
And also I think the nature of the cinematics really important too, right?
Sure.
Squadron 42 is going to be an action game that hopefully appeals to people who like action games as well as space games.
Yeah.
And so if there's very, very long cinematics about spaceships, I think some people are going to turn off a little bit. And I showed not the whole thing. I just showed the kind of the Gary Oldman speech and the battle prep scene where the Vandal come out of the clouds to my wife afterwards. And it's really long. It really is long. It's like 10 minutes or something. And yeah, I kind of felt, I was looking over and like, oh man, I think this is boring for people who aren't like, oh, and that's the Javelin destroyer and that's the bagel carrier. Like if you don't have all that context, you're kind of like, all right, we're just kind of just touting these big old spaceships and look how cool they are, in our graphics engine. So it was interesting to see somebody else watch it who's not as just obsessed with all the lore and stuff. You're like, oh, okay, maybe this is a little bit long for the average person.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff, so I'm fine with all of it. But yeah, I could totally just take my hands off the keyboard, sit back. You want to play an hour-long movie for me? I'm down. But that's
it was yeah.
But at the same time, there was a couple times when I was playing Death Stranding recently where I was like, I need to go do something else. I thought this was going to be over, but now I have this 30-minute cutscene that I don't want to skip. So what do I do now? So there, there's like positives and negatives. But
yeah,
I don't know. We're 18 minutes before the show start. What are your expectations for today? Yeah. What are we feeling? I'll switch scenes and bring up the panel section again.
Yeah, I'm bringing my schedule as well. So
yeah,
crafting your home. I know you're very excited about this. I'm not expecting anything out of the blue here. I'm expecting it to be good and promising in terms of like what we can do and evolve with the gameplay. But in terms of crafting innovation,
do we want innovation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not expecting them to evolve crafting into something that it's never been before. I just think it's going to be crafting in Star Citizen. You get your sand worm tooth, you can craft it into your legendary armor or whatever, maybe not that specific equation, but something like that. And That'll be that. I can't imagine it being anything super crazy. Maybe they'll put a skill element in there where you gotta there's an
Time.
art to crafting, and then
Yeah.
we'll be like, hey, SaltEMike's a level 10 crafter and he's really good, dude. Don't try and make this armor yourself. If you want the best properties to it or the best quality outcome, give it to him and he'll craft it better. Maybe they'll do something like that, but I'm thinking we're gonna see more or less a standard crafting system.
Me too. What do you think about? What do you? Okay, so I am in pretty much agreement with you. I guess what I'm looking for on the crafting side is layers. We now know that there's quality to items, so that's an interesting thing. We also know that there are rare, like medium rarity and very rare minerals in the universe. So
Mm-hmm.
what are we crafting? Are you taking the common, I should say, I think I said rare initially, but common materials, crafting stuff with them, and then turning those into something that makes, you combine them and then you get better stuff and then combine that. The
Yeah.
levels and layers of crafting, I think, is something that's really important to me for MMOs and in MMOs for me. So that's
Yep.
something that I'm like really going to be trying to keep my eye on. But base
Mm-hmm.
building is the
The
other aspect.
crafting progression and stuff, right?
Essentially, yeah. And
Yeah.
if you're not gonna have skills for it, it's gonna be interesting, like something that you mentioned, the level 10 crafter. We don't have that, right? So how are they going to simulate that for us is something I'm very
Yeah.
curious about as well. Because
It's a good point.
you can't be out of the gate and able to do the best crafting possible. That just is weird and doesn't make a lot of sense. So how will you gate things
Yeah.
without gating them behind a skill system, which is what they don't want to do?
There could be a guild system where to get the high level crafting tools,
Yep.
you
Blueprint
need to
reputation.
level up that guild, right? So the
Yep.
more you craft, the more, I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? We'll
Well,
see. That's a good question, though. I am curious to see how they do it since Star Citizen isn't going to have the traditional leveling
yeah.
system
Yeah, because when
that
you have a leveling
MMOs have.
system, it's simple, right? It's
Yeah.
it's it's already been solved. When Star Citizen has to solve it in a different way, we could tie that
Yep.
into what you just said, and then move into the next thing, which is base building. What if
Mm-hmm.
anything are you really trying to look for? Like, what's your eye on for that? Is it customization and cosmetics? Is it usability? Is it? I mean, I'm looking for an underground hangar. That's something like
Mm-hmm.
I need to be able to put my ship away somewhere. That's something I'm looking
Um,
for.
if this opens up, like best case scenario for me, this is them showing off like the full Factorio level systems of here's farm to trade to the trade route, right?
Yeah.
You can plant your crops, harvest your crops, put them on a conveyor belt, have them stored at your storage facility, put up a sell order or have it automatically put up a sell order, and then somebody can come and buy your crops and then sell them at a station somewhere.
Yeah.
That's like my best case scenario of like, show me not just building, but how that's going to integrate to the economy.
Mm-hmm.
That would be super cool if we got that level of depth with this presentation. I have a feeling probably not. I think we're probably just going to see more the mechanics of how stuff is built. And I assume it's going to come with um, spaceship mechanics, right? Like here's the big thing, and here's how it looks when it builds and all that. But
Yeah.
who knows how deep they'll go with it? They gave us 2 hours of plant evolution, so maybe they'll get real deep with this.
I hope so. Well, maybe not that deep, but I don't want to go down to the what plants we decided to use necessarily.
Yeah. It's
But
also only a 45-minute long presentation. I say
True.
only, but the first one was almost 2 hours, I think. So
Yeah.
this is less than half of that. So it could. I think we're also probably going to see some ship sale promos with this one too, with the Captains of Industry panel.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Is that what you're talking about? Moving on to Captains of Industry or exploring crafting more?
What do you mean? What I'm talking about in that question?
Well, you asked about base building, I guess, and I wasn't sure if you were saying that in relation to the captains of industry panel
No,
or the crafting panel,
no. So
because it says crafting your home.
I'm going for in relation to the crafting panel. So
Okay,
now
gotcha.
I understand your question. Like, are you looking for specific um modules? Are you looking for does it just look cool? Are you looking for the way you build it? Are you looking for how you choose your location the most? What about
Yeah.
base building, if anything at all? I mean, you could totally not be interested in the subject. Are
Yeah.
you really have your eye on for this specific panel?
I mean, it's all interesting because we
Yeah.
truly know nothing. So we need a full spectrum breakdown
Yeah.
of what it is. How do you choose your plot of land? What are the rules in choosing your plot of land? How's it differ in high sec versus low sec? Can you build on an asteroid? Are we going
Hmm.
to get a demo of space station building? What are we going to start with? Will it be farming, mining, just storage for things? What kind of industry is going to take place? Why would you build a base? I assume we're going to have bespoke industries that can only get their resources from base building or something like that. Crafting high level items can only occur at high level player bases, maybe. And to do that, you have to build a large facility to get there, maybe something like that. So, interested.
Level, can you hear me? I just lost your mic, but it definitely sounded hardware.
How are we doing now?
Good. You're good.
Good.
Perfect.
Okay. My bad. My
No
bad.
worries.
Um anyway, I just top to bottom is what I was saying. Like I want to
Yep.
know from the very beginning to the very end, it's all super important
Yep.
for everything. So I hope they go as deep with that as possible. That panel's an hour 15, it seems, maybe with a break in between.
Mm-hmm.
So hard to know how deep they're gonna go with it, but that's a huge component of the game world, right?
Yeah.
Territory.
They also give them, like, just to cover themselves a little bit. They have 2.5 hours of so that like after the start of the last panel, so that gives
Uh-huh.
for the venue closing and getting people out.
Yeah.
So that gives them a little leeway to extend the beginning a little bit, or the first panel and the second panel and the third panel if they need a bit. But it sounds like they got to be pretty on point. So I just don't know how they're going to. I guess the first three words of the crafting your home is going to be doing all the work here. Explore the fundamentals of crafting. I don't.
Yeah.
We're not going to get super deep here. I
There's
think they're
not
going to
enough
keep it
time
simple.
to,
No.
especially when the social universe just literally exploring the UI for party systems was given like an hour 45 almost or something like that.
Yeah.
And these panels are given way less time. You're like, wait, you took an hour and 45 minutes to explain all the details of a menu UI. And then crafting and base building is in like half the time. Like it's going to be topical.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Um,
think you're right. And yeah, they're going to keep it simple. It's just
here.
for me, I'm just looking for a few specific things. Base building. On the base building side, I am looking for something like, where do I put my ship? I hate the idea of your ship being exposed all the time.
Especially now that there's lightning that could strike, right?
Exactly. What if I get hit with a storm and I can't fly anywhere? Like, that's silly, right? So
Hmm.
certain things like that. And then for captains of industry, again, I'm with you. They hinted at building space stations, and ships last year. Need to know a little bit more about
Hmm.
that. And then, have we touched on the 1.0 yet, or you want to move on to that now? I mean, that's the highlight. That's the Squadron demo of today, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I think we can just reiterate a quick little thing from yesterday, which is we're probably going to see the Pioneer or some in between stuff to the Pioneer, like the Galaxy's base building add-on. Doesn't the Galaxy get some sort of base building hookup?
Yes.
a medium ship that can do base building.
Mhm.
So hopefully we'll see an update on the Pioneer, which has been neglected since it was announced
Yeah.
as a JPEG ship. Maybe it'll be less of a JPEG and more of a white box ship. Who knows?
Yeah.
Um,
I'm dying to see
and then
that.
yeah,
That's the only ship I ever F5'd for.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I was at
I got one too.
a
I got
friend's
one too. It was
house.
my first huge purchase. I think that's the most expensive ship I've ever bought, and it was the only one that I was like, "This is crazy," but
I
I
have
also
to do
want to
it.
do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have to have it. It builds bases. So yeah,
yeah.
for sure, for sure.
I
I
love
can't
the
wait to see
idea
it.
of that ship sitting down and becoming essentially a makeshift base itself because it's got the
Yeah.
top side turrets, and you're like, how cool is that if it could just sit there and become an automated defense platform while like a colony is establishing itself and building its own defenses and means of support? I'm like, I like that idea too. That's a really cool concept.
Yeah. Somebody in my chat said I'm selling JPEGs on Etsy for way less. So if we really
Yeah.
just wanted to buy JPEGs, we could buy them from them. But I don't think they
Hey,
don't
I
get it.
mean, it's a fair comment. You know, we did just drop money on something that we've never been able to touch.
Yeah.
For a long time. I can't remember when the Pioneer went on sale, but it was a long time ago, man. I think
Yeah.
I was is this was like 3 moves ago for me. I think I lived in 3 different houses since I've got that. It's just insanity to think about it.
I've always been here. I don't think yeah.
Yeah.
I think when I
I've had to
started
move
back
a
in
lot.
Etsy, I was here.
But yeah. Yeah. Nice, nice. So the final panel, Stars, My Destination, Star Citizen 1.0. Jared alluded to that being a quote from something sci-fi. Do you know what that quote is?
No. Does it anybody in chat know? I actually
Stars,
don't.
My Destination. Let's see. Is a science fiction novel by American writer Alfred Bester.
Okay.
Okay, it's a novel
Is it
from 1956.
any reason why they would choose that or just to be
The
sci-fi?
premise of it is humans have colonized the solar system and are
Okay.
learning to teleport to outer space. It tells the story of Gulliver, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe there's something that happens specifically in that book that, yeah,
That they're
apparently it
pointing at.
influenced cyberpunk themes or something. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
sure.
Yeah. I'm worried about this panel in particular because they sort of hinted at it in the social panel. It was like Star Citizen isn't just a PvP game. It's not a this versus that. It's not that versus this. It's everything. And it's like, no,
Yeah.
it won't be. It'll be something,
Yeah.
and it'll be something that like it's going to lean in one direction or another, and you need to really be honest with people here because this is what
Yeah.
everyone, not just content creators, are going to point to as to, hey, you know what's this Star Citizen all about? Well, here you go. This is what they're working towards.
Yeah.
So
This is the biggest grain of salt panel in the whole show, I think,
by far,
because I'm going to have the least amount of trust in what they say here because I frankly don't think they fully understand what their game's going to be yet either because of how underdeveloped their gameplay is and how much it can change from year to year, like with piloting and master modes. People who loved what it used to be are now upset and they're like, this isn't the game I wanted to play. You built a whole culture around elite dogfighting and now you're dumbing it down. So I don't know if they necessarily know what it's going to be. I think they know what they want it to be, but I
mean,
don't
you
know if
must
they'll be able
know.
to execute.
Yeah, you must know that
Yeah.
you have an idea, like how, without giving too much away, or if you're not comfortable, the idea of I had an idea in my head, and as soon as I started prototyping it for your game, then you realize, well, this might not be that fun, or I might not be able to accomplish this. So then you have to do it a little bit of a different way, right?
Yeah, you keep the design loose, right?
Yeah.
You're just going to waste time if you get super, super specific with your design documents for a game. And you're like, this is what you do, and this is how this is made, and that's how this. You have to keep it very loose because you're going to run into issues along the way. And you go, oh, crap, you know what? This thing isn't fun. So that 20-page document I wrote about all the specifics doesn't really matter anymore because we have to kind of change the premise a little bit. So you have to keep the design loose, but they've been building this game for 12 years now. With this point, it should be now refined down, but it's not really.
It's not going to be. Yeah, like they're even saying a high level overview. Like they're going to keep it pretty loose, but then at the same time you have situations where, well, you didn't keep the design loose for any spaceship that you created, so then you end up with things like the Reclaimer having an arm that's supposed to grab stuff that no longer grabs stuff, and then that pisses people off, and so on and so forth. There's tons of examples of that, right?
Yeah.
So
the Caterpillar's always my go-to for just like, they had some idea about how cargo was going to work, and now that they actually had to design cargo, the Caterpillar is horrible for it. So you're just like, okay, well, like, this is, you kept it loose, that's for sure, but when you keep it loose, don't spend a year designing a spaceship.
Exactly. So all I'm really looking for here is I don't know. Endgame is such a weird way to phrase it, but yeah, like what kind of tools are you just gonna let us roll with? Like what are we competing over? Like I know a lot of people new countdown in 30 seconds apparently, so I'll take this down for a second. And the but
no, we're 5 seconds out from the new countdown.
Oh my goodness, let's see. Maybe they just go right into it. All right, so there we go. We're in it.
CitizenCon. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee.
Oh, he is tired.
We're back. We're back here in the UES Barbary, otherwise known as Hall B, otherwise known as Manchester Central, otherwise known, and this is where you're all going to cheer,
he looks like how
CitizenCon. Honestly, people ask what the better parts of my job is, and being able to just do some call and response with the crowd is probably it. Watch, I'm going to do it again. At CitizenCon. That's really quite cool. We are here in the general lounge of the UES Barbary, where I'm going to be sitting for most of today, because if you watch day one, I made an ill-fated decision during the pre-show yesterday to attempt physical movement of any kind. Generally, I'm against it. If you consider physical movement of any kind past the age of 40, don't. But if you have to do physical movement at any point after the age of 40, my recommendation is to stretch at least once in 14 years.
Oh, yeah.
So
I have to stretch for like an hour before I play hockey now.
Let's go over a little bit of day one. Day one, we saw the Brave New Worlds Genesis presentation. It was a fantastic look at all the new Planet Tech tools that will allow us to build planets like the newly revealed Castor Sherman. We checked in with the organization presentation. I know it's a social and universe, and it had all kinds of stuff, the party chat and all that stuff, but really for me, like, I was there in 2014 and met Benoit for the first time when he did the very first organization and presentation. And for the last 10 years, every other time I see that man, I'm like, when, Benoit? When's our time? When are the orgs coming to the game? And to know that they're finally in active development on their way to the Precision Universe is one of the more exciting things about Star Citizen for me. It's just, you know, we're all in these orgs. Everybody's in an org. There's med runners over there. There's ADI over there and stuff like that.
Red Monster.
That's outside the game. To finally get these orgs inside the game is a major milestone that I've waited for so long. And yeah, it's not happening today or tomorrow, but it is in active development. We'll have more updates on that when we do our other shows, the ISC and the SAL, over the remainder of this year and well into next year. Then we had that cosplay contest. Who actually won? Who won the cosplay contest? It was that giant Pico, right? I forgot to check. I was unfortunately doing some other stuff, but I hope it was the giant Pico that won.
The Pico should have won,
but
though.
Of course, Ken Shadow, last year's winner, was back and everything. I haven't seen Ken Shadow. Ken Shadow, are you in the building? Henshaw, if you're in the building, come find me in the general lounge. And then, what was it? Dress to Kill, finally making good at all those armor specializations. No, don't take my water. I need my water. You just don't bring back my water. I don't mind if it's a shot I have to drink. It's my water. He took my water away. But the return of the Valakar Sandworm. We've been waiting for that since 2016. And I'll tell you, we did several playthrough tests over the last couple of years. Okay, they really wanted to move it out of shot. Don't move it out of shot. Watching that thing in action, the players play it. It is devastating. It is deadly. It needs a lot of tuning. And I'll give you a little BTS.
It needs a lot of
tuning. There was
tuning.
one playthrough that we couldn't use any of the footage from because its projectile spit was bright white. And I want to elaborate on that. You can use your own minds to wonder why we didn't use that. And then, of course, the Beyond Pyro presentation, where we finally got confirmation that Nix is our next system, and the reveal of the Castra,
we didn't even talk
system,
about Nix
pre-production.
morning.
I'm going to talk, Ian. I know you watched the show.
There was actually quite a bit.
That's pre-production?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Like, I've never seen pre-production.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So
yeah.
Good. So yeah, we're all really excited. And then of course the Squadron demo. Who saw the Squadron presentation? Oh. Yeah, okay, so I've been with the company for about a decade now. And for the first 9.5 years, I made myself a rule that Squadron I wasn't going to pay any attention to. I never went to the meetings. I didn't let people tell me about it. I wanted to preserve that for myself as a fan. And then several weeks ago, we started playthroughs of that. And I often say we have the same conversations you guys do. We have the same reactions you guys do, just a few weeks early, and that was very much what happened with the Squadron presentation. We'd get these big reviews in the studio, and we gather everybody, so everybody could watch the playthrough on our big screen in the studio, and everybody could take notes about everything that needed to be adjusted and stuff. And it's been a heck of an experience over the last 2 months, really dialing that in and get that down. And despite the crashes that happened yesterday, a full, brand new playthrough is available on YouTube now. Rich Tyra, I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'm going to share it. Rich Tyra left here, went straight back to the office, straight back to his computer, fired that thing up, and just played it, start to finish, 75 minutes without issue, recorded it, gave it to us, and said, "Get that on YouTube now." So Rich Tyra, fantastic player. Everybody, a round of applause for Rich Tyra, please. And I'm going to say that Legatus difficulty is no joke. Over the last 2 months when we were doing our weekly reviews, we had lots of players.
Yeah, it did. It looked like a cakewalk. I watched it.
Play during these reviews and stuff.
It.
And Rich is an exceptional player at that. Those Vandal who were charging around McLaren were super lethal. And the turret section has full Maelstrom destruction, so a lot of folks who were playing it,
I guess. I don't know.
The turret would just explode. And he fell down at the end, but
this
other people would just explode out into space.
This is what 40-plus-year-old gamers think is hard gaming.
So, Rich...
Hey,
you're
I turned 40
a decent
soon.
game director, but you're actually a really good player at that.
I'm lumping you into that as well,
Mike. Look easy. So congratulations. So one of the cool aspects of CitizenCon every year is that every time I walk past somebody, it seems like they hand me something.
Me too.
And
February.
I'm like, "Here, Disco, put this in your pocket." And this is a collection of the things that I've been handed over the last 24 hours. We've got these are pins from an
don't eat that lollipop.
35 ejector seat.
What? That's cool.
I can't remember if it's an F-35 or an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year. Atlas Defense Industries. This is one from CitizenCon this year. Different orgs. This was somebody's personal giant challenge bar, I guess. I'm not. These are all metal. These are really nice. And then patches. We love patches.
That looks like European poker chip.
Shout out to Tyler Wicken. Both Tyler Wicken and I have a huge board in our office where we collect all the different patches that folks give us. We've got Bar Citizen patches from all over the world, including one of my most cherished, a patch from Bar Citizen Iraq, where it was just 4 enlisted servicemen having their own Bar Citizen quite a few years ago. And then there's some curiosities, like this guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat that, Jared.
I asked him what I was supposed to do with this when he handed it to me, and he said, put it in your mouth. I understand that's what a poo lolly is for, but we'll do that after stream. Maybe. And then, of course, shout out to the Med Runners. I'll tell you, Med Runners, one of our favorite orgs in the game, dedicated just to helping other people. I ran into the Med Runners at breakfast this morning, and because I had a long, painful walk into the studio, they literally put me in their car and drove me to the event today. So shout out to the Med Runners, helping people in the game, helping people out of the game, doing the kind of things that we love. So, and this was very cool. I don't know what this says. I think this is the manufacturer. I think this is the manufacturer name. This is Gatak, or I can't think of the name of the other one right now. And then this weird Copion thing. So how are we doing on time? Oh, the time's not up there. All right, so one more thing we do before we throw it to Dan and Sam. I wanted to do, back in
Love that they make him take his water
our first digital CitizenCon in 2021, I made the mistake of reading online comments after the presentation during the show. And there's nothing I like more than repeating the same mistakes of the past. So our lovely social media team,
Jared struggles
with
this stuff now,
and Mickey, put up a thread asking for your comments about day 1 of CitizenCon, and let's go through and see some of what people said.
Gets, like, really annoyed
Citizen
by
of the Verse said, Castra, my new home. Lovely picture of Castra there. We've got Serious Fun says he loved that the PU got clarity on its next 2 systems, and that the visual fidelity of Squadron 42 is off the charts. Oh, and that Zeus bomber jacket. I'm not wearing mine today. Who's got that Zeus bomber jacket on? Somebody come over here. This thing is amazing. I want to shout out 2 members of our marketing and merchandise team, Mandy and Kat, who led the charge to get the coolest jacket we've ever made.
Oh my God,
based
he's
on
wearing
an
my
authentic
shirt.
E1A jacket. Again,
merch.
Mandy
Go buy your
and Kat.
salty merch.
If you see them over at the merch booth, tell them Jared sent you, and tell them how much you appreciate their work on this. They're responsible for all the merch at this year's CitizenCon, and I've been to 10 of these things, and I feel like this is the best merch we've had. I'm wearing the new blackout hoodie today, and this is a really great material. This is comfortable. This is going to become a new daily driver here. Okay, that's enough shilling for the merchandise. Rick Rate says his favorite thing was the Worm and Sherman and this handsome guy, and there's a gif of Henry Cavill. There at the beginning of our Squadron 42 demo. Let's see.
The VIP him,
Cosmic D says he loved the dynamic weather demo. All right.
The demo, that demo was
making
so
videos
crazy.
for Star Citizen is hard.
Yeah.
Making videos where the environment is actively trying to crack you is very, very hard. Like, none of that was faked. We got our poor guys, they got into that Zeus and took off, and you saw how it struggled to lift. That wasn't fake. That was the actual dynamic weather system pushing down on the ship and saying, no, you ain't taking
I mentioned
off.
that. I was like, do you notice how the ship is not just hovering in place perfectly? It's doing what ships you would expect them to do.
Oh, they want me to wrap up.
Amazing.
That's cool.
Don't
that
make
was
him wrap up
weather,
now.
dude.
He just explained the weather
read
thing.
one more comment.
That was
and
gameplay
then we'll
that we didn't know was there.
We're not going to read that one. We're not going to read that one. You don't even know my mom. Okay. Uplink says, my favorite part was when the sandworm said, it's sandworming time, and then sandwormed all over those guys. We remember it exactly the same, Uplinks. All right, so that does it for me. I'm going to throw it to Dan and Sam, who I believe are over at the Sim Pits, and see what kind of hijinks they're getting into. Guys?
Hi everyone.
They're at the bar.
Welcome back to
9 a.m.
CitizenCon Day 2.
Yeah.
Woo.
Let's see
I'm
how
Sam,
cool your
and
bar
if you didn't
is.
meet me yesterday, I kind of do some voices and stuff. I also flew a carriage. But I am supposed to be here with Dan, and for some reason he's not popping up like he did yesterday. Hang on. I think I can smell incompetence. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan, there you are.
Oh, incompetent at the game.
Are you doing okay?
No, I'm not doing all right. Look at this. I'm keep blacking out.
Dan, I don't think you should try playing this game.
I don't think I should either, but it's so fun. If you guys are here on the show floor, these Monster Tech sim pits are really haptic. My ass is vibrating right now with the ricochet of bullets hitting my rear.
Huh?
Dan, shall I take over for you?
Please take over.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan.
All right.
The sponsored part of the segment.
Thank you. Turns out, not very good at video games.
I'll
Sam's
take this
really good at
stuff
video games.
if
So
it-
this is going to go well.
If it just means
Yeah, let's see you get in.
CIG spends
All
less
right,
money
well,
on
maybe it's
CitizenCon
not
and more
so
on
easy.
development.
Maybe it's not so easy.
But yeah,
To be
it's a
fair,
little
I left
weird
you in
in
a pretty shit
CitizenCon.
situation. You were set up for failure. Come follow me. We're going to move away from my abject failure as a video gamer for a moment. Hi, guys. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2
sponsorships.
here at Manchester Central. We're so happy to have you back. Like Jared said, hopefully you guys enjoyed the panels yesterday. We covered a bunch of stuff yesterday, but don't worry, there's still a bunch
They're a
more for you guys to
necessity,
check out
but-
today. Between ships, between base building, between the road beyond, there's still a bunch of stuff for us to cover. As you can see, we are here in the general lounge here at the show floor, Hall B.
It looks empty
Here at
so
CitizenCon,
far.
let's take a look. As you can see, we have our
Super
lovely
quiet.
Hornet. We have our
When did the
players
panel
just chilling
start?
out, maxing, relaxing, all
Smashed
cool,
at the,
shooting some saddle ball
after party.
outside of school.
The night before.
When a couple of duel
Yeah.
who were up to no good started making trouble in the neighborhood. We got in one little fight, and Captain Bishop got scared, or Admiral Bishop got scared. We said Squadron 42 release date 2026. Who is hype about that?
This is pretty cringe.
Nobody.
Hard to watch this.
Because it's 2026.
Awesome, guys. We are going to be covering a bunch
Yeah.
of stuff here today.
I'm
We
glad
have a
there's a
bunch
date,
of community booths still to cover. We have some awesome models to show off here on the show floor as well. There's still so much more to cover, and I'm really excited. We only have a little bit more time together, though. I want to make sure you guys are taken care of, and hopefully you guys are having just as much fun watching the show
15
as
minutes
I
till
am
panel.
running it.
Apparently.
Now,
okay.
as
Are they
you can
all
see,
just
we
in the
have
main
our
area?
theme
Must
stuff.
be.
We didn't really get into the
Maybe,
theming
yeah.
last
They're
year. I
just
want
getting
to
ready for
get
the
down
panels.
into sort of the micro this time. So let's take a look at the outside of these booths. As you can see, we have Bioticorp Waste. We
Look
have
at
the
these
Robert Space
barrels.
Industries. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go a little bit into
Very
the
exciting
community booth
barrels.
area. Just a little bit. As you can see, we have this problem in the verse as well. Get a look at that. People just stacking up their med boxes. Wasteful. Wasteful. For shame.
Oh
Throw
my
it
goodness.
away.
That's their merch
Littering.
box.
Hi, guys.
That's pretty funny.
That is
Come
funny.
follow me. We're going to make our way out. Hi, everybody. We're making our way through. Guys, it has been such a pleasure to be back at CitizenCon. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games. I produce our community managers. That's Jake Acapella, that's Freya, that's Christian, that's Ulf, that's Niku. All the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X, who cares what it's called these days. I help produce those guys and make sure they're giving you guys the updated information,
A little bit of
chatting with
nothing
you all.
going on here.
And it's been such
Oh,
a pleasure
yeah,
getting
a lot
to
of it.
actually get to know you guys.
A
as
lot of
well.
nothing,
You
I
guys
should
have been
say, is
so
occurring.
amazing here at CitizenCon this year.
I feel like we left talking about stuff that was valuable to listen to this.
We're just making sure that we catch
Yeah.
as many people here on
I'm
the show
down
floor
if
as
you want to keep
possible.
looking at
In
the
case
panel,
you guys didn't check this out yesterday as well, we
page
have
and
the
chat
Addison
about
Lounge.
more of that.
The
Take a
Addison
little
Lounge is a
break.
place just like the
We
general lounge for you
can
guys to chill
lower
out.
his volume
Make sure you guys are
because
getting a
he's
drink.
just
If
doing
you
the
guys have a
venue
VIP
tour
ticket,
again,
you
which-
guys have
Which we
God,
saw
it's
yesterday.
boring.
refreshments here as
Yeah.
well. You guys don't have to wait in the long
Also,
line.
like, it's
Make sure
neat
you
that they
guys
did
are
all this
checking
work,
that out
but
as well.
I'm here for the video game, not for your cool plushy venue. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this fancy thing we did. Don't we look legitimate? That's like always what I feel like we're doing here.
Yeah.
But
Then again, I've been to a lot of gaming conventions, so I don't want to speak for everybody. But once you go to a couple E3s or whatever over the years, you're just like, okay, I see what companies do. They spend all this money on silly props and stuff, and then and that's it.
yeah, they're going back to Jared here. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Now I'm just hydrating on camera. Just he's just doing his job.
He's just trying to make
we
people
are
mad.
backstage now. This is an area that we don't usually get to see at CitizenCon. This is the backstage area where the nerve center of the entire live stage show
This is
here.
where we
These are the
keep
folks
the
who are working
computers that
tirelessly to
crash.
make sure that
Yeah,
all
player
the
demo.
right slides go on screen, all the right videos play, all the right sounds play. Hey everybody, how you doing? As you can see, they're very,
Exhausted.
very focused. You excited to be here? Consummate professionals dedicated to doing their job. Hey, how am I doing?
somebody did this.
Someone
My mom
did
likes what I do.
sideways. Nice.
All right, so guys, that's it for the pre-show. We're about, what time is it? How much time we got? We're about, that's not even my clock. We're about 10 minutes away from the proper start of day 2. So we're going to take a break here. This is your last chance to get a snack,
Okay.
get a drink, go to the bathroom, kiss your loved ones goodbye for the next
I'm
4 to
actually
5
gonna
hours.
take his advice.
As we
I don't have
present
any water
day
or
2 of
anything ready to go.
CitizenCon.
Yeah,
It's
go
a
for it, man.
different beast. Yesterday was the universe
Once
that
they
we
put the
create.
timer up, I'll
Today is
take a break.
dedicated
Just one
entirely
quick
to
second.
the destiny that you're going to build. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it, and I'm really, really excited about today. So thanks for watching. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, everybody.
All right, cool. I'm
Okay.
I am so excited for this. I can't. This
Crafting, Mike. It's your thing that you can
It's
kind
the-
of just do.
it's the thing that will. I mean, it's the thing that drives MMOs, all of them that are at least player. What do they call a player-focused economy? They called it. It's not a fully player-run economy in Star Citizen.
There's
Crafting
almost
it-
no player run economies in any game, and I would say that going the Eve route would be a mistake, which is why most games don't do that. So
I would agree. But I like a player
Player-focused
focused
is
is
good.
nice. So I think I guess that's what we should look forward to, is striking a balance between don't go the Eve route, but do enough of it to make it feel awesome and drive. I want there to be war in the game. That's what it comes down to. I want people to fight over stuff, and
you want a reason to fight. You don't want to fight because, like, I mean, obviously you want to fight because it's fun and cool, but you also want the adrenaline rush of going, if we lose this battle, we lose our base that we spent like weeks building or something like
Yeah.
that. You know, that adds context and meaning to the fight. So it's like, this is why we've been practicing so we can keep our territory, you know. That would be really cool.
for sure. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. In terms of panels today, man, I think the last panel, you know, I'm excited to hear. It might be a bunch of Chris waffling on for a while. If Captains of Industry does a deep dive into Pioneer, which we haven't seen since the announcement, that'll be pretty exciting. Crafting, I know Mike's very excited for it, and I'm glad he is, because I gotta say, my interest level for crafting is not super high. Base building, a bit higher than that. So I guess it depends how much of that venue they focus on building items versus building your base.
How much building your base is only about building items? What if building your base is mainly for crafting? Would that upset you?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
they've already shown that you can do some small crafting in like the vulture and
Yeah.
the reclaimer.
Yep.
So it would be nice if like, yeah, those were sort of staple crafting areas for like, here, I can make the basic stuff I need to survive and like get a mission done. But if I want to get the elite gear or even produce it, manufacture some of that elite gear, then we got to do that at a player run base. So that would be pretty cool if the economy was set up in a way where all the basics that you needed were handled by NPC stores. But then if you want that super elite gear that's going to give you that 5-10% advantage, you got to buy it from a player store or something like that, or find it in the verse or something.
For sure. That's another thing to probably look out for is the ability to not have to craft and still be able to play the game. Not everybody wants to do this stuff, right? And that's true. That's really important as well. I obviously am totally fine taking control of the entire thing, from gathering the stuff to making the stuff to selling it to using it, whatever. But I know for sure not everybody's into that. So yeah. There's Kin Shadow, by the way, the guy that Jared said come see him. He was like, nah, man, I'm sitting in the front row. I'm not coming to see your ass. But yeah, I just, that they have to show that they can strike the balance for their community, because I think that was like what we talked about yesterday about Zach, like really kindly coming on the show and saying, you know, clarifying a few things and letting us know that they know the issues already and that they understand what the problems are or what's important, right? Which instantly calmed down any fears that we had about it.
Yeah. I will say, and somebody brought this up in chat, was that Starfield levels of crafting where you build unlimited corrugated long metal tubes for nothing. And I will say that Starfield might have stole a little bit of the thunder of that style of crafting a bit, and also shown the world that it's kind of vapid in terms of its depth. It's like, look, you can build all these structures and stuff, but if it's just for putting your armor and gear, it becomes boring and kind of meaningless. And the ISC preview that we got of crafting or base building that showed that little base looked just like a Starfield base. And I went, uh-oh. I hope we're not getting Starfield base building. So hopefully there's more context and meaning to it, as opposed to, look, you can display your armor and have a bed to sleep. You know, that's going to be pretty lame if that's what it is at the start.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to have enough meat behind it. You got to, I feel like everybody is going to, I guess I want to come out of this with every type of player that you would expect to see in a Star Citizen have a want or a reason or a need to build one, or at least aspire to build one, or something. Like, who knows how difficult it will be.
Join a guild
that already has one,
that has a good one, and they say, yeah, this can be your room at the base, you know.
Yeah, and you can use the facilities of the base, you know, and or whatever.
That would be cool, as having that big org base too, you know.
That's a really good point. Really sweet. Maybe their high level concept of it will explain that there's I guess the best word to describe it would be levels of it, and that the best bases can only be achieved by very high levels of group play or working together, right? So your guilds, that would be really cool.
Yeah. Building the Titan in EVE Online, right? You need
essentially,
a huge group effort to get there.
Which is now just done by individuals, but but back in the day, for sure. And yeah, we'll have to see. I'm so nervous. I'm so excited, but so nervous, because this is make or break kind of stuff for me, personally.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, I said it before we started, but just in case people don't know, I am not drinking beer. It's just a green seltzer water. It's 5 a.m.
Oh, nice.
Calm down,
invisible.
people.
I thought you were
Calm down,
Just
people.
coffee and sparkling water for me.
Yep,
And,
that's sparkling water with lime. That's what this is.
Protein. Nice. Well, here we go. Are we going?
Maybe.
I hear music.
Yeah. I'm going to turn it up a little bit in case I don't want to miss any.
Ominous violins.
Yeah, why is this so scary sounding? I feel like we're about to get
crafting.
Jared's just going to pop on the screen and jump scare us.
Yeah, the audience is like, are we about to get attacked? What's happening, man?
Yeah.
My chat saying, are we going to get a new ship this con? Is that what you guys really want? You want a new ship, Sal?
It's somebody in my chat. It's the Wallet Killer. Yes, the Wallet Killers are coming out today.
Mm-hmm.
The Wallet Killers and CIG's website killer is coming out today.
Yep.
That's going down for sure.
If you want Mike's money, announce a new crafting ship, okay? If you want to craft all the best stuff out there, you got to get that crafting ship.
Yep. There's only one ship that I've gotten excited for, and honestly, a lot of the changes they've made to cargo more recently has ruined that, or hangars, I should say. But the Ironclad was a ship I was like, oh my god, this is perfect, because all I was doing with my org at the time was working with other pirate orgs, where they would do the piracy and we would just move the boxes and we would split the money. And the Ironclad was like perfect for that, and I was super excited. It was like, oh wow, CIG actually looked at the way people play the game and designed a ship that makes sense for it. So I was like, yeah, I'll buy that. I mean, I store credit, I didn't put any new money into it, but yeah.
I'm on the same fence though. A lot of my dreams about cargo hauling and shipping
just dead
have been ruined by the latest update, and I'm just like, okay, so my dream of how I was going to play this game and what I was going to do in this universe is shifting now. I'm still interested in bounty hunting, but cargo hauling is no longer on the list. And I've enjoyed that in many other games, truck simulators, weird little sci-fi hauling games and stuff. I'm like, Star Citizen just made it too darn annoying. And hopefully their data reflects that and they can update it and make it better.
I'll give an example then to you. What if you know the Argo Raft, right?
Yes.
Sure. So they got the 3 32 SU containers that can go on the back of that. For me, I feel like if they simply just,
ladies and gentlemen,
never mind.
Please
We're coming
welcome
up
to the stage.
All right.
Master
Talk about it later.
Of the self-performed introduction and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee.
That was weird.
He's running.
Hello, CitizenCon!
Why did he run?
Fake leg injury.
It's day 2. We liked it so much the first time, we're going to do it again. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the Persistent Universe was first launched. I think it was November or December and whatnot. Everybody remember Port Olisar?
Yeah.
Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing
let's
upstairs,
not injure yourself
downstairs,
again,
back into the
Jared.
cab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the Precision Universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head.
Yep.
But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your
That's a
thing.
good way to describe
You've gone on adventures.
Visitors.
You've fought some Xeno threat. You've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel. If we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But
We're forced
this
to mine
entire
barrel,
time,
Jared.
You've been visitors.
We didn't have a choice.
Starting next year, you stake a claim in the persistent universe.
Starting next year, okay.
First date.
We have a
Starting
timeline.
next year,
First date
the
of
persistent
of
universe
Star Citizen
truly
date.
becomes yours. And we have got
Okay.
a handful
Any
of gentlemen
believers?
to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be.
Somebody goes,
please
"So in
welcome
3
to the
years
stage,
then." Yep.
Design director for Star
Yeah.
Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends,
I've
one
still
of my
got my
DMs.
Pioneer
Hey, what are we
name claim
playing
like
again?
you, Mike.
That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage, design director Rick Porter.
I like this guy a lot. This guy's really cool and explains himself very clearly.
Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs.
Torsten
We even
on
played the
stage,
first
yeah.
chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? A few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game.
Why? Thank you.
So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them.
Okay.
Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair.
Okay. That's interesting.
But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game.
Get the tongue.
And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions.
I love this already.
Let's take a closer look at mining as an example.
It's the whole array.
We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining.
Here you
That's
go,
a lot
Mike.
of mining.
This is you.
But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So
They're all
there's not
shooting
just
at
more to mine.
hand mineable
but we're
rocks,
also going to
though, for some
specialize.
reason.
So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources.
Currently only mining
With
resources.
crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials.
There you go.
In addition to expanding
We
the
can make
variety of materials you
ultra-processed
can gather,
foods.
refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered
go,
all these
corn
materials,
syrup.
what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game
Hog
really are
corn
to
syrup.
sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships.
Okay. Just straight up saying ships now.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's huge.
I like what I'm hearing. But if you can craft ships, you got to be able to lose them much easier than we do now.
I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
Whoa.
Okay.
Does that mean some ships will be better than what you can buy?
But crafting just doesn't end with shiny new gear.
I hope it's like Tech 2
Think
ships
much
in Eve.
bigger. Crafting enables you to build
They
your
look the
own
same, but
home
they're
among
better.
the stars.
I like that. The value of all
Choose
of
to
our
make a farm, a hunting
cash
lodge,
ships is about to go down the
complex,
tube.
your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates.
Okay. Here we go. Trade with players.
Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players.
Dynamic
now
economy.
You'll have more options
Done?
about where you invest and how you prosper.
Huh?
Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're
That was
working
an
on here.
interesting comment that he just made.
We have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage.
Gonna try not to read into that one too much. I don't think anybody should yet.
Of our new crafting
Like, keep that in the back of your mind.
Important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building.
Okay. Let's see some videos.
To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
This is a tech guy that has often said the designers
Thank
have the
you,
tools
Rick.
to
And
do
hello,
whatever they want with
CitizenCon.
my stuff, and then they don't. So let's see.
Yeah.
He did the looting system
Hi,
a while ago.
I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
There's a gun on that blueprint.
Oh, you can see it?
Before
oh,
you
yeah.
can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of
gun I've
crafting
never
processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities.
Uberus?
Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through
It's a Volt
research.
pistol.
We'll go into more detail about what this
Ooh,
means a bit
research
later.
the blueprints.
Yep.
So,
Cool.
This is Eve.
Blueprints are the
Straight up
recipe.
Eve. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
Rick already
Yeah.
told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials, material quality.
This is interesting.
Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather.
Very obvious,
That's
the
an
quality
abstract
here, right?
measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal or the ripeness
I
of
wonder
a
if
fruit,
that'll
or
determine
something
the
along those lines. This
Stats of what
quality
you craft
will be
or
carried
something.
forward
Maybe.
from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low quality materials. More on that later.
Okay, they'll touch on it.
All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules. The same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday.
I don't know how I feel about this yet.
You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats.
Ooh, you're right.
Okay.
Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the
We're
game.
in MMO land now, Mike.
I love this. I love this. I think people are going to lose their mind and hate it. I love this.
This will allow relevant properties of craftable
Your
items
fire rate goes
to be
up.
affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation. But craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
No shot.
Bro,
That's
organic
awesome.
hot dogs. All right.
Cooking profession.
You could do non-organic versus
So,
organic food
as
now.
I said,
Yep.
the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats.
Chef man.
Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you.
Hell yeah. Do this with ships.
Most items will have tiers 1 to 3.
This is cool.
With tier 1 being the most basic version of the item. And
Literally
tier 3
copying
being a
Eve,
highly
but the
advanced
best
version
parts of Eve.
made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
Up to tier 5, it says.
Wow.
What does that
Crafting vehicles
mean?
up to tier 5.
Describe the stats of a vehicle now.
People are about to
vehicles
lose their
are so
crap
important
depending on
that they
what
will go
tier
up to
we
tier
bought
5,
with cash.
providing a way for you to really
It better be
invest
tier 1.
in making your favorite vehicles
That removes
excel.
any pay-to-win conversation from this game.
Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to
Here we
make them
go.
from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry. You can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle.
Yes.
Including...
Because the existing
Nice.
is tier 1.
Nice, 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 nice.
I will clap
I'll
for
clap
that.
for that one. That's very good.
Including the
Exciting,
usual stat
dude.
improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet.
It depends what the stats are. Let's see.
Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes
Rate
to
of
have high-tier
fire,
equipment
damage
made
resistance,
from
that'll
high-quality
be
materials.
huge.
Engine.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing it on a weapon,
See
though.
how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive.
Yep.
Whoa. Nice.
And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective.
Ooh. That's
Okay.
going to be valuable.
Yeah.
This is your cycle, Mike. You can upgrade your
So,
mining
That's an
to
overview
craft
of crafting's
better
key
mining gear
gateway
and then
mechanics.
mine faster.
I'll now hand over to
It's
Torsten
over.
to
I'm
walk you through the full crafting process.
And now Torsten's
Thank you,
getting on
and have
stage.
a good day.
This is my favorite person on the planet.
Reasons for doing things. I'm so excited.
I am so happy.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
like
Jacob.
Torsten.
Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all
Why didn't
elements
they do
of
this yesterday?
crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints.
Oh yeah, how do we
as
get
the
them?
first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates.
Okay.
All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint.
Sounds random
Some
for now.
blueprints will be challenging to find, so players
reputation
working
reward,
together
no, not
may
so
find
much.
them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf.
Good.
Blueprints are digital.
Yeah.
Too many fucking
Once
items.
you claim
in the game.
one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library
Yes. Cool. No more bullshit. Thank you.
I would
This
say that's one of
library
the
is
worst parts of
persistent
Eve.
to your character,
Moving your blueprints when
and
you move.
every blueprint you claim is
I'll
yours
tell a story
forever.
about that in a minute. Whenever they're quiet.
They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just
Once
end
claimed.
with acquiring blueprints. Those
Interesting.
tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the
100
research
pistols,
data
man.
bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources.
Yeah, that's cool.
And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials.
Refining
The
blueprint.
rule is very simple.
Interesting.
The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take.
Okay.
An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example.
Please.
If you want high quality
Going
steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need
take
on
the
the open market.
CitizenCon logo off the screen.
Now we are reaching the
Covering
final
text.
step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine.
You need access to the relevant crafting machine.
The crafting machine for a base might be a Pioneer. It might be the actual
crafting
ship
machines.
is the crafting machine.
We will have a variety for you that differ in what
Nice.
process they
Ship
can
weapons.
support,
Yep.
like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. You will also find them in
Could you
various
put that
places.
machine on a ship?
There will be communal
would be
ones like the station refineries you
Looks
already know,
SCU shaped. so I
player
would say
owned
yes.
that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we
vehicle.
have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator,
Look
an
top
item
left.
fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later.
That's for vehicles.
Yep. A giant 3D printer.
Talking about scale,
Cool.
I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit
really cool.
from your dedication and attention.
Just how much
As you
better
can tell,
are those
crafting
tiers?
will have a huge impact
Yeah.
on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to
Does
get
it take the
actively
skill away?
involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got
I don't think
crafted by
so.
someone else, and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like
Cool.
you
Player
can
economy.
become well-known
Yeah.
specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building.
There you go. Well, what's the purpose of the base now? Let's find out.
I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation.
I'm actually
Thank you very much.
interested in playing Star Citizen again
Yeah.
today to like just refine and get better at mining again and all that stuff, just to be ready
Good
for
morning,
when this
citizens.
actually happens.
Yeah.
In 12 years, but yeah. They said their aim for the thing, so it's like, how far away is this, I wonder? Probably pretty far away.
Yeah.
Who's excited to start talking about this next topic?
Yeah, like working with the org.
Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures.
Very loud.
Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten,
how's that volume, guys?
We can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro.
Okay.
Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals.
Video.
And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
Construction craft cart.
The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress.
Wow, that's very small. You
Star.
can bring it. Whoa. Land claim, new structure, existing structure.
Survey drone that
management.
deploys from the top of the cart gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll
solid
pick a
matter,
small
freight
basic
elevator,
structure
freight
and
elevator,
hit construct.
hangar. Is
For
you
this
could build
demo,
a hangar.
the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time.
Wow.
It's huge.
Yeah,
We've done
this
it.
is awesome.
We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside.
Hopefully it's very empty. Yeah.
As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with, and admire the aesthetics of our first structure.
It's like an RTS.
And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That's is something that could solve our problem,
by the way.
Yeah.
Power providing structures need to be hooked up to
I'm
other
guessing
buildings
Pioneers
inside
needed for the
construction
large
ER
structures.
mode. But we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building.
Crafting fuses.
Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here.
Whoa, that's cool.
Neat. So you can actually see if it's activated
we
from
got power in
like
the
a
building
ship
now.
flying by. Be like, oh, this is still an active
As you
base.
notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings.
Okay, that's weird. That it just disappeared.
And it looks like Declan is now hooking up
only
the
weird
power,
because they don't do that.
the power to the building.
Yeah. Maybe they learned their lesson.
I wonder what he was up to earlier, though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
Wow. A little tease.
Yeah.
I want to see that in-ground hangar and cargo elevator, man. That looks exciting.
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw.
Let's.
The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building.
Okay.
The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter.
Cool. That's really cool.
The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're on a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly,
not even
it lets us
assuming
build
it's an in-game
structures.
thing.
To use the graph card,
prices.
we will first need to deploy it.
Yep.
Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short.
That's cool.
Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited.
Nature reserve gameplay.
Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base.
So you could just be a surveyor and sell a good
Then next up,
plot of
we
land
need to
to
find a
somebody.
good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings.
Yeah, look at the
automated
stats
construction
for the
drones
hab.
will take off from the construction ground and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site.
Man.
To print the building
Hacking
until
the
their
hab.
internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building
So you can
did
start
just
building
finish
without
printing.
all the supplies.
Then what?
Yeah. My chat
Then
keeps pointing at the
we
tax
need
at the
power.
top.
We need to
we knew
power
that
the
last year
building.
too. That's not new news.
All structures will have a unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next?
Elevator top left.
Yeah.
Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation.
Hacking very hard on
tier
this
upgrades
one.
can, for example, improve the structural integrity.
But if you look at integrity and water resistance,
or make its resource consumption more efficient.
Super. That's
to really make your base feel like home. You will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory.
Do this with size 3 components
the
on
less
big
trusted
ships.
among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations. And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships.
Cool.
Nice.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1, come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2, use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3, personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication.
Cool.
Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, James. All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Deck. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But do you want to see a big base?
Oh.
Good, because we're going to industrialize.
Industrialize.
So we're going to set ourselves
Talk
a goal
to me.
before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be.
Was it?
So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCart's 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building one structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage.
Construction hub.
Okay.
Do you have to build this with a Pioneer?
Maybe.
That's sick.
We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator. We'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
He connected a building
Bro.
to that structure, I feel like.
Yeah, I
That
saw
just
that.
happened. And you're just throwing
All
them
right,
wherever.
There we go.
Okay.
So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large, solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and
Holy.
gas, depending on which type of deposit
Wow.
that you settled on. We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're satisfactory now too. Yep.
Yeah.
This is
Can we
literally
automate the output.
And it is important to note that
No,
once these
Level,
things are set
you
up,
have
it's
to
not a
move
case
it
of just
manually.
free resources forever. On key structures
Star
like this, there are
Citizen.
fuses.
We don't have
locations
conveyor
that can be
belts.
placed,
Nope.
as well
They
as
got everything
environmental
but
wear,
conveyor
which can be
belts.
fixed using crafting
You
materials.
just got Chris Roberts.
If Star Citizen can become a sliver of satisfactory, I mean, holy crap,
Yeah.
are people going to go nuts?
The RP walk right now. Just run over there, man. I want to see this.
Yeah. No, we have to make it cinematic. What are they going to extract?
Yeah, I wonder what ore they're grabbing.
Sick.
Yeah, are the resources finite?
Ooh.
All right.
I love
now, we
the
wanna
smoke
turn
coming
those
out. You'll
raw
be able to see it
resources
from
into
range.
More valuable
Yeah.
refined materials. We saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as
Imagine
biological,
being able to see it
depending
from
on the type of
range
materials that you're using
from the
and want
smoke.
to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determining where you'd select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want.
All right. This is America Simulator right here.
Captains of Industry.
Texas
Exploit
Simulator.
the
actually.
land,
Trades
baby.
here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
Now, that just completely removed that huge rock there as
This
well.
is really starting to
if you
build up
didn't
now,
notice.
but it's worth
Yeah.
me mentioning again
So that's
here
interesting.
that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
They're still trying to make this mule useful, but I don't know.
No.
I'm not buying it.
Move one box around?
Yeah.
Never.
I'm not buying it, guys.
They're going to have to Death Stranding that thing and just stack 20 boxes on
Yep.
top of it.
We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you
You hear
to
that?
link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn, they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here,
Cool.
we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A,
Wow.
and then we're retrieving
Look
it
at
on
that.
freight elevator B. There is a
So you
distance
still have
limit,
to
but you can
manually
daisy
move
chain
it.
the elevators together to extend that.
But not
and it
the
has to
whole
all
way.
be contained within the same base.
That's a reasonable middle ground, I'd say, to this bullshit that a lot of people don't want to be doing.
Yeah. How about you auto-load my ship, bro? Come on.
Now, as we expand,
Yeah.
we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be
At a-
permissions that
at
we
a
can set
city,
up,
yes,
granting
but
people
here,
access
maybe
to
not.
our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish.
It's beautiful.
We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
I mean, nobody's going to hang out in the lounge. There's no point. Do it.
Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do.
I'm so happy to see that.
Look how big that is, dude.
Yep.
It's huge.
And in a high-sec system, this can't be
it has
hacked,
this large,
raided,
we call
attacked.
it a foundation tile. It's quite special.
You
in
can
that
keep
it
your
can actually
storage safe
deform the
if it
terrain
gets
around
there.
it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases.
I'm freaking out.
However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar?
Yeah, a Drake Mule.
An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance, and we'll see what's in store for us.
I'm going to watch this 10 times today. I'm going to watch this 20 times today. Look how big this is. This is wild. He said whatever they're building is spoiled, so I don't know. I have not been spoiled, so.
Something leaked last night, people said.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it because I was passed out.
I haven't seen it. I didn't see it either.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting.
That's kind of cool, too.
Yeah.
Oh, no. PTSD.
Door opening. Caution. Caution. Caution.
Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
Okay.
So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players.
Okay.
Setting up shop. This is what I want to know about. Here we go. Can you do a sell order on a market?
So, with
and have
building,
people
you're going
come
to be able
to
to
you.
set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock.
Cool.
If any of this has monetization.
Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as make your own ship.
I'm going to be so pissed.
You can advertise your wares on a mobile pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful
you can advertise
for
it on
base
Moby
building
Glass.
the game as a whole.
Yeah.
Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high-quality materials will be the most powerful in the game.
I love this symbiotic relationship.
On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time
higher quality
them
materials
all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace?
There you go. There's your piracy
We talked about
opportunities.
selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, sorry, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing,
can be
vehicles,
monetized,
and so on. You'll be able to earn paint
the decals,
in-game
that's
and
totally
apply them
fine.
to buildings.
Paint, all that shit. Go for it. Monetize.
Look at that. Dude, you can customize the crap out of your base. That looks so cool.
As well as add your own custom text. So if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase
still
or
just
early white
images
box,
of this.
but we want to share some details.
Farming.
First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types.
2016
We have
sitcom all over
low-tech
again.
farming and then high-tech.
Low
Low-tech
and high.
consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants.
Combat sims.
Ranching will allow you to
Legal
keep herds of
combat
animals.
sims.
You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe.
Look how cool that is, dude, on the side of a lake.
I want more. Show me that picture again.
We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which we've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal.
This is wild.
As well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large.
Geothermal power, that's
XL
cool.
is larger than large. And then you have your defense.
Nice.
Morph is happy. I see him clapping.
So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security,
They're
you're
going to sell the
protected by
turrets.
planetary
Stanley.
shield tech.
Yeah,
However, in
probably.
lawless, pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel.
Shooting down missiles.
Whilst we spent
Cool.
this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems.
It's a lot
There are
of
advantages
circles.
and disadvantages of locations and base types.
Mm-hmm.
For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a
But
tax
there's
to be able
dots
to build,
connect
and then you'll gain
lines
protection
connecting.
return. In lawless, no cost. Higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there'll be permissions available, and you can assign roles
Own it
and
as the
tasks.
org. Very good.
Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
They have not shown the Pioneer or anything yet.
Yeah, what do we even need it for anymore?
I don't know. They're going to tell us in a few minutes, probably.
They're going to refund my Pioneer, right?
Maybe. Your tier 1 Pioneer.
Yeah.
Pitiful. I spit on that with my tier 3.
This looks
Store
crazy. I
quality.
can.
Someone called it store quality, the tier 1.
Nice.
RMT quality.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, A2 versus a base. I can't wait. Oh, what?
A javelin.
They're salvaging it.
They built the base around salvaging the javelin is what they're trying to sell you there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Are those orbital guns?
Where?
Or are those
oh,
mining?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
pointing
it's
up.
mining.
Oh, yeah.
I think
yeah.
it's mining.
Yeah, you're right.
Orbital guns would be cool, though. Damn.
I mean, they're selling it pretty well.
Thank you.
Chat says 5
I'd just
FPS.
like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Cool. Captains of Industry, maybe?
Yeah.
Damn, that looked cool, man. Can you? I can already see like massive orgs doing
CitizenCon. I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and
I'm not gonna
here
lie.
off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible
Much better.
view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next?
So I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really
so
dramatic
German.
change, or
I love him.
an exciting change, I would say, to the game, because we
Like,
give
we already talked
the
about it. I don't
resources
wanna talk about it
meaning
anymore.
apart from
Ask me
just
the
the
right
monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material, and of course you need a bigger
worried about the
variety
scouting
of
for
materials to be
good
able to
quality.
craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the
We do a lot of
crafter
that.
or the player you are, to invest
Already.
the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they heard that they have the best, for example.
I will link the
FPS
message
weapon for.
above.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
Yeah, the biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right?
Needing to go to different
For example,
parts
if
of
you
the
have a
planet,
prospector as a
for
miner, it
different
might not be
resources.
efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super exciting. Well,
Dude, this is gonna
on
give
that note,
those big orgs
how has
purpose,
this
just something
CitizenCon
to do.
compared to previous
Like,
years?
I wanna start
You were
playing
at
with
LA
my
last
org
year. How
again
was it to be back
today.
here in Manchester?
Yeah.
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your CitizenCon today and yesterday?
So it's a very it's a very subjective take on it, but I really liked our presentation about the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself. So I really looking forward to better tools to organize our trainings, our works, our events.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Aras.
Nice one. All right. Well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
He's live.
Okay.
Back to the community booth section here at
right.
CitizenCon
I'm turning him
2954.
down.
We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron.
Yeah, back to the community stuff. Oh my God.
That was the best panel. I mean, it just was.
By 10 miles.
The scale of that was incredible. I thought they were just going to give us a taste of the low level, but they went for it and they gave us the high level stuff. They kind of answered almost everything. There's a shop. They said you could advertise it on Mobiglass. I'm curious to see what that interface looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, as a trader, now I want to see like what happens when you bring up your trade window or whatever. Does all the Mobiglass shops come up and you'd be like, oh, hey, Mike's salt farm has the best prices on salt in this region, or within like, you know, how many AUs of my location. That would be super cool. And then I can come down and you'll be out there farming away and you'll just see a ship come in and land on the pad, go in, buy some stuff, put the stuff on the cargo bay, and then fly away. And
yeah,
that just sounds so freaking cool.
It does too. I mean, that also creates a, like in my experience in Ultima Online, at least, there was the most valuable land, because I mean, there was literally a real estate economy in this game, right? And the most valuable land, and I think it was same in Star Wars Galaxies or something like that way back in the day, was right near the major cities. Oh,
How old are you?
I'm gonna be 40. So yeah, I'm an old guy. I started my sophomore year in high school or something. But yeah, it was just
nice.
The most valuable places were the closest to the main hubs, but the main hub that you had to run to like a gate, like a moon gate, which would like fast travel you somewhere, and that's where all the vendors would be, right? But I'm honestly, like, you got excited about that. I was a little bit of the opposite, in the sense of, now that I've started playing EVE, places like Jeddah and like these huge major trade hubs are also very interesting and valuable to these MMO experiences. Like, all right, I go out here and I gather all this or craft all this out there because it's cheaper and more efficient to do so. And then I have to travel it to the main trade hub to sell it more efficiently or faster. Or, so there's like other options that you can go down. I like both, so I don't know. I'm on the. I don't want to say I don't like the way you went, but I'm on the fence of like, what's the best
I'm
way?
Wondering, here's the difference.
Make them
Mike,
come to me or go to them.
Maybe we should consider. So you just did some wormhole jumping. Took quite a while, right?
Yeah.
Travel in this game takes a long time.
Dangerous.
You can
too.
automate your travel in EVE Online, right? You just hit autopilot and go. If you're in high sec, you can go to the bathroom and probably come back and you'll be fine.
Yes.
Not in Star Citizen. So I feel traveling longer distances is going to be less appealing for most players. You're not going to want to go to Jeddah or Stanton in this case to get all your stuff for everything. If you're in Pyro, that's like a pretty long round trip just to get to somewhere in Stanton. The trip to go from a planet in Pyro to, say, Microtech in Stanton could be as long as your entire Jeddah run. So I don't think we're going to be seeing just one or two major trade hubs in the universe. We might see a fairly substantial trade hub in every single solar system.
Yeah, okay. Now I see where you were going, because I was like, I feel like you were contradicting yourself, because you were like, all right, yeah, people don't want to travel that much. And I'm like, well, that's the exact reason why we would want to, instead of selling it at our little base.
You want it in one place. Yeah. I'm saying we'll still probably get hubs, and maybe But it seems like now you have an easier option to.
Yeah, we're agreeing.
Well, you might just not want to be the guy who trades from hubs, right? Because in Eve, you can just be a guy who buys buys low and sells high, right?
Oh, yeah.
Move this stuff into Jita, and that's your only profession. So you could still do that here. But each system will probably have more of a hub network versus one major hub, is my guess, right?
Yeah,
Based
I'm
on
with
how
you on
much
that.
time people want to spend. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were like mega excited from selling from your little home, and I think that that's super cool too. But I wonder what will people be willing to do that? Again, the Mobiglass app, how good will it be to find people? But I think we're back with Jared. We are. All right.
All right.
Turning him up.
Guys. Crafting and base building.
That was quick. That was a quick break. We didn't even get to
fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe.
Moving too fast for me today.
Just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
There's more
there's
of that
so much
coming
more
later
to talk
today, by
about.
the way.
I know, so much more.
Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out."
He almost did with
I
the
almost
furry.
lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, "Don't run," crossed out. "Don't roll on the stage, dummy." All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just... vehicle art director
I'm
Ben
not
Curtis.
going to be bothered by this.
Gosh.
These are just tier 1 ships. I used to get bothered by these kind of things.
I was going to do something really embarrassing.
It doesn't matter anymore.
John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew.
Store tier ships.
You're lucky they didn't wait.
Here we go, big ships.
You're lucky they
Get
didn't
your wallet
wait.
out, Mike.
Cheers, Mom.
Hi, everybody.
No, man. Let the
good to see you all again.
The tier 1 nerds get their wallets out. I'll be crafting my tier 3.
Love you too.
In game.
Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director.
My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director.
Hold for applause.
We make all the money.
And the clicker is not working.
Oh.
So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
There we go.
There we go. We're good.
Right. So...
There it is.
Today, we're going to be talking about vehicles to build your universe.
The pioneer.
And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you see how this works, you might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage, but realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in it can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
Okay, so yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small,
1 drone,
all the way up
1
to
structure,
large,
2 drones,
and extra
2
large.
structures.
And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean? The difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large, and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how
that Pioneer
big
can build
you want
fast.
to go. But the drones also scale
It is a giant drone.
They scale in numbers. In the 1 drone can only make 1 structure at a time. So the Grav car's got 2 drones on it. So they'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium,
So what's the Pioneer got?
If you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes. And that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the
Some chatters
small.
are coping and saying size
So
doesn't matter,
what's
only
next?
how
What do
you
want to build?
use it.
A medium.
We're talking about spaceships here, guys.
Yeah, size
So-
absolutely matters.
I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching
New
today is the very
vehicle.
first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere.
It's a mule that holds 2
And if you're constructing
containers.
a new settlement, there's 2
Okay.
things you need. You need drones to
That's
build
a
it,
drone
you need
launcher.
supplies to supply the drones to build it.
There's
And
already a
that's why
store
the CSV
link
comes in
for
2
it.
variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2
I'm going to grab it.
medium
You won't
drones
see
on board.
me for a moment.
And we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get
You're
it to fit
buying
in.
it
So
during the
it fits
presentation?
in
No,
vehicles
grabbing the
from
link
a
to show it.
Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always
relax,
asks me
Mike.
what ship fits in
No,
what,
no.
and I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it. Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around.
So little.
So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. So that shield generators as
Reason
well.
to buy 2
Moves about
vehicles.
28 meters a
Just
second.
make the first one
I
carry
cannot-
more.
My
Come
brain
on,
is
guys.
fried. I can't remember what that is in
A
miles
ship
per hour.
just
or
carries
kilometers
more than
per hour.
this. I never understood the
And
vehicles.
It is
This
available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playerc.csv.
Yeah, or you can park your Cutlass Black behind it, and you have
So
like
now
it's
what is it,
$45.
9?
Let's take a little closer look at
Yeah.
the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version
This is
of
like
the
an
CSV.
RP. You know what? RP.
It's complete with its
It's for
4 SCU
RPers.
of cargo.
And I just
up
put
on
my
the
hands
rear.
up and walk away.
You could transport it in a cuddy while also carrying all
And I think
the
the CSV kind of
supplies.
really builds what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of
Why
hard
carry the vehicle? Just
industrial
put the
looks.
supplies in the
and I think
ship.
it helps it kind of feel at home on a
Yep.
build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominated
has the
factory,
drones
so
on
it's kind of
board, that's the
large
point.
all-terrain wheels.
So
And then
you get
that's
that,
kind of backed
but-
up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines.
The first
We've got the front
vehicle
loading
makes
cab
sense.
and
The
puts all the
second one,
controls kind of right in the kind of
I think
where
these are going to be
I think that's one of
invalidated
the
by
keys to the ship as a whole, or the
construction
vehicle as a whole, sorry, is
because you carry the
simple,
supplies
it's
in the ship
purposeful, it's
as much as you
functional,
want.
And I think
Basically,
that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part
What
of
if the weather's
Argo
bad?
family.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Good point, I guess.
But,
We'll see.
But what if you want to go bigger?
Yeah, there's the galaxy.
Bigger.
Oh.
Okay.
What is that?
Oh.
Misk
So,
Starlancer.
introducing the Starlancer family. So, yeah, the Starlancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles.
Family of
from
vehicles.
Misk, and these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first three, which are the build, which kind of makes sense.
First three.
And that basically is for all your large structural construction needs.
Rip
We
Freelancer.
have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the Max, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the Starlancer build from the outside. The key thing to take away here
I've always liked Misk, so I think it looks cool.
You'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones.
I don't see a
Drones
price yet.
will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need,
no price
carry on their day. That's the really important thing here, is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build a million things on your base,
it's only 2 drones.
you're going to
It's
run
a
out.
small ship,
But we
I
want
think.
you to
I
be
think
able
it looks
to
a lot bigger
have
than it
these
actually
vehicles
is.
and have knowledge that you're not
Someone's
going to be doing
pointing out
endless
that the
cargo
Carrack
runs
is marketed as
initially
having drone rooms
to
also.
build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage
It
on
does
that
have
eventually.
drones.
But these all get you going in the short term.
224 SU. It's 4 drones, 2 on each side.
Let's have a quick go
It's
over
going to be
the
expensive.
stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was Freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship.
It's big, okay.
2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote turrets, and then 128 SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Starlancer attack.
So,
like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse.
They look cool,
So
but
I think the first thing you're going to notice
side turrets are not
is
very
the
good.
kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successful or not.
We'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
better come with that
Let's have a
Fury.
look over the TAC from outside to in. So this is the TAC in its default paint, so sort of military drab grey. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured.
That
so there is an
feels like a
onboard medical
Carrack
facility
almost in
directly
size.
behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
Does it not have a vehicle bay?
Obviously, there's the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
Yeah, it's a Misk Carrack.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other
They
variants.
showed destroying a Corsair as well. They always do that. It's so funny.
2 size 3 shield generators.
The ship it's supposed to compete
with.
with.
The med bay with the tier 3 med beds, drop seats. It's got the hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 STU of cargo.
Space
and you can secure yours today by going to play.se/Starlancer TAC.
It looks like they thought about MISC view from the cockpit and made it a little better on this one as well.
Yeah. They need that AR view where you can see through the cockpit.
Yeah.
That like modern jet fighters
Whoa.
have.
Did you just see that? The cargo going up and down? Like that? Okay.
That new jump effect looks cool.
Yeah. Ah, yes.
Oh, come on.
Yes. Dude, the most underrated part of yesterday was Nyx, I think. There's so
pretty
many
cool looking.
I don't know. This commercial's not selling me on the ship at all, though.
Yeah. Get rid of that pool table and put a manufacturing pod in there, and that's what it's actually going to look like.
Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the Starlancer Max.
Wait, did it say flyable
as you can
now?
kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE.
Okay. Oh my god.
We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now.
Sizable ship.
I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates MISC's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength.
Kind of like the exposed pipes on the outside. It's fun.
I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the kind of
Carrick
crew,
could use one of those.
They wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top.
Wow.
And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots.
Okay.
I think as a whole, I think
it's pretty.
The engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality
right up my alley,
while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky.
The drone construction
thing really
basically means almost any ship can have a construction variant now.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Cuddy construction soon.
So,
don't
worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here.
I think that's okay,
So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now.
Yeah. This is the Max. So this is the cargo version, probably.
So, love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat, with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, 4 crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of the ship, and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area. So nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship. En suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Okay. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So that's upstairs. Let's go downstairs a little bit.
Max is $225 for Warbond, $250 for credit. It's all on the store now.
Okay.
We have the main
300,
vehicle
so
entrance and
less
cargo
than
entrance.
I thought it was going to be.
For the rear section, this can be used as a garage, but it's also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here.
It's okay, I'm looking at a beautiful spaceship, Mike.
And then on the max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, the 2, it's sort of 1 cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship.
Yeah, Misk looks best in silver, I feel.
Yeah. Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here,
ground
suit up,
vehicle
get your weapons, do the reverse coming back.
Spot though, which.
And that is the Starlancer
for a
Max.
ship its size.
In a storm,
seems like
what will we do?
A little bit of an oversight. What's up?
In a storm, what shall we do if we don't have a vehicle?
So we'll quickly recap.
We'll have
the
they
stats.
even established that vehicles
224
are
SE of cargo.
My chat's saying there is.
128 on that ventral drop
the back.
platform.
I guess the
96
cargo
in the
area?
rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that
It has
extra mass that it's
storage,
holding.
it said.
And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Starlancer Max. And if you pre-order now before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the CitizenCon colors and looks super cool in my opinion.
Of course.
Pre-order for the paint, bro.
My opinion is the more of those
we have talked
paints that
small
sell,
drones,
the better my bonus will be
drones,
in Christmas.
Large drones. What about bigger things?
Yeah. Please.
So, who can
What
guess
about
what
the
that
Galaxy that people bought, though? That's a...
So
screw the Galaxy.
Yeah, right?
This is the same image. Oh, original. Okay.
I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany. And this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm.
Nobody liked it. It's ugly.
We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now.
The whole place gasped.
Kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was...
I don't care what it looks like.
It made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And, we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real-life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really... it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments.
They're defending it,
we're trying to make
worse.
a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and
this
whilst
is a bad
I can't deny it's a cool
too.
idea,
I can't quite see
I think
the shape of the
really,
ship.
from
a
manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we
That
wanted to
looks
look
a lot
at
better.
was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that.
All right, bye again, guys.
Make
We're
sure
buying.
that the landing pad made sense, we had space to kind of come into
We
the
were
ship.
selling a minute ago. We're buying
we also
now.
needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics.
Self-sustaining mobile base.
All metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of
it does
be
medical crafting, refining, and extraction. It does everything.
Be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction
Is this
ventures.
thing mines?
And to do that, we need to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine,
it has extraction.
Extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior.
That
of the
bridge
Pioneer.
placement is going to be terrible for landing.
So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that, we have the escape pod rooms.
No, I know that one.
And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain.
This thing's got 5 years before we see it in game.
Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space.
Okay.
Wow.
My Hull C has 4 times that.
Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be controlling, fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill.
There's literally a vehicle ramp at the top. Look.
In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship.
This
move
is an
inside
org
the
ship.
All those things.
Yeah.
Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all
It's
the
a
way
mobile
around. It
base.
was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
We don't just have pictures.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship.
That's a cool-ass bridge. Holy crap.
As well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles.
This isn't white box.
And then
this
at
is
the rear,
concept
we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles.
Do not think this is
and
coming
kind of flanking
soon.
either side, we've got
Don't
these
do
two
that to
corridors, and
yourself.
they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say,
How do escape
we want
pods
this to
work?
kind of be a home away from home.
They don't.
So we have a very large, comfortable habitation area.
This is amazing.
Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up.
This is
and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much
Idris.
privacy they actually want.
That's kind of
This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
Interesting. This thing's huge.
Yeah.
It is a flying base. Those
Down at the front, we have the
manufacturing
drone
things better
room.
be the
Now
highest
these
level.
will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our our largest structures in
It's
game.
literally in white box state.
They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area.
Oh my god, this guy's getting flashbanged.
Hey, dude,
blind.
he's in the Matrix.
And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside.
To protect the crew in the area from what's going on inside. In other words, allowing us
and then
to...
as these open up, we just finished making a
magically
storm.
make a vehicle appear inside your
as
ship.
you see, there's a ramp that leads
highly
out, so you can
radioactive,
drive any
Mike.
ground vehicles straight out the front.
I need that
between all the
lead
landing
shielding.
gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the
I
ship.
always love how they...
And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles.
They tell the story.
The thing
Finally,
is
we
a
have the landing pad, and this just allows
siege
us to,
weapon.
any
You could
ships that land
build
up
a
on deck,
ground
we can
force
just bring
with
them
it
down
and
into the belly of
siege
the
a
ship.
base.
Yep.
That'd be kind of sick.
So
Imagine that. You're like, all right, guys, tomorrow we're going to attack the space.
over the
Tonight
years.
we're going to build
Holds
an
4
army.
extra-large drones.
I want to know what Red
and if
Hoodie
you're
from
interested
yesterday
in finding
thinks
out
about
what
this.
extra-large drones can build, I
Wonder if he
highly
likes
recommend sticking around for the next presentation.
Ooh,
It's
okay.
about 20% bigger.
Extra-large drones.
I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles.
Just
And
got
one thing we
fatter.
didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you
What?
land your ship, and you can start extracting the resources from it.
That's so ridiculous.
Come on, that's cool.
That's so ridiculous.
Capital components all round, and now it has 1,000 SU of cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day one of it. But
No shit.
we are starting
Yeah.
this in the next
Really?
week or two. So it is in production very soon.
All right, so we got like at least a year, but about a year to see this thing.
Yeah.
So
That's usually how long they take.
That's a big ship.
What are they doing
What
now?
is on screen?
to finish up, we'll do
Oh,
the classic
of
one last
course.
thing.
Of
CitizenCon
course.
is usually about looking
Cares?
forwards.
Who
But we'll do
cares?
some housekeeping.
After
and
what we just
look
saw,
at
who
the
cares
now
about a
and
thing that
bit
fires
before.
missiles, dude?
So,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, this is Ben.
With no gameplay loop.
Yeah, so you remember last year
Yeah.
we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now these were vehicles that we were planning
We
on working
didn't
on
get
this year,
one.
and we've not quite delivered all of
missed
them
one,
yet
yeah.
this year. We did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV 1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of
Crusader
these
Intrepid.
will be released before the end of the year. So,
Mirai
Legionnaire is the
Guardian.
one that's going to
Mirai
miss out.
Guardian.
And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay.
Wait, he said before end
but
of the
rest
year?
will be
Yeah,
here for the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mirai Guardian, and the Polaris. So, we have a few
Yeah, but
patches
Legionnaire,
between
they're just
where
like
I am
boarding
today standing on
gameplay.
stage
What?
and the end of the year. But let's start with some things that you're going to see at IEE.
Somebody's saying they're lying about releasing these ships. Guys, they don't lie about selling ships. They lie about everything else.
Yeah. This is their money bloodline, their
Yeah.
financial pipeline. Which one is this? The Polaris?
I have no idea.
Oh, that's the Terrapin. Right?
I have no idea. Looks medical with the lights.
Did they
That's
upgrade the
Crusader
Terrapin
ship.
to do a thing?
So this is the Intrepid or whatever. I'm guessing it's a Crusader
Oh, okay.
silhouette. Yeah, a side entrance Crusader. That doesn't exist. Bro is blind. Yeah, probably. You guys know all the leaks and then call me blind.
Okay, what is it? Show me the
There's
outside.
two different ships.
The interior of the ship.
All right. Wow. It looks
Pretty.
better.
Look at those missiles.
It looks better than what we saw at the last convention thing they did. I am so unaffected by this at the moment. This is so pointless to me.
A giant ship that shoots missiles is like the least appealing gameplay to me.
After what we just saw too.
It's really pretty.
Yeah.
So I'll give it that.
Yeah. I'm just still like, talk to me more about what we were just talking about. That's all I'm about now. A combat ship?
Yeah, if they want to sell a combat ship, tell me about the combat gameplay that it's going to support, right?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. The hangar's nice. That looks bigger. So now we can fit this ship that nobody's going to use. They love that little ship. Nobody's going to use it for anything.
What is that?
Dang.
Oh my god, they got a nuclear reactor in there.
Bro, there's like a giant pool of water.
Yeah.
The ship is huge.
It's Chernobyl.
Yeah. Put on your hazmat suit before you go into that room. Here's a technical thing that does stuff.
Yep. Rule of cool right now. Rule of cool.
Yeah, it does look cool.
Yeah, those things are just floating in there.
Yeah. Well, it's the quantum stabilization chamber, Mike.
Oh, shit. Thank you. I didn't know that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
It makes total sense now. I like the little lift. That's cool.
That's the lift of, how can we make something cooler than stairs? A mini elevator.
I think you're lifting missiles up that thing and then putting them into, because don't we manually load the bay or something?
Oh my gosh.
Or you can manually load the bay.
Tell me you don't have to tractor beam in torpedoes.
You might. You've never played games that you have to do that, like sci-fi games?
No, I have.
I think that gameplay is like okay. It's just so clunky in SC.
It's a big one. That's a big old ship. That's like a 890 that tries to kill, designed for killing.
Okay, so on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next.
Are we going on the history of ships?
So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter, Rambler.
I like the Rambler.
The F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue-twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas.
Your favorite.
Like last year, where we did a little tease. Can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So,
let's
have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
So
they rephrased that one.
Right, we know what this is. We just saw it.
Yeah, why are we seeing a silhouette?
Another
another one of those
Atlas
things.
platform or whatever. Another Hornet.
Another Hornet.
Super Hornet. It's the whole Hornet lineup. Yeah.
Okay.
We already knew they were
Did
doing
you
this.
notice there's a double engine version in the trailer, in the gameplay demo?
Yeah, everyone was saying that, but I don't know what that means.
This guy, everybody wants the TIE
Whoa.
Interceptor, whatever it is.
That's a prospector.
Huh.
The fuck is that?
Ooh. Interesting. Drake.
Prospector Mark II.
Cool. There's the Freelancer rework, maybe? Oh, I know what that is.
Perseus.
Yeah. There's the Pioneer, right?
Yeah. I think this is the Pioneer.
Or is that the Pioneer?
I don't know what any of this is.
Wait, what is that? Is that the Pioneer?
I don't know. Why did the Hornet come out of it? Oh, because they built a Hornet in it. Yeah, that was a Pioneer.
A big thank you to all of you, and a big thank you to all the vehicle
Perseus.
teams in all studios
I'm
around
excited
the
about the
globe.
Perseus. That
they
looks
give us
cool.
all this really cool stuff.
Yeah, and
that we
Ironclad
could get
was
to stand
before
on stage
that.
and talk to you guys about. Some of them
Nice.
are probably hiding at the back.
Oh, yeah.
But I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah.
There was no Kraken on there, guys. I didn't see a Kraken.
Me neither. But
Right. Thank you.
The Kraken will not be released.
the Prospector silhouette, it's got me so weirded out.
I'm actually curious about the Freelancer because I hope it means there's a rework of the Freelancer,
Let's give it
which
one more time for the
it desperately needs.
Yeah. I've already lowered this section. How do you feel? How do you feel after that? How are you feeling after the Pioneer? I guess because everything else is.
I mean, visually, I think it got a little bit of a style downgrade. I don't like the shape language as much. Functionality wise, it seems to have gotten a major upgrade. You know,
it lost that center ability to open
yeah,
or whatever.
it was a transformer. Like the initial concept was literally a transformer. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So just a giant flying brick is not as cool as a transformer. That said, the functionality they added to it is just like, okay, I guess it does everything I need. Like, I don't even have to build a small base anywhere now because this does everything a small base can do already. And they said to stay tuned for the next panel for XL drones or something.
Yeah.
They said they're going to... Yeah.
I don't know. I guess they said that this isn't coming with 4.0. So it's coming with 1.0 or whatever comes
It'd be cool
before
if
1.0.
XL drones were space station building, maybe. Maybe that's what they do. I don't know.
You're on to something there, probably, because that was something they hinted at last year. That's my stretch goal. I would love to see that. The fact that we're building ships and the tiers, and I mean, we might have time here to talk about everything now that we weren't able to talk about before because we thought we had more time. But yeah, I'm with you. It feels like visual downgrade. I think the image and the paint job also makes it look less, I don't know, like industrial. Looks a little weird. And then for me, it's just the functionality. And like you were pointing it out, is those better be the best, highest, biggest or whatever. Like I'm able to make the most things in
the manufacturer. Well, yeah, if it comes with tier 1 replicators or whatever the hell those things are called, the manufacturing units, then it's going to be like, okay, it'll just be annoying if I have to get the ship and then do a whole bunch of upgrades to make it worthwhile. Then again, every ship has got its tier level, so maybe if you upgrade it to the higher tier, but it'd just be weird to start with a ship that big and be like, you can make a pistol. You're like, okay.
Yeah, why?
Cool.
But I'm happy. Yeah, it looks good. It's huge. Like I just look at it, like I said it during the show. If you took part in any of the events that involved the flyable Idris at all, it was like, oh, this is an org ship. This is like it felt like I was when you were in charge of it, like you were an org at that moment. It felt really good with the cargo, the hangar bay and everything. This feels like that, but for people like me, like industrial and like people that really like that style.
I like that too. Because the Idris is very much like you better go kill something with that, otherwise
or-
you're just wasting money essentially.
Fuel.
You're wasting fuel. Yeah, and the Ironclad, the extractor thing has me interested because now I'm like, or not the Ironclad, the Pioneer, where can you scan the ground and be like, oh, there's some great resources here. Let me
Sounds
just
like it does
land and
everything.
extract those.
Yep.
And then keep moving. Could you
Yep.
solo that and just like extract a bunch of stuff? And
It's just a giant
yeah.
miner. You just go around and you just go, yeah, I'll take this.
Yeah.
And then
Well, and so it's got a refinery built into it as well. So
Yep.
now, does that mean you could carry like a whole fleet of rocks and just land somewhere and those drive out, get tons of resources and come back and refine them on the ship? That could be pretty dope.
Yeah. Who knows? Like one of the things that I've always pointed out that I'm like, oh, this is really frustrating, but hopefully with actually the panels and you know what? They didn't really talk about it at the panels yesterday. I just realized that. Maybe I can ask some questions to somebody and maybe get some answers. But the idea of the way they distribute resources now, I don't know how familiar everybody is with it because mining is kind of pointless for the most part at the moment, right? But you'll come across like a maximum of maybe 10 mineable rocks in a given, maybe 20 kilometers, maybe even more than that.
Yeah.
And like, so every time you just come across this tiny, tiny little cluster, what's getting me to stand there and like, why would I have a whole fleet of rocks, for example, like you said, when I can take care of that in 20 minutes with one. So that's the idea of where I kind of want to see things go. Is I scan around, I find I guess this is sort of what the base building thing is you could put a ton of material under the ground and make it take a long time for it to come out. But then where do the ships involved? You know, where's mining with ships involved with that? So maybe that's the whole idea behind this new prospector. Maybe it shoots down into the ground like the original concept. I don't know. But that's got my mind going is, yeah, like what other changes come along with this? Because are we just going underground for the most part and this surface stuff is secondary? Or is maybe certain things are only underground? There's so many questions, right? But
I do like the idea of the bigger drones building even the smaller stuff quicker. So that thing seems like it could almost just hover and build a small base for somebody and be like, all right, what do you need? This, and that? Cool. I'll build it in like 10 minutes. I'm not even going to set down and then fly away. So you could like commission somebody for a job. That would be cool. That would be a fun job where like somebody's just like, I'll pay you like 10 million to build me a base over here today. And then you show up and like, okay, what kind of things you want? Okay, I'll put it here. Does that look good to you? It'd be cool if you could share the blueprint layout to them and be like, you like that? All right, I'm going to build it.
Yep.
That'd be sick.
That's cool. It's super cool. Oh man, what a difference between yesterday and today. It's like there's so many like exciting or interesting things to talk about, like, oh, what if, or like we weren't doing this at all yesterday. We were just like, ooh, well, that was kind of disappointing, you know? And like,
because it was just tech updates for a lot of it where you're like, that's nice, but it didn't really elaborate too much on what our day-to-day might be like in Star Citizen. And this is like, okay, if I really want to focus on FPS mission running, which I do think I will want to do a good amount of, now I go, well, what manufacturing skills do I want to work on? Maybe some medical skills where I can like build med supplies, maybe some ammo manufacturing, maybe some armor or weapon stuff. Look into that a little bit and see if I can come up with a nice hybrid system that can keep me kind of sustained while I work on other stuff. I don't know. So that's like giving me a lot of ideas about what path I might want to go down with the crafting route, since it's going to be such a big tree of different expertise where you're like, okay, well, maybe I just really want to get rare or the best possible ammos. And that'll just be what I focus on, you know?
Yeah. Or you know, given the fact that they're very clearly copying a lot of things from Eve, you have the way you get blueprints in Eve could be all sorts of ways. And then the way they do it. Oh, never mind. They're going right to the 1.0.
Okay.
Here we go.
1.0.
Okay.
They're moving quick today, guys.
It's time, everybody.
It's time.
It's time. And before we get this started, we're doing a lot of things here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself.
Oh, while he does that, I'm going to pee because I drank 2 bottles of sparkling
I want to thank all the developers who took
Beer,
their time to
Yeah.
build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers.
Thank you, devs, for doing a good job.
It is not easy
We
to
appreciate
stand
you.
on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to
What are
do
you
a
talking
couple individual call-outs, though.
Nobody's
because
gonna do that.
It's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything, he just couldn't make the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much stepping in at the last minute.
But that also kind of
That was a
explains why it
filter
felt
panel.
a little missing. Like it was really good,
Yeah.
but it was like, I need
and
more.
Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian. All right, you can clap. That's fine. You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff, the last of which you're going to see some in this next presentation. And then our last 2 groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right, I hope I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyra gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to
So why did we go to Jared? They're not ready.
Sorry, okay. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me, and they're thanking me for this, and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today, I'm struck by 2 things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments about me. I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face
It's
again.
been pretty divisive the past day.
But
yeah.
It's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here.
Chris
I've been
Roberts.
here for 10 years. I've produced 7 CitizenCons. I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SCL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. Okay. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you.
Jared needs some credit for making one of the nerdiest.
Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me.
Watchable and enjoyable.
Yeah.
You know?
Saying yes.
For sure.
This could just be a
There's
giant
so many things I want to do.
Stats,
and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
All right. Moment of truth. Are we playing this game for the next 15 years of our lives or not? For now, I feel like we're gonna.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run-through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office.
It's so important to him.
Of course,
I get it.
No crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. Is like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it, and it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting and the ships you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources.
Just want a little farm with some cows on it.
Changes the dynamic.
You did like the space cows
of what
last
the game
year.
will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things.
We'll find you that SaltEMike,
incredibly
Mike.
excited because
we'll
I think it will just.
By the way, I can't believe how
add so
fast
much
this is
to
going.
a living,
The
breathing
sun's not even
universe.
up in Florida yet.
But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow.
They'll give it like a name
we're
patch.
Gonna do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living.
They might call it
growing
2.0,
product.
but not in that way.
Right? I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But
shit on Destiny.
the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for
MMO,
everybody? Not just
named
you guys
expansion or
out here
something.
who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is. Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. Everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time.
Let's hear it.
So that is what we're going to tell you today.
Have fun.
Is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0.
MMO players don't have fun.
Mean, as I said, that
they
we'll stop
min-max.
at that point. We'll continue
the
to
fun out of
grow
the game
and
for
build
themselves.
and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list. But I'm pretty sure...
You know what?
I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is.
It doesn't matter. We're going to fish with a tractor beam anyway, Chris.
Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with
tractor beam fishing for giant sea creatures and harvesting their organs.
So without further ado, Rich Tyra.
Oh my God, true. Yeah. Now that we have this giant sandworm, it kind of can go any way. Ocean.
My chat says, no fishing, I'm out.
Yeah. We're absolutely getting scammed by this 1.0 thing without fishing. It's an MMO.
So, my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game?
All right.
And not just a set of features bolted together?
There you go.
And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and end-game content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches.
Yeah,
it's a
it's a launch.
People are clapping, but it's like, what are we clapping for? 8 years down the line?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time.
What does he mean by that?
If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just
I feel like none
change.
of this needed to be clarified.
It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game.
Maybe because of
so we know what the 1 is and
rewards.
the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one
100-star
important
systems,
point.
that kind of shit.
And for this, we need to go
this is
all
what a
the way
release
back to the
game
beginning.
means. We're like,
Yeah, look, here we go.
Here we are.
Here we go.
The
they have
Kickstarter.
to...
As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals.
Yep, they
and
had
one
to
of
talk
those
about
goals was 100 star systems.
Yeah, okay. What are you clapping for, guys?
Yeah, you're not getting them. What are you clapping for?
And there is a but. The star systems of
About
old
that.
are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model.
Yep.
They
Which
were
was a great
unexplorable
model, by the
planets
way.
with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today,
So
and we have
legally,
1,626
they gave you
points of
100
interest.
star systems in
and
their
that is going
mind.
to be dwarfed once we start using the Stararchitect tool you saw yesterday.
Stararchitect.
May the backpedal begin, someone says. Bro.
So where does that leave us
You
for
didn't
1.0?
realize this was a thing
Well,
5
we will
years
not
ago.
be
You're an
launching
idiot. I'm sorry.
With 100 star systems. Because the game we have today
We don't need 100.
was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more. And I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0
I mean, this is all true.
Let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story.
What?
To help...
Well, a quest line, right?
Yeah.
A quest system.
Okay, that caught me off guard. But somebody gave me a note
to help new and existing players
before this,
to help
but I had
discover
no idea
all the
that
exciting
it was
features
this.
and content we have. To take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer.
Actual MMO.
Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story,
This is 20 years of grinding on the screen right here.
I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
That's just for the resource workers. That wasn't even like bounty hunting or anything.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon.
I'm not saying that in a
How's it
bad way,
going?
by the way. I'm saying that in a good way.
Awesome.
Sure.
So, yes,
Give me
1.0
depth.
is very exciting.
Exactly.
And it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways.
This is really important,
Now,
too.
Rich introduced the main
Yeah.
story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that?
This is why WoW
First,
became WoW
it's a
in a lot
narrative
of ways,
experience.
right?
This will be
Yeah.
a crafted story
Yeah,
through
the
the star
quest.
systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It
Earth
will be
and
NPC-driven.
Yeah, who's
So
going to be
while
the
Squadron
capital?
42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure. We're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride?
And Elliot
like
hinted
Rich
at
said,
this
for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story.
Yeah, that was what you needed to play Squadron for originally, was to earn your citizenship. Now that's there.
So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on.
Ooh.
So that's the why.
Pirate orgs.
So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go?
5 star systems.
Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But
I had been searching for years for this video, by the way.
We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless.
Chris Roberts said 5 star systems at MPV launch
for the
in
constant
2015 or 2016 in a random fan
trying to
interview.
hack out in existence here.
Wow.
And I saw Ian's location
from the
presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's
I've been trying to find it. You guys go ahead.
Wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra.
Number 5's got to be
Situated along
Odin,
the former
right?
Perry line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the
Terra.
Cold War
It has
between
to
the
be Terra.
humans
It's
and
part
the
of the story.
Xi'an ever escalated.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
So no Odin. Oh, there you go.
There's our jungle biome, our need for that, clearly.
Yeah.
Yay, in 6 years.
We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place.
I have so much positives to say about this.
That's our main story.
That. So much.
Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2
Look
things.
at the builder profession.
One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass.
Virgil caught it in chat, not me.
Sure. It will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation.
Parkour athlete.
The usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate,
cargo loading,
we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, cargo Olympians,
I take everything I just said back.
Competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here.
You know what I think
Academy
this is?
of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social
like titles and MMOs.
I wouldn't science guild
look
that
too
will include
into
factions
it.
like the Imperial Cartography
Look at
Center, who will task you with a variety
font,
of missions
right?
to better understand our universe.
This looks like a title.
Such as sending you into a nebula
I want to be a
do
hunter.
deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game. From population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough-and-tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor.
I want all the power.
So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in.
This is so many
to talk
people
more
saying
about how all this feeds
no
back
quanta.
into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich.
It's not over yet, dude. And they have consistently said
Nice,
quanta's
Dave.
still a thing
Smashed it.
this year.
Thanks, Dave. Okay.
He's just the narrative director, guys.
So we have
Chill.
a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions. And we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy.
There you go.
That will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity.
Okay. Yay.
But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in.
Yeah, we don't have any
This
that
means
flow out
transactions
now.
such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in.
Oh, shit.
Boo.
Taxes. The Seraphim Tea Party or the Port
We'll
All-Star
have
Tea
two
Party is
main
going to happen.
taxes. Inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech.
There should be sales
Insurance, on the
tax.
other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which
Seriously,
covers your
every
hospital
transaction?
imprints, and probably
And then
the most
reputation
important
lowers
one
it.
of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have
And no
Death of a
sales tax
Spaceman,
in lawless
we also
systems. That'd be
need
cool.
Death of a Spaceship.
Here we go.
Losing your
this is huge.
ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed.
Oh my God. I called it.
Yeah.
People said I was
And
lying
this
on that.
is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Okay. That's big news right there.
We'll see. No, I don't know yet.
Customize
I don't know yet.
the interior of your ship and get it back when it dies. That's huge.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important.
Yeah, stop clapping.
Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
So no need for LTI anymore. LTI frogs just got absolutely destroyed.
All ships.
This means
Well,
you
he
will
said,
always
and the
get your
appropriate
ships
level
back
insurance.
if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic.
Yeah.
And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers.
He needed to slow
This
down
means
there.
it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
Okay.
EVE Online.
Yeah.
Okay, I hate that system. Sorry.
You'll
I
be
really
able to
don't
claim
like
the
that.
shuttle at no extra cost to most
But
locations.
you're not using a shuttle to
and
get
then
back to your
fly
ship.
it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
Eve has an even worse system, where it's clone pods and,
If
you,
your
and you
ship
teleport.
has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity.
Yep.
But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide.
Yeah.
And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint.
Interesting.
Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector.
You could buy it on the pledge store, though. But,
with blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star Citizen 1.0.
Mining.
Well, you could just buy it from somebody who crafts it also.
Exactly.
Puts it on the
you
market.
do your profession and allow somebody else to do the thing you don't want to do.
Between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features.
I love this.
It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room.
Okay.
Actually, nobody in that room, by the way.
So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content.
Those guys have 1 hour a day to play.
Group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to end-game players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards.
Like giant ship-based raids.
These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital,
best
support,
blueprints
and
behind
fighter
mega
ships.
Difficult
You will
content.
finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hollow globe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
Oh, there you go. The I mentioned that earlier, right?
Yeah.
I guess that is a thing. I wasn't expecting it, but...
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept.
For the people who aren't sure,
All
StarSim
is
will Quanta from, or Quantum from the previous.
And I'd love to delve deeper,
Tony's
but that's for another
era,
day,
I guess.
as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content?
There was one PvPer in the crowd. There's like 2 people.
As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems. 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies, and depending on the location, would dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming
force. Which is what I've been saying they need to do.
This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces.
Currently in, without
but
security
before we
help,
jump into an unlawful
'cause the
system,
AI doesn't work.
let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time.
Wait.
But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled. And pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
I was like, if we can't do that, what's the point? It's
That's
like, all right.
cool. Whoa, so
Also,
I'm worried
if you're in a lawful system,
that's going to be
you'll
exploited.
need to find a transient jump tunnel.
Perhaps.
As all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward.
Hell yeah.
With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
Yay.
One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot
Morph was
to eventually
right.
bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems.
Holy shit, we're fighting over these.
So fast forward to present day.
This is what we compete over.
Without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out.
This is the giant org gameplay.
And welcome to Station Warfare.
Holy shit.
So we're fighting over a limited shield resource? Is that what it is?
You're fighting over resources. You're fighting over high-quality resources by fighting over these stations
to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens,
how does
you'll
Test
have
Squadron
to assault a
not
location
ruin this?
and then deposit resources to
Is
power
my
the
question.
network.
Like
This begins with ground
words.
bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection.
Yeah, talk about Zergs,
With
please.
shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection.
Wow. And it resets every week.
So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage.
What the hell, man? It's pretty smart, I think. I'm sure somebody will break it down and call it stupid.
Hello, CitizenCon.
That sounds amazing to me.
Yeah, there's still a lot of unknowns.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
So to
try and break it
continue
down.
the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities,
somebody just typed, "I have a construction pylon in my pants."
The ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
We're building a space station here, dude. Heavy breathing.
Is it a space elevator to a station? That'd be cool.
That'd be sick.
Very Blade Runner-y music. When do we get this faster travel?
Yeah, for real. How do I boost out of the atmosphere? Was he a Jedi? Do you see that?
It's Xi'an controls.
Yeah. Alright, what is this?
It's just some sort of station.
Is this the shield? This looks like an org station.
It must be.
Oh my god. I'm losing my shit right now. It says gray box too, dude.
Yeah, they have weird definitions of what gray box means over there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Thank you for that. I needed that. I needed it to be brought back down to earth.
It's cool.
My hull C is extending over this, though. How much, chat? How much?
Yep.
2,000.
And you could buy it all
Let me
for the
introduce
low
you
cost of
to player
$10,000.
space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay.
How do they limit them?
And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer.
Ah, yes. How much does the Pioneer
So you have
cost
to pay
after
high-
today?
Yeah.
$850 up to $1,500?
Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in gray box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Holy crap, dude.
Okay. Holy, yeah, I can't believe we're seeing this right now. Here's your whole C, Mike.
Yeah. Very extended.
What happens when the supply base done building? Does it just explode?
Becomes a part of the station, maybe? Little drone.
It's cool. So it's basically a construction platform that you can build with a Pioneer.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's a one-time use for something like this.
Seems kind of wasteful. It would be neat if it had its own engines and ability to quantum travel.
Yeah.
But then I guess you wouldn't need Pioneers after all. I don't know.
Exactly. So it's like, what's the...
Maybe you can reclaim it when it's done. I like that, though. I like how they're snapping cargo to the outside like we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
CIG's learning. They know that we don't want to have to get out of our ship and hit buttons and elevators and all that crap constantly. Cool. Aw, they want people to still feel like the caterpillar's good at something. The cat can do it too.
Very cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So as you saw,
Take
the cargo
my money.
grid of the supply bay consumes resources. And the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module.
That's just one thing.
It's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core
add
functionality.
onto it. I see it.
It's just the
Let
core.
me talk you through it.
Yeah, that's the
Right
hub.
on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public.
Wow.
And there'll be a radar station to track the activity.
How does this work with shards? Good point.
And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
Maybe Benoit comes up for the 1.0.
You could build your own major trade hub.
Yeah, remember
could own
selling our stuff? We were talking about that earlier. Like, why would anyone come to my base? They're coming to my station, man. It's a lot easier.
Yeah. And it's everybody now. They're all, you have the biggest station, so you're
everyone
selling
trades at your hub,
stuff.
and you're getting taxes, maybe, even.
Yeah.
You make your own Jita.
That's crazy.
Wild.
The biggest orgs could just be trade syndicates instead of like mercenary syndicates, or they'd be,
They don't have, like, barely active kind of thing. Or active, but in a different way.
Imagine that, though. A Jita that a big org could be like, screw these guys, let's blow this station up, and they just destroy an entire trade hub. That'd be insane. So it's like, it's like Eve, but you can destroy the actual potential spots of like major commerce.
I mean, I wonder how this will work in high sec, but
good point.
Don't you think 5 systems too small for this? They got to tell us how they're limiting. Like, are there only 4 slots around each planet that you could put these? Like, it's going to kill servers, right? So there's got to be some limit to this and how they're going to do it. I don't know.
Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby
dude, this is
area.
so cool.
And this is your station.
It's almost
You'll be able to
insane.
use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of
space station
this
decorator.
space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators.
Wow. Pretty cool.
Let's just get working elevators.
So you can circumnavigate around the
I'll take
entire
stairs in
perimeter,
mine. Can
and
I get
it's
the
wonderful.
stair upgrade?
Okay, let's jump back in.
Ladders. Jeffrey's tubes or whatever.
How about a beam? Beam me up to floor 3, please.
True. Yeah, this just seems like it's very, 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 very far away, but it's still...
I mean,
I
they
said I was
say
coming
this-
into
they
this
say
with their
gray
direction.
box. What does gray box mean to CIG is what I want to know.
Art, it's just art gray box. It doesn't mean that the server can handle it. You know what I mean? So there's that aspect. They can draw the
They're
art.
just using that terminology in a completely different way. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's like pre-production of Castra. Like pre-production? What do you mean pre-production? You've made a movie about it.
Yeah. Like for me, I just look at this and get excited by their intentions and everything that they're intending and their thought process and how they want us to develop how they want to develop the game for us to play. I'm very happy with.
As you can see, right at the bottom
But
of
it's
the
all
central
far away.
transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck.
Hell yeah.
So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station.
What if you have to
Then we
have
have
24-hour
the hangar deck. And as the name implies,
people working
this
on
is
your
where you'll gain
engineering?
access to your hangar
Maybe.
network.
Oh my
Pay people IRL money so
The
you still have
base
a station.
station
when you
comes
wake
with
up.
a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars. And also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed.
Wow.
Okay, let's
Big
get back in.
enough to drive. I mean, it is huge.
Yeah. Yes, buy the new ship, please. Yes.
Yeah.
Please buy our new ship. Yeah, I don't know how this is gray box, but there's literally just a functioning hangar in this.
Yeah.
This
Like,
is
which
so weird.
part is gray box?
Stop with the mules. Stop.
They want mules to be a thing.
They
And
really
those little
do.
Argo, whatever they are.
Yeah,
they're
the
in every
MPVs.
shot. They're like, trust me, you need these.
Yep.
We don't need them. I mean, this thing is massive. This is insane.
Yeah.
And this is just the hub. Dear God.
All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics.
Enhanced.
For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be
Ooh,
empty
we
modules
choose.
for open ship parking for vehicles and vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station.
Wow.
Then there'll be also
Cool.
an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it.
So, I mean, you have to have somebody manning
As I
that
mentioned before,
observation
the
deck?
station comes with a predetermined
I feel
interior
like a lot
network
of this is RP.
of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build.
Gray Cat golf cart.
In
Finally,
the
we
interior
have a
build mode,
purpose.
this is where you start to expand the interior of your station.
So you expand on the interior.
The rooms will require
Oh my
resource
gosh.
and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist
empty
rooms,
rooms. Okay.
where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger
Chat
scale.
saying, can I get this in LTI,
But
please?
Yeah, with
That's
the
just
tier
the
3 insurance.
interior.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the exterior.
I feel like they just go.
On the exterior, we have
There's
minor hard points.
Wait for the capital
how.
class
Points.
manufacturing bay.
Located on
like
the
that's
upper
coming.
and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode,
Holy
you
Star
can
Wars.
customize your station with a variety of modules, which tailor it
Is that a
to
shield generator?
specific
If it is,
functionality.
I'm dying.
Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like
Whoa.
shields or turrets.
Can harvest gas
This
on a
goes back
station.
to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, we're just getting crazy now.
Yeah,
We're getting crazy.
I think they're going so far. It's like
awesome. Thank you.
This
Awesome.
is what we want to do, but we have no idea if we're
The
capable
first
of doing it.
example
Is
is
where
the
I'm starting to
cargo
go
wing.
now with this.
The cargo
Yeah.
wing will dramatically increase
It's so
your
crazy.
inventory capacity. So this
That
is
dock
ideal
is
for orcs
looks like what the javelin
who are
docks
specializing
onto.
in holding.
Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Then we have the refinery wing.
Come on, man. So this is what you need your 50,000 person org for.
So you'll be
Yeah.
able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing.
Look at the javelin.
So,
Oh my God! How
It looks
big
like
is this
It
thing?
looks like an aurora.
so the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize
Is there
your
a
fleet's
javelin
deployment.
hangar?
All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable.
Holy crap!
Okay,
That's so cool.
let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is
Specialize?
getting on.
At this size, it should be good at everything, man. Like,
If the Pioneer does everything, why doesn't my base? What the fuck?
yeah, what are you gonna specialize it in?
I don't know. I'll just have like 3 of these.
Shipyard. Maybe
I'll
a
just have
shipyard
3.
base or something.
I'll specialize each one, cover my bases, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna solo this.
Yeah, I'm gonna solo this, for sure. That looks empty.
Yeah, what's the other one? It looked like maybe cargo drop off or something.
Refining.
What is this?
Oh, hangar.
Oh, that's the shipyard or the hangar base.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big hangar. That looks like it could fit an 890 or something, maybe.
It looks like an extra large.
All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool.
Yeah.
Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your
Pink
station.
Space
and
station.
you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos. Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
This is the evil CEO's HQ. This is where your room's gonna be, Mike.
Ah, yes.
You can oversee your empire.
Bring me my cargo. Refine my
And you can buy
ore.
this module for a limited time for 1,000.
I think it'll be. Where do they monetize? Like, that's the thing with these guys is, all right, where are they monetizing this?
The chat says Emperor Palpatine's tower for sure.
Like, will it overreach?
I mean, it's full-on role-playing. Personal spaces are neat and all, but like, I just don't see myself spending any time in them.
Yeah, this has no function, clearly. But I want it. It has zero function, but I want it.
Yeah,
who doesn't
I like
want to
the
look at
idea
that?
of like going up here to talk to a mission giver or something, you know, and then like going away. But
yeah,
looks cool.
All right. So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay?
If we live that
Super
long.
cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight
Major
deck
hardpoints.
is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
How many people do you need to do this shit, man? This is like 100 people minimum.
100 active every day.
Yeah. Do you want to play Star Citizen and be a dedicated flight deck crew member, man?
No.
I don't know if I want to be that guy.
No. I think it's more like, yo, our base is getting attacked, log in, and this is where everyone logs in and leaves from.
Yeah, I just wouldn't mind an automated rearming system or something, you know? Hopefully we're not manually sticking missiles on ships, you know? I don't know.
I hope not.
Yeah, like this is super cool.
All right.
I feel like none of that's going to be accessible to me because I don't want to join a massive org. So now I'm like,
There's
okay.
a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bit that Rich mentioned.
I'm going to ram
Let's
my
take a look
LTI Javelin
at the
into
inevitable.
the station. Just claim it again next week.
Oh, guys, there's a Cutlass here.
Oh no, the Cutlass Black has arrived.
Is this
Poor
the Squadron
Halsey.
demo?
You want to be that guy, Mike? The guy who gets the point when the ship takes off?
I'd rather be that guy than the guy that flies.
Really? You don't want to be the guy in combat?
I don't like being the pilot usually.
Okay.
Basically anything but is what I enjoy about the game. I know that sounds weird.
Hey, look, a dropship doing dropship things.
Yep, exactly. Blowing up. A whole station to store a golden Pico.
Whoa, interior turrets.
Okay.
I mean, it looks cool. I feel like we're not going to see any of this for so long. Like,
Okay,
it feels
so not
far away.
only is your station a staging area,
it's just letting you
for
know 1.0 is
offensive
not
campaigns,
close.
it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage.
Do all these have to be
So the
manned?
goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches
So
and work
rather
your way
than
up.
just pummel it to death,
Once inside,
you're encouraged to invade it.
yes.
Tanks
Once
inside, come
and
on.
you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors.
Or commandeer
Raiders
one
will
that's
have to
already there.
hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're
Automatic.
able to install internally within the station. such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel.
Wow.
These will all
Set up for
help slow
ground
down the
war
attack
inside the base
and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the
sort of
end
like
game
shields in
goals
Eve,
for
but like
dedicated
bulkheads.
Yeah.
And will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait.
How?
Well, wait.
Come on, man. What possibly
There's
can you
one
do?
more unique module we can build.
A Death Star.
And that is the dry dock.
Oh, yeah, the shipbuilding.
Yeah.
This is where you build a javelin, obviously, or something like that.
Or something bigger.
Yep.
This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains, what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look.
I think we know.
I like that it's called the dry dock, but it's in space, and like it's all in space.
Yeah.
The dry, zero pressure dock, it's going to be the same thing, guys. When it leaves the dry dock, it doesn't become wet.
No, I'll just watch the end of the show. That's great. I want to see the reaction.
We can hear him on the mic.
Yeah. Just a bangle.
What? Shut up. Shut up. Wait, is that is the Bengal, it's not the smaller one? Wow, so they changed the rule on that then.
I guess so.
So orgs will be able to have their own Bengals. Initially that wasn't going to be a thing, really, or it was going to be kind of different.
We're in crafting them, that's for sure. It's like an org titan.
Yeah, look how big it is. It's the size of the hub.
Yeah.
Oh, you can connect hubs together. Come on.
What the fuck? The more I see, the more I don't think this is possible.
Yeah.
Right?
I am starting to get very skeptical around halfway through the presentation. I went, oh boy, CIG's doing the CIG thing
so
again.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
We're seeing your intentions.
Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base, each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft. You need the resources to make them. And you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system.
Yeah. But, I mean, we have to sleep at some point.
Day one talking about tech.
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SE Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
1 second.
Jared. Okay.
Why does Chris take so long to get ready?
So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI
Somebody yelled.
is
Tell us about
warranty
LTI.
and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on there. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know. You don't need this, right?
It was 8 minutes early.
Well, then they're going to scroll it. Well, thanks. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and
I
Ian.
can literally read the script.
Guys
It said thank you, Rich,
loved
on
what
it.
you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community.
Yeah.
As I said, introducing the presentation,
Defining
we will never
the
stop
game.
growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I can be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special.
Dream after today, though.
I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a game for a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think
it's going to need to be optimized.
But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date.
Give us a date.
As you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on.
The visuals
so
and
we'll
the
always
audio.
keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing.
Wow. Okay.
So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that we'll be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evercati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff.
Wait, what did he say?
We'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU.
What a
and
clown.
then goes
For
live.
1.0?
With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at
Actual
CitizenCon,
clown fiesta.
with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do.
So monster hunting and base building
almost no
is
other developer
12 to 18
has,
months.
the ability to dream and reach for the
No.
stars. And I truly mean that.
Maybe the
'cause
base building, I
As
don't know.
a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition.
You have to build a
that Star
Pioneer
Citizen
before you
is,
can build a
and
base
Squadron
space
42
station.
is.
No, this
And
is
It's not
all
happening.
down to
No
you guys
Pioneer.
and girls. So thank
Right?
you very, very much.
They said they're starting the Pioneer this week.
Yeah, but it's not. Base building isn't launching with the Pioneer.
Okay,
They
wait.
said that
My chat
also.
saying you misheard. Chris said to deliver the final
Over this past
vision
year, an
of
incredibly
base
passionate
building
group of people have worked
and the
behind
monster
the scenes to
hunting,
bring this
not
weekend's
1.0.
event to life.
Okay.
And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others who poured their hearts into making this
Just
weekend
don't
special for
say
all of you.
anything.
And a huge thanks goes out to
He
our
did
presenters
mumble
and
that
team supporting
line.
them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Amos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you. And we'll see you in the booth.
Did he say a different date just now? I missed that.
I don't know, man.
He kind of mumbles at the end, and my brain is so shot right now. Chat, did he say a date for something? He like puts really important info in the middle of like yammering sentences.
Yeah.
And then I go, wait, what? What was it?
So it's 12 to 18 months for base building and monster hunting.
Yeah, and I think that was like the beginning of base building, not station.
Yeah, not the Pioneer stuff, because they also said the Pioneer was not coming with that or whatever. So,
okay, no second day drop. Okay. I just saw the official chat throw a whole bunch of dates on screen, and I went, wait, what? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I guess they're just guessing after when things are going to happen. But yeah, I don't know. This whole thing is
the
just
last presentation
wild.
was really cool, but it just went so
Over the top.
beyond. that it made me go, oh crap, like I don't stop getting me hyped about this stuff because it just seems so far away.
If they stopped at the one module, just the one.
Yeah. Yeah, just give us a hint of
fine.
it. Yeah, yeah.
So
the one, so man, 1.0, I think it's really good that they defined it. I didn't see anybody losing their mind that they weren't getting 100 systems because I think we've all decided as a community quite a while ago that that was just so far away from being a reality, and that when it was initially promised, it was like a much smaller game idea where those systems and planets would be practically JPEGs to compared to what we get now.
Yeah, not even necessary.
Yeah. So I mean 5 systems for 1.0, it's good to put like an end goal, right? It's really good to define the end goal. It was really good to hear their definition of what they wanted gameplay purpose to be, which is what we've been wondering and asking about for such a long time.
Specifically the PvP purpose, I think, was the strongest.
Yes, which I sort of understood, but I almost didn't understand it also.
Well, they went like in depth, and I was lost too, but it was just a very obvious, simple, the best resources are here. In order to build a base that can't be constantly raided nonstop all the time, I need to be in control of the stations that put the shield on that resource extractor, basically. So you're fighting over the shield power and earning the points to bid for the shield power or whatever. And then if you win the bid, you have control for a week to mine as much as you can. And you're still at risk trying to get it out, but you have control over that resource. I thought the bid
was for shield modules or something, but maybe I was wrong on that.
I think we got to rewatch it, but yeah.
Yeah, it all got kind of MacGuffin-y a little bit, where I was like, they're making a resource that we all need to fight over, and is it the shield modules themselves or the resources it runs on? I was getting confused by it all.
There's the stations power the shield, and you're bidding because there can only be so much power at a given time, so you're bidding to have a piece of that power.
Yeah. It almost doesn't matter that much as long as it's a good enough reason to fight. You brought up a good point, which they did not address, which was what keeps Test Squadron from just dominating everybody.
Yeah, it's a common MMO
which
thing.
is a hard thing to do.
A lot of MMOs.
Yeah, well, I mean, EVE Online has got the biggest orgs dominate the biggest portion of the galaxy, and
I think Lost Oasis or Last Oasis. I forgot, Lost or Last. I played it for like a couple weeks, and it was honestly one of the best MMOs I've ever played. But once crazy Zergs come in, that's it. It's over. Oh, that was a fun couple weeks.
So what do you do? Do you try and artificially limit the size of an org? Do you, what do you do to combat that? I'm not sure what you do.
No idea.
Especially because with Test Squadron hitting 50,000 members, where do they go? Well, sorry, that's going to break our game, so we're going to delete Test Squadron now, or the size of we're going to limit you to like X amount of players. It gets confusing.
Most MMOs have guild size or org size limits, but allow alliances. But then like I just played Throne and Liberty, they limit how many alliances you can have. Even because
I think they already indicated that there would be an alliance limit to this.
So they're going to need to do some stuff like that. But I think the actual size of your org being limited is actually something they need to consider at this point after seeing what I just saw. So
I
don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, Test Squadron, I mean, like, the only point of having 50,000 players in any org is just total domination. You're not going to get a different experience than you would from an org with 1,000 players in it, because you're just not going to get to know that many people. You're like 50,000 versus 1,000. I'm going to log on, and more or less it's going to be a similarly chaotic experience, or whatever. I'm not saying that they should limit them to 1,000, but
no, we don't know a number, but a limit in their mind needs to make sense.
Yeah. There are two questions that came out of that whole panel that are really important to answer. So that would be one of them is how do you stop massive orgs from dominating everything? And the other one is, what is LTI exactly now?
LTI is it sounds like the tier 3 insurance with the warranty on it. So you're going to get everything back.
Yeah, they just didn't really clarify that. It would have been nice to hear a clarification on what is LTI. What was so cool about that though, and I've brought this point up, basically since you could start putting things in your spaceship and having them stay there, was we need a way to save that stuff in case your ship explodes randomly, because it's Star Citizen and your ship explodes randomly a lot, for dumb things that are, 50-50 your fault, 50-50 not your fault, and so if you spend all this time making your Millennium Falcon interior with your little chessboard and all your cool tchotchkes, and you load out your weapon rack and your food is all in the fridge and everything you like is there, and then you just bump into something weird and your ship explodes, it makes you never want to do that again and take the time to customize your thing. So saving that interior stuff as part of the insurance sounds
Let me cut you off though, because I'm getting different notes, and let me see if you hear anything from your chat. LTI is the tier 1, which means you're just getting the chassis back and not all the stuff inside, and then you could pay extra for the other warranties, I think, I think that's totally fine. LTI was always fucking stupid. They were selling it was crap, and that if you have to spend a little bit more money in the game, that's good. Rewatch it. I mean, we could, but
I think it's going to be difficult if they don't create a difference between LTI ships and non-LTI ships, because don't LTIs, haven't they cost more in the past? Haven't players been willing to do more to get an LTI ship versus a non-LTI?
Technically, they cost less. You get LTI typically when you buy a concept ship. So it's like like buying bonds from the government or whatever. Like you spend money now, but you get the value later, kind of thing. But
LTI just means it's lifetime of level 1. Let's see. Level 3 LTI saves your personal items, but can you get at level 3 LTI? That's what we're trying to figure out, is if LTI is only level 1 insurance versus level 3, or can you upgrade it to level 3 and then you get level 3 for lifetime? Or
I'm going to tell you the timestamp, and we're going to hit play at the same time.
Oh, because I load up the stream again.
I can't see a world where we're going to get this answer without just rewatching it. So it's looking like timestamp of, I guess the best way to say it would be about, I think I'm at 8 minutes, negative 8:12. Because I can't see a number when I'm paused. I don't know about you.
On YouTube? YouTube?
On the live.
Yeah, I can see the whole time code.
Why can't I?
Negative 8:12. What are you talking about?
That's all I see on my screen. I don't see a whole time code on this. I'm going to refresh. Maybe you're looking at
refresh it.
Okay. I was still on the live stream. Let's go to 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 41 seconds.
Wait, that's when he talked about LTI? No, that's at the very end of the stream.
Yeah, so he talked right before Chris got on stage. Like, people said, talk about LTI. And then he goes, LTI is, and then I couldn't hear it. Rich, like he yelled it to, the crowd yelled it to him, and then he said something back.
Okay, So you ready? In 3.
Hold on.
2.
Is it before that? Am I wrong? I'm guessing when it is here. I can't hear anything. Otherwise, it plays on the thing. Yeah, no. I got it right. We're fine. All right.
Okay.
Let me just put it on the screen for everybody watching. And
Yeah.
full screen. Oh, what is this? What is this YouTube error? Do you see this?
Yeah, that's weird.
What? Okay. 4 hours 22.
Yeah, you had it right. 4 hours 22 and then 40, I think.
All right, I'm at 36, so I'm going to let it play a little bit longer.
Okay. Yep, go for it.
Right here. I think he's answering it right here. So 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 40 seconds. You good with that?
Wait. Yeah, he didn't clarify shit.
No. I'll play
He
it for
said
everybody.
LTI is warranty
well,
and insurance.
LTI
That's what
is
you're going to get.
Warranty and insurance. That's what you're going to get.
Just warranty and insurance. He didn't say what level it would be, right?
Correct.
Did he say it somewhere in the episode?
I mean, we could backtrack to the LTI section, or the insurance section, rather.
Yeah.
That was part of the 1.0. God, I don't even remember where it was now. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'll just mute again and scroll until click around, I guess.
Yeah. Might have been after the
Here we go.
planets.
I got
can't
it.
remember.
3
What is
hours, 29, and 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship.
Insurance is credit.
Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship.
LTI is
plus
insurance
any other
and
equipment
warranty.
or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had.
Yep. So you get
okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
So LTI is dead.
This means
Well, it
you will
says
always
a permanent
get your
warranty
ships back
and
if
their
they're attributed to your
appropriate
account.
insurance,
Other ships,
which
on
does
the other
not
hand, will
clarify
require
what
a
the
transferable
appropriate
warranty,
insurance
and
is.
these are rare.
So my
You'll be able to
guess
earn transferable
is
warranties
that,
in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example.
Well, it doesn't. That doesn't really clarify it because he says level 3 warrant earlier. I'll rewind a little bit. Level 3 is chassis components and decorations and that's level 3 ship insurance and new warranty. I don't know. Is that level 3 of warranty then? I think that's level 3 of warranty. I'm so confused, man.
Loss matters in Star Citizen. Ship insurance with new warranty. So he says it comes with a warranty, but he did not say what tier. I did not hear anywhere where he said what tier. So he just said warranty. So they'll make a Spectrum post. They'll clarify it.
Yeah. They will. That's probably one of the more important things.
It should not be tier 3, in my opinion, but that's me. I think you should be level 1, and then you should pay for tier 3.
I think they are going to get a little bit of hubbub from the community because people have gone through kind of extensive means to get LTI versus just buying a ship at random.
Yes, and for years they told them not to do that because it's not a big deal. For years they said
it'll
it's not
be
a big
interesting to see what they say about it, basically.
And I feel zero guilt for people who do dumb shit like that and spend money like needlessly. So if they get screwed over in this and they did all these things to have LTI on all their ships, I don't feel bad for you at all.
You say that, but here's my counterpoint, Mike, is you are aware that they said for years not to do that.
Yeah, now they've
But
taken
that
advantage of people. You're right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
also that information is not well communicated. And they
No.
kept marketing LTI for years and years and years as a way to get pre-orders as opposed to like post orders of ships. So they're like, oh, get it now and you'll get LTI. Well, why keep marketing it that way if there's no point, you know? So it's a little bit deceptive, and I think we're going to get into a little bit of there's going to be some backlash. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But
somebody in
yeah.
chat said, "Who paid for the game?" You pledged. I finally get to say that to somebody who's told me that I'm, complaining or whatever for all the things that we heard today to come true, and you pledged. Deal with it. I've had that told me forever. It's I think you need to have loss in the game, and if you are able to just instantly have zero loss by already gaming the system on the website before the game ever comes out, that is not a good thing.
Yeah.
Period.
I agree. I think it's I'm kind of worried because we've both backed the game. We've both put a bit of money into the game to get some cool ships.
Sure.
And there's a big part of me that's like, shit, did I actually ruin my game progression?
You did 100%.
By buying these ships, because it
Especially
would be
by what
fun
you
to
said
start
before.
with an Aurora, and be like, wow, this is my little Aurora. She was a good ship, and I flew with her for a month, and then I upgraded to Cutlass Black, and man, was that a big game changer for me and a big progression change. I've definitely bought myself out of that progression there, and it's kind of disappointing, but at the same time, we do get a game at the end of the day.
Yeah. You cannot have basically this whole panel was like the game may still be on the pledge store because they're going to sell gold. So all of this stuff will cost money in the game, but it sounds like in order to craft these things or make these things, somebody still has to do that stuff. Somebody still has to earn their reputation. Somebody still has to find the blueprints. So, Eve isn't a perfect game. A lot of games who do, selling their own gold, I think WoW does it too, is not a perfect game.
Yeah.
But it is a better situation than I think the one that we are currently in, where we now have the ships that you bought on the pledge store are tier 1.
Yeah.
What kind of insurance is on the ships that are not tier 1 as well, in terms of tech, or I should say, tech 1, not tier 1, because the insurance is tiered and this is tech, I guess. So there's still a lot of questions to be had. I really hope that you're using your Tech 1 ship, but that LTI is removed once you go up to the Tech 3, potentially, but I'm not sure.
Right.
We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
There's a lot
I'm
of
okay with
detail.
either.
There's a...
But
I'm in agreement with you that overall it's very good that the upgraded versions of ships seem like they're going to become a very important part of meta down the road. And so buying this ship it's still going to give you a pretty big advantage in that you can at least get the base version. And since they have upgrade crafting in the game, that'll get you probably a huge chunk of those resources that you need to upgrade to like a tier 3 or something. But it's not going to start you off with something that's just straight up a tier 3, best of the best, no need to upgrade or work on it or improve it. So that's good. And it seems like that's going to mandate that everybody, to some extent, if you want to fly top tier stuff, you're going to need to work with an org. You're going to need to do some crafting. You're going to need to do some resource gathering or something in the production pipeline to get your ship upgraded so that you don't have a way of just buying it outright and not having any sort of progression curve.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes I call people out in chat and I feel like I need to call this guy out. He's saying that we're not listening, that LTI is about length of time. That's what it was. But he, at the end of the panel, I guess you don't listen to the actual panel, is he said that anybody who pledged for a ship will have the warranty. So if you pledged for a ship, you essentially have... So what's the difference between LTI.
Does that mean that it'll be a limited time warranty? Like, you know how you got 8 months insurance? So you get, he said, with the appropriate, did he say the appropriate warranty or the appropriate insurance? I think
he said insurance with the warranty. He literally said insurance with the warranty at the end.
Yeah. So, but then does that mean 12-month ship insurance is still for 12 months? So you get that insurance for 12 months? I don't know.
Who knows? It's such a complicated, stupid system right now. Hopefully, whatever they do right now is whatever they were doing. Whatever they're doing now is complete. Like, it just completely changes. I have no idea anymore because you know, sometimes you just read chat and you believe them, and they're hearing things differently than we're hearing them, and it just gets confusing. Yeah, I have no idea at this point, so I give up.
They're gonna have to clarify over the next couple days and like make a very well written post. About how it all works and answer all the questions that we're asking right now so that there's no confusion. I think it's not going to go over well regardless of what the answer is, because you're going to upset somebody. And for what is it, 12 plus years, they've been selling ships with warranty definitions that have kind of changed over the years, and it's just getting into a real sticky situation for them. And in my opinion, they should have, as soon as they realized that LTI and insurance needed a better definition of what it meant for the future, they should have immediately thought of what their 1.0 game plan was, because what they described to us wasn't something they needed to wait this long to figure out. They could have figured that out on the first year of develop, or the first year that they decided they wanted to make this a bigger MMO style game and have more persistence. Cool. Redefine LTI and announce it there, as opposed to like 8 years later or something. And then have people get more upset going, wait, I thought it meant this. Rug pull 8 years later.
Like, you can't say loss matters in Star Citizen and then not have loss.
Yes.
Right? So that's crazy. What else stuck out to you from that? I think the story arc makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that was exciting. I mean, that's what I want. I want to be able to learn about the narrative of Star Citizen, not just through Squadron 42. They shouldn't be games that you have to combine to enjoy the narrative. You should get the narrative out of Star Citizen. So that all sounded great to me. It means tons of bespoke content, tons of custom missions, probably tied into lots of instanced events. It's not based on time, so hopefully you can come in at any point and enjoy the cool narrative progression of politics and factions and orgs and all that stuff. It also sounds like content that's going to be accessible to somebody who doesn't have to be part of a giant org to experience and enjoy.
Exactly.
Which I think is very important for onboarding and general enjoyment. So that was all good to hear. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you said, that you're not really interested in joining a big alliance, and I absolutely am. And it sounds like that there's two, there's a path for both of us, right? Like, I don't care if I'm leading an org that is part of that alliance or whatever. I care that I can be a part of that, right? And that's just my preference. But I totally understand how somebody might just want to play with their 3 friends, and that's it.
Yeah,
you know, and that has to be available.
10 friends that you want to play together. I like the idea of alliances where, say, that 10 friend group creates their own little org, and then it could become like an alliance with with like smaller groups of people who operate in the same areas, maybe, or have complementary interests.
Yeah.
And as long as those smaller alliances can still have fun and not feel like they just constantly get slapped around by the big orgs, that'll be good. Yeah, I will. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little concerned that you could just run into big orgs dominating stuff like in EVE, where you can have orgs gate camping entire sectors, you know?
Yeah.
So you try and cross a certain area of space and it's like virtually inaccessible unless you come with a massive fleet, because the org is just so massive that they've got people gate camping and controlling the system so hard that you're just like, I can't even get over here because it's inaccessible, you know. And on one hand, it makes Eve cool, but in Star Citizen, because it's very bespoke content, like in Eve, who cares if you can't visit that nullsec area because it's visually it's not going to be that crazy or different. But in Star Citizen, you might be losing access to super bespoke, interesting content that you want to check out.
Yeah, when there's only 5 systems, it's different. That's when there's 5,000 systems. It's a different story. You can go around. I can't go around.
Yeah.
In these other.
If Test Squadron locks down Pyro, we have a problem all of a sudden.
Yeah. Again, the idea of a guild size, I think, is probably something that they should consider. I don't know what size, but just a thought experiment there after everything explained. The last thing I want to do is point out all the bad things, right? So most of this stuff I think was incredibly good. The fact that I think one of the things
was super cool.
Crafting was super cool, but I want to touch on the like building your rep with all these guilds a little bit more. And I remember saying like that's 20 years of time on the screen, right? Is you hopefully will have to choose the kind of path that you want to go down and where you want to invest your time and what you think is fun and maybe what impact you can make that way. And because you can't, if all of that and all that reputation is meaningful, then you can't do all of it at the same time.
Especially when two of like the PvP stuff was competing against each other. They're like, you gotta decide if you're lawful or unlawful in the PvP department, or the
or
combat
neutral,
department, whatever it was. Yeah. So I like that too. So the benefits you might get, like what I'm excited about that is, what was it called? The guilds, which are the bad guys.
I don't know. I'll have to scroll and look for it, but yeah, I can't remember the name of it. The corporation or something. The council. Yeah. The council.
Oh, the console.
Council.
The council. Right. Like, so they mentioned that blueprints are going to be tied into guild progression. So does the council give you some pretty, like, maybe you can only get the high level hacking gear from, say, the council, right? Because they need to hack in and do illegal operations and stuff. So all that hacking, maybe covert, maybe stealth type stuff is locked behind illegal progression. And I like that idea, right? Where it's like, maybe that gear is actually useful to somebody who wants to do lawful stuff or needs to fight another org, but you need some of the illegal type blueprints. So now you have to like maybe make an alliance with an illegal org to get some of their blueprints.
Or to
use
change
them.
your ship over to you. You have to have rep
I
to
like
be able
all
to
that.
swap a stolen ship.
Right. I like all of that. That sounds really fun. And it sounds like those skills could be some of the most fun and enjoyable, but you got to go down the unlawful side to get them. So that it seems like you're going to have some important decisions to make with your character. And that to me is really fun, as opposed to just getting to eventually do everything. It's like, well, maybe. I like that it's more role playing for sure, but it's cool.
Yeah. So I don't know. This isn't. I also will actually pause here because the video is just playing in the background on mute. This was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
The fact that Stanton is a lawful system.
Oh yeah.
But the amount of time that it will take to be safe is the more you stray away from the planets, the less safe you are, and then you have the Grim Hex area that's completely unsafe. So even in a safe system, there's opportunity for players who want to PvP or pirate or
it was nice for
be
them
unlawful.
to define that a little bit better, because we've always kind of known what their plan was, but it's just always been very nebulous. It still is nebulous in the sense of we don't know how many ships are going to show up, if the AI is going to even be effective. Are you going to buff them up so they have like massive beam weapons that don't miss, so that they actually kill the players that are attacking you or doing the bad stuff? So it'd be hopefully we can see a nice evolution of that system where the AI is threatening enough that the other guys aren't going to get away. Because that is how it is in Eve for the most part. Is you do something bad in high sec, you're probably not going to get out of there unless you are lucky. You got to really know what you're doing to do it, and then you want to do it right at the edge of a system where you can jump to and not get attacked.
It's going to be an interesting year again of how much of all this stuff that we're talking about, how much of this is going to happen, right? Like a lot of this base building talk is coming in the next 12 to 18 months, so they say. And
Does that mean crafting also? It sounds like
probably.
That might mean some form of crafting at least, right?
People were losing their minds about this, by the way. And I don't
good
think,
way or bad
in
way?
a bad way. I was in Discord talking to someone. I'm not even going to call him out because I don't want him to feel bad about it. But the look at the values on the screen. I think they're setting their intentions here, right? It is not a significant jump in integrity. It's not a significant jump in bullet velocity. It's not a significant reduction in weight. I think their idea here is tier 3 is better, but it's not like a legendary weapon here, that everybody needs. There's not best in slot.
This is something that they can also test too, right? Yeah. The values we're seeing on screen don't necessarily mean what it's going to be at the end. But I believe it's their intention to make skill still matter, right?
Exactly. I think that the numbers were chosen to negate that thought process of this is, now I'm going to have to go through this whole thing just to even PvP somebody.
Yeah.
Right? I got to have the best stuff or I die. Not necessarily the case. If you hit your shots and the idiot with the bullet velocity of 620 meters per second doesn't have, can't, or the guy with the 640 can't hit, you're still going to win,
Yep.
The recoil pattern was a pretty big difference.
I'm going to guess that a level 1 sniper rifle still kills most people with a headshot,
hopefully,
or close to it, right? So there's probably going to just be some situations where it's like, in a exactly equal matchup, maybe the guy who spent more on his gear wins, and in that case, I'm okay with that. It's like, okay, well, he took higher risk. It's like Tarkov. You take more risk by bringing in more expensive gear to fight, and if it sort of saves you, then you got what you paid for, essentially. And if you lose to the guy who brought in starter gear and he gets to take all your high level gear, then you're going to be equally upset. You're going to be pretty pissed off by that, but it'll be because you got outplayed, right? I don't see the game in danger of losing that to a degree, and I think there should be, we've been wanting upgrades for ships and weapons for a long time to improve the base stats on stuff and give you a reason to progress with missions and to buy stuff and to use your currency and to min-max. Like, that's always been something that I've wanted in this game. So
did you see some of the stuff having it here?
Yeah.
Requirements.
See it on your screen.
So I'll I can't make it bigger, unfortunately, because it's a YouTube video, not a document. But craft requirements to get to tier 3: craft 100-volt pistols, craft a volt pistol with over 1100 fire rate.
Yeah.
So okay.
So it's a bit. I mean, then that could all be whatever.
Optional.
We don't know if that's going to stay.
Yeah, this could all change, but it's just interesting. Optional. Eliminate 5 players with the volt pistol in Pyro. Gain research time. It's kind of interesting.
That is pretty cool. I like the ideas behind all of this stuff, and also if you craft 100 pistols, does that mean you could just throw them up on the market, or people probably won't be paying for them, or maybe the pistols will become dirt cheap, right? Because it'll all be part of research progression. See, what's up?
Can we salvage more than ships?
Yeah, can you dismantle a pistol, right?
Correct.
So like once you've built it, can you dismantle it and still get some of your resources back if you decide that's what you want to do?
Yep.
It'll be interesting. It'll be
all this is incredibly interesting. You know, we now see quality and what that meant. I thought that was very cool because again, that led into what turns out to be, well, the big alliance's big PvP stuff is going to be fought around quality, not a certain material necessarily. Maybe it will, but the quality material, which is very interesting. I mean, I'm very excited for a lot of this stuff. It's very cool. Very, very, very cool. I like so much happened. I'm trying to think of what else. We got the story. We got crafting. We got the tiers of crafting. We had, I mean, we didn't talk much about base building because we never got the opportunity to. It's
moving pretty fast.
Yeah. They moved quick.
The UI looked really cool for it, I gotta say. It was like, even though it was very workshopping the idea, it was just the RTS view.
Yeah.
And being able to get your little overhead view and just dropping stuff down. And I know it's going to be drones building it at a slower pace and consuming resources. But and especially that construction tower looking over your whole area, like that all looked really cool.
Yeah. See if I can find any of the videos. It's such a long stream. It's kind of hard sometimes to get some of the moving stuff. But yeah, you could see all the options of things that we could do. And it just, the whole, this day is the exact opposite of yesterday. It's so crazy. There's too much stuff today. And I wish there was a way that they could have split it up, but a little bit. And yesterday, and then we could have slept on some of the things that we heard about. And then, so it's just like, I'm overwhelmed at the moment.
I was hoping that there would be a smaller space station option, like for a really small group of players. Like they showed us stations as the end game, but I'm like, man, it'd be cool to have like a little hideout in an asteroid field where you and your mining buddies could like stash a bunch of minables before whatever. Maybe have a little refinery base or just something tiny, right? Like
it's still something they could do.
Yeah. It just seemed like they're gearing.
That's great feedback to give. It's like, yes, you want to make this end game. Well, you went so far to insanity that you can still pull back and give a very small base. Like, I love the asteroid base example, by the way, that you're giving there, because I think it's perfect. To an individual, to a small org of 5 people, and allow them to craft maybe a small ship, maybe just FPS material, that kind of stuff, ammo or something.
Maybe just have a secret outpost with like a nice refinery setup, so you can mine your Kuiper Belt area and just bring it right back. You don't have to jump very far. Bring it right back and refine all of your Quantanium and whatever, and just build a big old stockpile there. And it's secret enough and whatever, and then just ship it back to a main trade hub when you're ready or whatever.
I don't think the big orgs would be upset if you had that ability as well. Like they're gonna have their big boy base and do all their cool stuff, and I don't think everybody should be limited to having to join an alliance to experience that, because you're not experiencing, like, if you're in a big alliance or a big guild or a big org or whatever you want to call it, you may be on the station, but you're not experiencing what it's like to own a station. Whereas it sounds like everyone's going to get the opportunity to build a base and have the experience of owning your own base, right? So to take that station aspect away from players, I don't think is something that they would necessarily want to do. And I think that they would for sure consider something like a small little asteroid base.
Here's an interesting question for you. And somebody in chat kind of reminded me of this, where they said the Banu Merchantman's going to be amazing because it's going to be filled with all this super rare gear and stuff like that. Do you think the Banu merchantmen can even survive in the future economy that they're showing here? Like, who's gonna find a Banu merchantman in the universe to be like, that's where I need to go there and get that stuff? Like, it seems almost impossible for the idea of that ship to function well at this point in time.
It almost feels like it's why they stopped develop. Like, they've known that this was a plan for a while, and it's why they stopped development on it. In a way,
they might. Maybe they'll get to a point where
they'll figure out.
They're going to
have
to completely change the concept of it or something. Yeah, I don't know.
But it's crazy because you sold something so expensive to somebody on an idea that you just nerfed before it ever happened. It's weird.
Yeah, because I mean, who the hell wants a spaceship that then you have to park and it becomes like a shop or something? But then it's a traveling shop, but why can't any ship essentially be a traveling shop? You can put cargo into any ship. So it just, I don't even understand what it is anymore in terms of its point.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's Banu, so
Banu
they can
merchantmen for illegal trades, says chat. Maybe,
tech. They could just do alien tech.
They've alluded to like hidden cargo and smuggling and that kind of stuff. Maybe the Banu merchantmen could be like a large scale smuggling ship or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So, how do you feel about 5 systems?
Fine.
Same.
Like totally fine. It takes long enough to get around Stanton as it is. I mean, just think about how long it takes to get around Stanton, how long it takes to go through a quantum gate or whatever the jump points are. And then multiplying that by 5. That's a ways to, like, if somebody says, hey, meet me in this system and it's the furthest system from you, it's going to take a while to get there.
Yep.
So I'm totally fine with 5 systems at the start. I think there's not going to be any shortage of content to get through in those.
It makes the choice of the Castra system seem weird. Only has a couple planets on it. Just that one mall now. It almost sounds like the idea behind Castra is to be Jita in a way, because it seemed like it was an economic thing, but maybe that'll be Terra. It's very, very weird. It's a high-six system, but there's many of them. It seems like an
excuse to have heavy military-related things happening versus maybe other systems, but I don't know.
It allows Yan interaction, but who knows if they're going to do that. I don't know. It's very, very interesting choices because they have all the information and we're left hearing information on a timestamp. So,
we're guessing. I like the idea of Nyx, though, because it just is a smaller, simpler system.
Yes,
in a
but
sense,
also unlawful.
where you're like, it's... where Pyro's massive, takes forever to get around, and is also unlawful. And so you're like, wow, this is a big thing to deal with and wrap my head around. And Nyx could be... I'm just curious to see what kind of like vibe comes out of Nyx. You know, it's just like... It's like a massive Grim Hex, you know, at... That's like the center point, the center focus. Of
so
Nyx.
let's
It's
call
just
out.
Massive.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's call out the obvious omissions from today. My chat's being very annoying about this, and they're just spamming my name constantly, and all I see is the highlight. So I'm just going to say some of the things. The various obvious omissions are no mention of exploration gameplay, no mention of data running.
I think exploration was on the guild little tree, but they didn't really talk about it.
Exactly.
I believe there was some scanning and exploration tiers on there, and it was sort of listed, but they didn't say, here's how you can
Thank you for saying
evolve that stuff. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. And then another person is saying NPC crews is another omission. It's like, okay. 1.0 was never going to have everything. So it's some things were going to be omitted, and I am totally fine with NPC anything because we've never seen NPCs working. So I don't think that they can make a promise there without knowing what's going to happen. So
yeah,
it's just weird.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like we kind of got an evolution of like, okay, we'll be able to share points and locations and stuff with the new party system and the new chat system and stuff like that. But how does that relate to actual exploration as a gameplay loop? Like for a guild, because like, yeah, maybe I could go out and explore valuable resource deposits and then just sell those locations. But is that going to be part of a guild loop? How does that work? Maybe a guild mission will be your job is to go out and find a valuable resource pocket of iron or something like that, and then market and sell and give us the location, and we'll give you this flat guild rate fee for it. And then if you do that, you up your rating. But I mean, this is again me just theory crafting what it could be. They haven't given us any info.
In the end, that's why they said this is going to be a high level thing. They're going to throw a bunch of crap on the screen, and for the next 4 years, we're going to get to watch them on ISC build out these one system at a time, right? One gameplay system at a time. And I think that's just what to expect at this point. Like I don't know what anybody's thoughts and feelings are around 1.0 and the timeline of it, because they don't give one. They're just giving you what Star Citizen is, and then we basically have to hold them accountable to stick to that at this point. They have to stick to this of everything that was said here. If they don't and they stray away from it, they're moving the goalpost for the 500th time, and the community will probably defend it and allow it to happen. But this is the one time that they shouldn't, I would say.
Yep. I mean, Chris said they're drawing a line in the sand and kind of wrapping their heads around what does this game actually mean. And it feels 5 systems and what they laid out feels tangible. It doesn't feel close, but it does feel like
100 star systems. Yeah.
And the end game isn't this imaginary thing that we all have to kind of argue about in terms of like what it's going to be, at least within the things that they did define. Obviously not within exploration, data running, drop ships. Like that stuff is still kind of like, what are they for again? I don't know, but we'll get there, I hope.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. But I mean, I'm coming out feeling a lot better about the future with this episode for sure. So, or this day for sure.
It made me feel like I'm excited for crafting and progression within the guild system. Like that all sounded really good to me, and I'm excited for it, and I'm excited to not have any more resets after 1.0.
Yep.
And just be able to define my character and build up my skill set and all that. Like that's what we've wanted since the beginning, ultimately, is to build our character and to build towards goals. And so to have them just define it and give us a roadmap and all that stuff is great.
And like the social panel just got like 10,000 times better after this.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's like, oh, all the reasons that I needed that social panel were explained today. So that was really good. So yeah, I'm very like, I immediately want to log into the game and start not just recruiting for my org, but also just coming up with just what and how are we going to do things in this current world, but and then have that groundwork laid for whenever things actually do happen. So I have the ability to play pretend because it's not so insane pretending anymore. So like if I went out and said, all right, guys, we're going to go mine today, I know what I'm mining. I can pretend what I'm mining for in my mind at the very least, because I know that that's actually their intentions instead of just some random dumb reason that, we were all just guessing and making up in our heads. It's slightly less bad, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I mean, you can clearly visualize what you're going to be doing at some point, hopefully in the nearish future.
Yeah.
Especially with base building. And what base building is going to force CIG to deal with, which I've just been waiting forever, is bases are going to be the points of attack between between alliance conflicts and stuff. All the combat in ships is going to be built around how you attack and defend a base. How good they are at that is going to very much become the meta and define what needs to be good and what needs to be balanced and reworked. Because otherwise, it's just been these random space skirmishes that we've been having that almost have no context for anything. Because you're like, well, do I need an interceptor in a base assault? You know, maybe interceptors are really only useful in random piracy type stuff. Because so far, all we've had is sort of weird interdiction pirate ganking gameplay, which I imagine will only be a small subset of the overall combat. So base and space station combat is going to define like, okay, how many capital ships do we need? What counters a capital ship? What's the meta between light ships and big ships and medium ships? And that's all going to have to get defined because it's certainly not right now. And it'll get defined around base combat, I think. So as long as there's a reason for orgs to attack each other's bases and raid them for supplies and get those tokens and whatnot, now it'll define that. It'll force CIG to define what the best stuff is. Because what's going to happen right away is it's going to be like, these are the 5 best ships and we only need these ships because this is how the meta works. And then CIG is going to go, crap. We have to think about how combat works so that people are using a much bigger variety of ships and it's playing in the way that we want it to, but it's going to force their hand, basically.
For sure. I hope the tier system with ships really plays pretty heavily as well. I'm really looking into just hoping that the pledges, like I said it, this could kill any conversation really around pay to win. We'll have to see. I really hope it does. That's my thought there is your pledge ship just gets you in the door. And then, is tier 5ing a ship just to min-max, or is, everyone going to want a tier 3 kind of thing? Like, is it, okay, would it be similar to a stock quantum drive and then getting a better one, or what? So they just mentioned that there were tiers. They showed things on the ships to have it not be incredibly OP, but I also want it to have so much value that most people want to go past tier 1. Right? Like you could play the game with tier 1, but you can't play the game that effectively without trying to upgrade yourself. So
tier 5 A2 will obliterate half the planet. So you're going to want to upgrade to that for sure.
Yeah.
Tier 5 A2. Oh God.
That would be insane. What is that thing?
Someone in chat is saying that they didn't address optimization. They did a little bit in the very first panel on the first day.
They just said they're going to do it. I know they did today too. It'll be stable. It'll be optimal.
Yeah.
But
they just didn't go in depth with any of it, which frankly, I don't really want them to, because telling me how you're going to optimize the game is far less interesting. Just optimize it.
It's like that first panel yesterday.
Yeah. We're going to do this and that and this, and it's going to work way better. Okay,
cool.
Like,
can you go
I
do
hope
that
so.
now? And that's it.
Yeah.
There's not much to say.
Because we've already heard about how server meshing and all that stuff is supposed to optimize stuff down the road. And I don't think we want a rehash of that again and again. We just want it, basically. We want to see it now.
Yeah. The narrative part of the panel was much better than I would have ever expected it to be. I was like, all right, here we go, narrative. All right, they're going to talk about mission givers or something again for the 10th year in a row. And it was that delivered like huge in comparison to what I was expecting it to. So very impressive there, I would say. How'd you feel about that?
So we talked about it
more on the story
already,
but I thought
which side of it?
Like more
which
on
side
the
of it?
you know what, we did talk about it. Sorry, I'm going through and looking at it, and I forgot we talked about it. I guess I'm hitting the wall here of tired.
No worries, man. No, I am very excited for that. I think that's going to be great. We need all that lore, and I want mission givers, and I want interesting characters, and it's okay if everybody goes through and runs the same missions.
Yep.
Like it's World of Warcraft and you're getting your little starter missions and your main quest. That's fine.
It makes the repeating missions meaningful and important to do, even though repeating missions isn't the most enjoyable thing to do. But at the end, when you achieve
and also
goals,
they said, like, unlike an MMO like World of Warcraft, where you generally have to stay on your mission quests to progress your character, or it's sort of the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah.
This one, they're just like, yeah, if you want to just break off at any point and just go do whatever you want, you can, and it's not gonna, like, you can progress other stuff really quickly, other than getting your citizenship, which will give you some benefits, but it's not going to be make or break for your experience if you don't have your citizenship right away. So that was cool.
Building a base in HiSec sounds pretty make or break for me personally. That's one of, like, I need citizenship
The
immediately.
location could be really important. They said you can still build in HiSec, but you're going to be location limited more so than somebody with citizenship.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So that could be a very, if base building is really important to you, you might want to grind your quest line as fast as possible to get that citizenship so that you can stake your claim somewhere more meaningful.
Yeah.
Uriah in my chat said they didn't say anything about AI NPC crews, which
they were
was,
spamming me too. They're just spamming both of us about that because they just want to be solo players, I guess.
Well, I mean, it is.
What do you want us to say?
I've wanted a hammerhead with full blades, for a while. Like that would be fun to do, but I think it's just held up by server meshing, and I think they don't want to talk about it until they get server meshing and then
until
realize
they know they could do
where. Yeah, until they know what the limitations of their AI tech is, because realistically, that's pretty expensive for them. Like if everybody starts running AI crew and blades on all the turrets, and now we need all of this extra server overhead because it has to be done on the server side. It's probably, I don't think you can do it client side without running into some sort of potential cheating issue or something like that. It could massively increase the server overhead requirement. So it's fair. It's fair to point out that they're not talking about it. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of that stuff gets redefined in the near future, because AI in a server meshed environment on a game of this fidelity and accuracy is insanely hard to do. And it's like it's like making a self-driving car practically, they've been working on it forever and they're still not fully there. That's kind of what AI have to do in the Star Citizen universe, is they have to self-drive their way around, and it's just going to break so much. I've always looked at AI as kind of a pipe dream for this game in terms of the way they've described it working. I feel like Blade tech is much more realistic, but as far as NPC crew going around and doing all the things you want them to do, I just see too many bugs getting in the way of them actually working. But if they can do it, great. But I mean, the game barely runs as it is, so I'm not holding my breath on AI crew for like 2 to 3 years. That seems like the soonest we could expect that kind of feature, based on the stability level of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't blame them for not talking about it because it seems too far away.
Yeah. In the same way, I'm seeing somebody in my chat say, well, they didn't mention one single shard for 1.0 either, right? Because they don't think or know that they can do that.
Yep. They're still in the
this was a
experimentation
gameplay panel, not a tech one. There was no tech talked about here. It was pure art with the stations and gameplay with the stations and the crafting and all that stuff. It was very little tech.
Yeah, they're just pointing out that they didn't talk about it during the whole
exactly
thing. Which is fair. Everybody's going to have their top list of things they want to hear about, and some people will get their things addressed and others won't. It was long as hell in terms of like both days combined. It was just a shitload of presentations. So I think they covered a decent variety of ground. There was no hair panels this time around, so we can all be thankful of that.
Yeah, we had our weather one, but that was about it.
We got our weather panel,
but the weather panel ended epically, so that's good.
So
I don't know how do you want to play off this for the rest of the day? Do you want to do calls? Do you want to just go back a bit more and talk more about other stuff, maybe from yesterday? How are you feeling on everything today? We definitely
you
have
want
to take
bookend
one
this
call.
little. Yeah, let's take some
one.
calls, but also, do you want to bookend this conversation a little bit and just say, was there anything that you wanted them to talk about that they didn't, other than the things we've already mentioned, like the details around LTI or something?
Something that they didn't talk about that I wanted them to mention. Good question. Honestly, they covered basically everything crafting wise and more.
Mm-hmm.
They covered the why, they covered the what for me. I really want to, you know what? The one thing that I'm still so lost by is there was a prospector in that silhouette of the ships. Why? What are you doing to mining? What are you changing? I would say
it's the prospector max.
Probably
you'll get more. Yeah,
probably something like that. Yeah, I don't know that we don't know anything about salvaging in a way of improving it, or is it still just construction materials? Like there was a lot of, I guess there was a lot of materials on the screen. So learning more about that whole plan of all these different materials. So I guess the first tier of crafting,
Yep.
More of the gathering aspect of things. More curious about that, I would say.
For sure. They haven't really done much with salvage since they integrated it.
Yeah.
I mean, they evolved it, but it sort of feels like a placeholder system for something better.
From the 1.0 perspective, which I think is really where you were asking that question from, I don't know. Yeah, like I think the people pointed out like exploration. I think most ships, like early on in the game's development, people were most excited about exploration, buying the character, like that kind of stuff. We've seen monthly reports with a lot of scanning conversations going on. Maybe that has something to do with it, where it's a closer, sooner thing that they're going to discuss on like an ISC in a few weeks or something, or like months or whatever. So I have no idea, but exploration would be the one that sticks out to me. Yeah, bounty hunting is another one that a lot of people like to do.
I really wanted to hear about bounty hunting 2.0. They
get rid of the god
it
marker
a while back, like it was sort of in the nearish future, and then I think they probably pivoted for some reason because they needed to push resources maybe elsewhere, or they're just being secretive. But
dude, they put security checkpoint things on every single station in preparation for it, like a year ago. So I have no idea.
I'm very much interested in seeing the evolution of just the standard job board bounty missions and security missions. Like, I want to see how that stuff's going to evolve. And it would have been cool to see them delve into what their vision is for capital class combat. I've been wanting to know about that, but I assume they just didn't because they still haven't dialed in master modes at this point. So they're like, well, once we get that figured out, then we can tell you what capital class ship fights are going to look and play like. Because that'll be something they do need to deal with once these bigger bases come online, because you can bet your balls that an Idris is going to come and attack your base.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's so many people with so much money in this game. There's not going to be a shortage of javelins or Idrises or what's the new one? Not the Perseus, but the something, the torpedo attack thing that they showed off. Those things are going to be everywhere. There's going to be so many of them. So they really got to define capital class combat, because they don't even know if they're making the ships right at this point.
Yeah.
It could be terrible designs for how they want to make them like actually work.
Exactly.
Polaris. There we go.
Yeah. And combat is in such a weird in between stage. That was another thing not mentioned at all, was ship combat and all that stuff. We now have the reasons to combat with our ships, but do we like the way we combat with our ships? I think most people at the moment, including CIG devs, are gonna say no. At the moment, they definitely want to improve it, right? So
And I guess we saw some of that in the Squadron 42 gameplay demo in terms of like a visual of like capital class ships doing broadsides against each other. But is that going to be even close to how players use them? You know, are we going to fly up and do these broadsides on each other? Does that make sense? Are they going to figure out a way to force us to do that? Or are we going to just be sniping each other? You know,
do
like
broadsides ever make sense in space?
Not
You're not on a
since
plane.
wooden naval combat have they
Yeah.
made sense, I don't think. But they are really cool, and I think most modern space operas are kind of basing themselves off of like Star Wars, which is all about putting two big old ships next to each other and having them just open fire with every gun that they have because it looks cool, you know?
Yeah, for sure. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm excited though. I'm excited for the next 12 to 18 months for our base building, and I can't wait to get to that point. I just wonder, do we get? We certainly won't get crafting, right? We might, because we have crafting like on other ships. So maybe we get some
I think you
level?
have to have more crafting for base building. Like base
They have
building and crafting are so intertwined that I think we're going to get at least tier 0 of it by the time we get some base building in the game.
I think that
I
makes
guess we have
sense.
tier 0 crafting if you consider the little multi-tool stuff and whatnot.
Sure.
But
Yeah, you put 2 materials in there, but there's no way to insert materials into it, right? So I guess if we're going to go that description of it with tier 0 is what we currently have, then I think we have to get something kind of tier 1 maybe. Is like you just buy a little crafting station and you can put it in your hangar or something and start using materials on it, because that will allow them to dial in that system before we get bigger or too big, or gather feedback on it before it goes too crazy. So,
You know what I think we might end up seeing, and I don't know how CIG is going to balance this out, is with the level 3 in warranty, I guess it was, not the insurance, but the warranty, whatever it is, insurance warranty. I can't keep track of it, but it replaces your ship decorations and modules. So if that replaces, say, crafting units that you put inside of your ship, which they show that you can do, you can now place a crafting unit, maybe even a tier 3 crafting unit in your ship. I think we're going to see these larger exploration ships become way more useful. So rather than setting up a small base somewhere, why not just have a ship fully insured with all your crafting stuff, park it, drive out your rocks or whatever little vehicles you want to mine the surrounding area. Well, the ship's already powered. What do you mean?
maybe ships can't connect to. Maybe it's like EU power versus NA power. Like you need an adapter or something. I don't know.
They'll come up with a MacGuffin to make you make a base or something.
Exactly.
Well, I think their point is they want you to be able to do that to some extent, where the Pioneer is sort of the mobile base. But I'm like, well, if we can ensure the interior of our ships, I think a bunch of the other ships are kind of designed to be little makeshift mobile bases, you know, like the Carrack, right? As an exploration ship, why couldn't you just put all the modules you want inside of that? You know, it might make some of those drop ships become much more valuable if the drop ship can now hold a couple of rocks and a bunch of crafting things or refining modules inside of it or whatever they let you build. We could be getting some interesting ship builds down the road. Maybe the Caterpillar will be the ultimate like mobile base, right? That's where its value will come in, as opposed to a hauling ship. It'll become this super useful.
My Pioneer is the is the ultimate mobile base. Don't take that away from the Pioneer.
Right.
Now.
Okay,
Come on.
so the cat will be the makeshift mobile base, and the Ironclad will be like the upgrade of that, right? You could just turn the whole deck of the Ironclad into some sort of mini production facility, right?
Of course.
Could be dope. That would be really cool. I'm excited about people being able to experiment with that, because without that tier 3 warranty, it's almost worthless, because you're going to crash your ship. You're going to lose your ship. You're going to have to reclaim it, whatever it is, because it's Star Citizen and it happens. So there's no point in spending all that time decking out your ship with all this expensive crap just to lose it for a dumb bug. So
exactly
that warranty, that level 3 warranty, probably is going to be the most meaningful to a lot of people. I think we don't fully realize the extent that that's going to have on gameplay yet.
Sure. Yeah. Man, I feel good. I feel at ease. I don't feel
better
excited.
than yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I don't feel excited. I don't feel filled with copium. I just feel more at ease. That I kind of wanted this CitizenCon to be like, so is Star Citizen for me or is it not for me? And I come out today going, I think this game is going to be for me. Now, obviously, fidelity and all these other things that they do that makes developing this game much more complicated and difficult also comes with all the challenging things it makes the game challenging to play as well. But everything that they showed here today seems like it's something that can be done at a small scale and a large scale. And if it's, maybe I won't ever be in a big station like that, but I don't necessarily need that. I would love that, but I feel like I'll be able to participate in it feels like the game that I wanted it to be. So I'm very happy about that. Feel good.
I'm seeing similar sentiments in chat about the station size and just being like, man, like you're going to need to just, well,
so crazy.
Like
big.
It's cool that they went that big, but there's a lot of people that are having my same thought, which is just like, I want stations too, but I don't want to have to deal with some mega org to participate in it, you know? So give me my small station, you know?
Yeah, because a base is cool, a station is cool.
Yep.
Let's do
They
both.
scaled it for ground bases, so scale it for space stations too.
Seems fair. Seems like a fair request or a bit of feedback for sure. All right, you want to take a few callers? I want to get this one out of the way because people are going to be confused, but it's something that we have to do. So I'm going to preface this. Vincent, be ready now, please. I'm going to preface this for everybody. Just be prepared to be confused because last year we made a bet with this guy, or he just, we took a bet with him, I guess. And he said that if we do not get 4.0 by, I can't remember when it was, Q1, he'll tell us when he calls in, he's going to dress like a clown and come on the show the following year. We are now at the following year, and he is currently dressed like a clown and wants to talk to us. So, and fill his side of the bet. So when he comes in and everyone's like, what the hell is going on? You'll understand what the hell is going on. All right. So Vincent Van Vega, welcome. You got to turn your camera on, I think, when you get in here. All right. Oh my God. All right. Let me bring it up so everyone can see it. Welcome, dude. You're muted though. You're muted in Discord, not on your mic. You got to unmute on Discord.
Oh, hello. Hi, Mike. What's up?
What's up?
Let me explain. I actually won the bet, but because of a technicality, I lost the bet.
Yeah.
I said that we are going to have Pyro plus server meshing on PTU by April, right?
Yeah.
But it was actually on tech preview, so I actually won and lost. So it's like, so I did the halfway thing, which is I bought this mask and I bought a fucking hair, and that's it. So
you lost by technicality. I would say you lost because tech preview comes and goes. But if it was in a PTU, that means it's going in the next build and it's staying.
Yeah. It wasn't.
So you lost.
It wasn't full PTU.
Yeah. So you're.
Yeah. Okay. I get it that I lost. Okay.
But
But
you
at
get
least
for betting on CIG to hit a timeline.
Yeah. You deserve
people believe that in 2026 we are gonna see Squadron 42, and I am the clown. You know what I mean? Like I have zero I believe 0 chance that we're gonna see Squadron 42 in 2026.
Hey, there's another bet, Mike. Do you want to take that bet with him? And if we don't get Squadron 42 in 2026, or what side would you be on if we do get it there?
I'm
then
not
he
wearing a
dresses as
clown
clown.
suit. However,
Well,
whatever
I
bet
mean,
we're
but-
taking is he dresses like a clown and we don't. And we just get to enjoy it. That's the side I want to take.
You don't want to do an entire CitizenCon dressed as a clown?
No. Look at me. I am sweating so much right now.
Yeah.
I am glistening in,
that
in my
would
room.
be
It would be
miserable.
awful.
I'm wearing this clown mask for 2 hours, and it's matching my face because it's poorly designed, and I cannot feel my nose anymore because it doesn't.
Why are you
Oh
wearing
yeah,
it
those
for 2
masks are
hours?
terrible.
I had to set it up.
Oh
It
my
is just
god.
Oh,
like
he didn't know
30
if you were
minutes.
gonna pull him in.
I told him
randomly.
he was the first call no matter what.
Yep. So his face is
Oh
numb
my
now.
god. Yeah, I'm sorry,
So-
Vincent.
I know we got limited time, so let me tell you what I think about. I'm very skeptical. I didn't like day 1 and I didn't like day 2. I liked what we saw, but I'm very skeptical that we are gonna see these things at a reasonable time. You know what I mean?
A lot of PowerPoints. Right?
Also, last year, LevelCap, I told you that Squadron 42 was basically Half-Life, looked a lot like Half-Life, and now this year, we saw basically the tutorial was very much Half-Life. You know,
What do you
with the
mean
puzzles.
Half-Life? What do you mean
I
Half-Life?
mean, with the Valve-like puzzles, you know what I mean? The physical-based puzzles.
A lot of people are saying
now
free space or dead space.
I've said that now I've explained to my friend that Squadron 42 is a mix between Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Maybe.
Basically.
Yeah. Man, maybe. What'd you think about the 1.0 stuff and the crafting?
I mean, I really like what the crafting and all, but we gotta look at what they gave us in the past to make a judgment.
Yeah.
So they promised a bunch of stuff in the past, and they didn't deliver in a bunch of stuff. So am I gonna be hopeful now that they're gonna promise more stuff that looked good? No, I'm gonna wait skeptically, and I'm gonna see if they're gonna held their bargain.
Yeah.
You've
And
learned
if
your
they held
lesson.
them-
You're wearing a clown mask right now. You know, you're
not
now a
gonna take any
skeptic.
bets. Yeah. You're not
No,
taking any bets.
You were
learned my
hopeful
lessons.
last year. You were optimistic,
learned my
and now
lessons.
you're a pessimist.
No, I'm kind of going in it the same way. It was a lot of PowerPoints, but again, like I said, I wanted to go into this with is I just want to hear what they say and know that they know that they want to build something that will be enjoyable for me, and just what they say is enough. If they don't take it to the incredibly ridiculous grand scale that we saw today, especially with the stations, I still can see myself enjoying a lot of what they talked about today at a bit of a smaller scale, a bit differently. It was just their general design idea was something I felt comfortable with.
Yeah, you didn't want any dates. You were like, just don't give us dates. Just tell us
Say
what your
nothing.
ideas are.
Yeah.
And
just go with it.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I think
When
they
Chris
shouldn't have
Roberts-
said 2026 for. I think they should have just said we're still not ready to give you a date, and at least that would have sucked all the wind out of everybody's sails. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Even
kinda
worse,
hard to
what
hear
just
2026.
happened, that Chris Roberts said that in 12 to 16 months we're gonna see a hunting and base building. I mean, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
It does feel like he just kind of threw that number out. And
You wanna take a bet?
whatever. Yeah.
No, no more bets.
No more bets. Okay. All right. Any last thoughts, Vinny, before we let you go? And let you get out of this damn mess so you can breathe?
Last year, Yeah. So last year, you promised that you're gonna buy some Brazilian food to this CitizenCon, and you broke this promise.
I
So
didn't
now
have
I
any
want
food.
chat to upload that next year you're gonna have some Brazilian food, because in last year CitizenCon you had Venezuelan food because of your wife,
Yeah.
Emmy.
Yeah.
So
I got to find Brazil.
I want to make a promise.
I got to find a
I'll find
restaurant.
you a Brazilian restaurant in Florida. I will even buy you the food. I just want you eating Brazilian food.
You gotta remind
because...
him it's a year away. Mike's gonna forget.
No, that's why I didn't do it.
Oh
I
yeah,
totally
go ahead.
forgot.
Clip this,
Yeah.
Zeus.
I forgot, so that's why I didn't do it. But I'll find a Brazilian restaurant around here and try it. I mean, I've been to Fogo de Chão. Does that count? Like a Brazilian
You said that
steakhouse?
last year.
Yeah, that
Yes.
doesn't count though, right?
No, because it wasn't on CitizenCon.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay. Gotcha. Well, all right, Vinny, I will get Brazilian food for next year, but you have to remind me leading up to the event. Like, give me a week ahead of time so I can find it and make sure I am prepared. And my computer doesn't break the week that everything is there, and I'm spending the whole week trying to fix it.
Anyway, LevelCap, always nice to meet you. Mike, your streams are quality 100 out of 100, always. So thank you for having me. I see you guys next year.
All right.
And by the way, this year was marvelous for me. I got into the bar association here in Brazil, so I'm actually very happy in my life. So thank you guys for this wonderful CitizenCon, and watching you guys every year is gonna be awesome.
Good
Thank
for you, man. Bye. See you
Thanks,
later, Vinny.
Vincent.
Bye bye.
Oh man, what a legend! What a legend! So I don't remember how many people remember that bet. I know Level forgot, and I was like, I don't know what you're ready for, but you're about to get whacked with a surprise.
Well, he learned his lesson. The guy's like now a super skeptic. He's like, we're not getting Squadron 42 and 26.
No. We're getting.
2026.
I'll bet. He's making no bets. He's never going into a casino again for the rest of his life.
The man's spirit has been broken.
Yeah.
As do all Star Citizen fans who are fans for long enough. It will eventually break, and then you'll kind of find it here and there along the way.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man. You want to take another one?
Sure.
All right. This is Space Monkey Business. I don't have any graphic to put on the screen for the names. I do apologize for that, guys. But this is Space Monkey Business. He regularly calls into my podcast each weekend.
Oh, hi, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
Hello.
Good. What a crazy second day. I mean, after the first one, I was a bit skeptical, but this one delivered.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I don't know. I made some notes. I have some open questions. I mean, when you go to crafting stuff, I was really positively surprised. I don't know. How about you?
Oh yeah.
Did they solve the pay to win stuff now with the possibility to upgrade your ships?
We don't know. It's still.
I think they improved it. It's sort of like a lot of games that have these systems. It's like pay to progress. So I think you get the ship now. You can still buy like a Javelin essentially. So that's a huge advantage.
Yeah.
But you might not be able to beat the guy who's got an org that helped him upgrade his Javelin to tier 3, right? Or you might be at a pretty big disadvantage against him.
But
so they made it better, but not. They
Yeah.
didn't remove pay to get an advantage, basically.
Yeah.
But doesn't it also mean they will now never stop selling ships because they probably
Who
solved
thought they would stop?
Yeah, why?
don't know.
What's the incentive to stop selling
Yeah.
ships?
Yeah, I
Like,
would. I mean, a great idea for me. I mean, stopping selling the stuff. What would also be interesting is maybe, I don't know, they never mentioned it, but maybe you can also see upgrades on the ships. I mean, visually, that would be pretty cool.
that'd
I
be
guess.
neat. If you could scan a ship and see what it's running or something, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I was also surprised, but I don't know if you see it the same way, by their output of ships and vehicles this year, because they made the Polaris, they made those 2 Zeus ships in parallel, and then they came out today with the Starlancer, and then on top of that, all the other ships that's still coming to IAE and the ones that they delivered. So I was like, did they really up their pipeline so much? Or did they hire additional people? That's crazy. The output of ships is
Well, they're getting
ridiculous
that
this year.
They're getting the Canadian ship team online at a faster rate.
Yeah.
And so
And that was a big part of their
even
panel
if they had
last
hired
year.
them a while ago, training them up and onboarding them, it seems like they're getting up to speed. Which ship was their first one? They said their
The
first
Zeus.
ship was it the Zeus? Yeah,
The
That
Zeus
ship
was their
good.
first from start to finish. I think they did some of the like the Cutter Rambler that just added like an extra thing to it. But yeah.
I don't know if I missed it, but when you look at the base building stuff, did you hear that they mention if you can move the base around? It's like you can build the structures, but you can you demolish them as well? I don't know.
They never mentioned that.
I would assume so. That would be very weird not to have a demo feature, but
yeah,
I would assume it's going to come with like, you lose X amount of resources when you do that, but they didn't mention it now.
But they showed that the ships can be dismantled, so I thought maybe also do it for that one.
Yeah.
Another point. Well, one big point that is missing for me is, I mean, you have the crafting now, and it looks pretty neat, pretty interesting. But for me, it is still missing the why. What are the situations where I need the better equipment? Because for PvP, I see that, but for if you play PvE, I don't see a situation now.
Salvage. They showed it.
I mean, for the fighting stuff. I mean, do I
What do you
have
mean?
like
Better armor, better scanning, higher DPS weapons, more accurate weapons?
What happens when the NPCs don't stand there and let you kill them? You might actually want a better shield at that point, right?
No. I understand the general purpose, but I don't see the game giving me a situation where it's really needed. I mean, if you go to MMOs, you go into dungeons and you're all equipment and level behind, you get slacked by one hit.
Space worm.
Do they have
spitting rocks at you? Maybe, right? I think that might have been a good example there. That was a dungeon. That was a raid.
Yeah, they mentioned the instant stuff, so maybe this is a good place where you need the upgrades. But well, let's see. I think they're cooking, so I like what I saw.
Yeah. They mentioned the instance raids yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about how useful it is to have those 100-round mags on your machine gun when you're clearing a bunker or something. Like, it's super useful, and especially when the NPCs don't stop or just stand there and they're constantly pushing you. When they actually work, I've been killed by NPCs doing a reload, because you're like, you just don't expect them to push you so quickly. So yeah, if I could craft a gun that's like, here's 10 more rounds in your mag, here's 20 more rounds, like that's huge. I would want to upgrade to that.
I think something that's like glaringly missing that you just brought up is we craft the gun, but there was never a single slide of crafting the magazine or ammo. And I would like to separate it. If we separate it to just the magazines, I'd be okay with that. If they want to go even deeper and go down like Tarkov level with the ammo, that would be cool. No mention of attachments there either. So that's something that's like just you mentioning that was like, oh crap. So like obviously they couldn't go super, like it would have been a 10-hour panel, right? But the idea of specifically seeing what Level just mentioned, if I can go from a 75-round mag on an LMG to a 100-round mag, that's a meaningful difference, right? In the crafting aspect. So I would have loved to see that in mentioned in the episode today or the show.
I also like that they split up the crafting stuff in like 3 branches, like materials, chemicals, and what was the other one?
Gas?
No,
materials
there was it was the
Catalyst?
naturals. There was some natural, like for food or something like
Oh,
this.
harvestables maybe, or I saw that too. I forgot what they called it.
Yeah.
Nutrients.
nutrients, something
Yeah.
with an N. I can't remember, but that was interesting. And also, they had like having those cargo-sized, box-sized mobile crafting stations was also interesting.
Yeah. Man, there's so much.
Stuff. I have to digest that for a week now. That's crazy much.
I'm gonna watch this like 10 times this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what another point is? And I just thought about this because somebody in chat was talking about some insurance stuff again, because obviously it's a hot topic. But they said a thing during the presentation that made me go, wait a minute, that's going to be horribly game breaking. And then they just didn't address it in any more detail. And that is when they were talking about pirating a ship and being able to then gain control of that ship using the right skills. Basically, that could just turn into like the biggest insurance fraud scam thing ever, where I buy a Javelin. I go, oh no, Mike, don't steal my Javelin with your amazing ship stealing skills. You steal it, claim it for yourself. Now you have a Javelin. And I go, man, some guy stole my ship. Better claim that again. Sure, I'll wait the time, but now we both have Javelins. And they just didn't address that at all. And I was like, that just seems like the easiest exploit in the entire game.
Yep.
You guys didn't I'm not saying they don't have a fix for that, but they didn't mention it. So it made me very concerned that they just created insurance fraud, basically.
Maybe they solve it with like the classic upkeep for having one of those ships, like fuel and whatever, repair and rearm prices, because a ship like this is, I don't know, not manageable by 2, 3, 4 people. It must be a whole org.
They mentioned the Deadman switch, but that can be resolved by if you actually are able to swap
you
the
have
thing.
That skill.
Yeah.
Yep. And of course, people are going to get that skill, and there's going to be thousands of people with the skill. And then does that skill just allow for insurance fraud, essentially, where we can just multiply the amount of ships we have because there's a guy who knows how to turn off the Deadman switch? I think they've potentially created a problem where I don't see any solution, basically, where if you can steal a ship and gain permanent ownership of that ship after stealing it, and that player can then claim it back on insurance, we've now created an infinite ship generating machine. There has to be a check in there where if you steal the ship and gain it, then either that guy can't claim it back on insurance, or you only get it for like a week or two, and then the Deadman switch goes, or you can only delay the Deadman switch or something. Like, there's just no way around it without creating a massive exploit in the game.
Yeah,
nuts. This is so nuts.
So hopefully they think about that so that we don't have 1,000 javelins flying around every system.
All right.
Did my mic die? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I accidentally unplugged it there for a second. So,
okay. What I'm still a bit confused about is this shield token stuff. I think they need to explain it a bit more because
they went quick with it, and they had like all these lines going everywhere, and I was like, the lines are not making this easier to understand. I'm very confused right now. But I'm sure they'll get into it. They've got some plan, and hopefully it's a good plan.
Yeah.
But one last point before I can jump to somebody else. I was also curious if they continued with because they showed the distribution centers and all the possible underground extras you have, and I was wondering if they show that, but seeing how far along the space
technically on day one. They showed it with they showed it with the Area 18 building as a concept, but I feel like theoretically they can tie that to a distribution center as well, right? Maybe.
My point is a different one because I think they shifted resources a bit because seeing how far along the base building and how far along the space station was, I think they put the resources into that and skipped the distribution.
100%. classic CIG moment there is we're putting all this resources into something. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. You deliver it. It's not great. And they go, well, we got to move on to the next thing anyway. So sorry, it's not that great. You're just going to leave it there. That they've been doing that for many years. And that is where my skepticism comes from all of this stuff today, especially around the base building stuff, is will we have the level of depth that we see in all of these slides? I'm going to go on the initial release, probably not. Then they're going to move on to the next thing. But the difference here is there is no next thing. They just showed us the end game. So is this where all that crap stops and they start going back and finishing where they started on a lot of stuff? Is this the end of this, hopefully? Chris started the show with no, we're obviously going to keep moving forward. So who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they got their hands so full with this space station thing that they're going to be working on this for a very long time, from Tier 0 implementation and on. So we'll see.
Oof.
Yeah.
I mean, Zach was pretty much right with hyping that shit that day off on. So like, you will see something you will really like.
Yeah.
And if this is, like he said, if this is the year of Rich, and this is like what he wants to deliver, and this is how they defined it. I want to see more of Rich's years, to be honest.
Yeah, see, it's Rich's vision that we're getting now, or Rich taking Chris's vision and putting it at least on paper. I want it on my hard drive. I want to see if Rich can put it on our hard drive before I'm gonna go and put Rich up, make a bronze statue outside of my house of him. But it's because I think I just find it a little bit weird how we're putting one singular developer of 1,000 people that have worked on this project forever on this huge pedestal. I know but not Chris, So I love Rich. He came on the show. Everything that he says I align with. Like, I don't want to sound negative about him, but I also don't want to put him so high on a pedestal that if it doesn't work out, that's who you point at and straight riot at somebody either, right? That's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is then everybody points at him for the errors and mistakes and he becomes a scapegoat and maybe it's not fair either, right? So
yeah, but to excuse maybe the stuff from Todd Pepe, I think he maybe had no resources to do it before. I mean, if Squadron 42 is so far along that they can free up resources to deliver something like this, you cannot hold it to Todd Pepe not delivering before that, where he had no resources. So,
sure.
All right, that's it for me.
All right, Space.
Thanks for the nice show so far, and maybe see you next week because I don't. Maybe I have some points to Squadron 42 and for the first day, but for today it's enough.
I think once we digest everything, it'll be a much different story as far as our conversations. Will be much more in depth throughout the next few weeks, I'm sure. All right, Space.
All right.
Be good, man.
See you. Bye-bye.
Right, bye-bye.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, we're going to take 2 more callers. I just told the mods that's what we're going to do because I'm starting to hit the wall. I don't know how you're feeling.
I'm going to take a quick bathroom break then, if that's cool.
Go. Yeah, and then I'll take one when you get back.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to bring in Void Dude, though. So, Void, Level knew you were coming in, so he just decided to leave. How does that make you feel?
Whoa. Bye, Level. Hi, Salty. How's it going, man?
Good. I'll keep you on, obviously, until he gets back, of course, and we'll chat. Cool. We'll chat all together. But we got to go to the bathroom here, all right?
Yeah, life comes first, I guess.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? Have you enjoyed CitizenCon, bro? I haven't been able to keep up with too much stuff. I've been streaming myself, so it's been a bit wild.
Yeah, I feel good about it. I'm really enjoying it, and it's been a lot of fun. Just a funny story for people who didn't hear about this yesterday. I've given LevelCap every single out to not have to come and do this week because I talked to him many months ago when they first announced CitizenCon being in Manchester, and I said, "Hey, do you want to do what we did again?" Like this year, what we did last year. And he was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, oh shit, cool. I guess he enjoyed himself. And then when we actually got the times announced, I was like, dude, you do not have to do this. You do not have to do this. And then he was thinking that I was making an excuse because I didn't want to do it with him. And I'm like, no, that's the exact opposite. I just felt bad that you're going to have to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't, he has kids and stuff. I didn't know if, because I'm just a guy who doesn't have any kids. So it's a bunch different when you have them. And I was like, yeah, I can get up at 1 in the morning. Right. So I was trying to give him every out so he didn't have to go, but he was all about it. And I appreciate him coming on and everything as well. It was cool. So
yeah. For me, I mean, things worked out nicely. It's it's the I'm now just south of Manchester kind of a thing. So time zones haven't really been an issue. So I know you guys have been going at it for a while. And how's it, LevelCap? Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I sat after the stream, and yesterday it just felt like this massive gut punch because I was one of the guys who was like really sort of counting on Squadron sort of getting done and dusted, and the dev team like moving on kind of a thing. So yesterday, we all left on a very somber note. We felt people did not feel good. So we kind of digested that information. Woke up this morning and tackled the day, and it's I feel completely overwhelmed with information, man. There's a lot to process here. There's a lot to sort of go through and sort of chew on. But at the end of the day, right, it's, I don't want to be too harsh and say their words are wind kind of a thing, but it's, we understand that this stuff is going to take time and it's not going to happen tomorrow. So, I think for anybody out there who plays the game and enjoys the game, for myself included, because I like to make content of the gameplay, as long as you're having fun, man, that's all that really matters, right? And a guy that I was talking to, Major Star Stuff, he was saying, how do people now sort of reconcile that you have all this stuff coming in 1.0? How do you log into the game tomorrow and have fun? This is one of these things that sort of it has happened over the years, but now it feels quite brutal.
You might have missed me saying it, but it did the exact opposite experience for me. Now, if I do go in game and start hitting the wall of bugs and problems, then it might be a different story. But that thing combined with the social stuff instantly made me be like, now I want to start building the foundations of my org now for when this stuff is ready. I want it. I want the gears already geared, already oiled and moving for when this stuff has to happen, because you know how day one MMOs are, dude. You go and you hit max before everyone else. Like, no sleep, man. Throne and Liberty almost killed me.
That's
that kind of stuff.
The biggest takeaway, right? Because these guys are sitting there with this project on their hands, and they've got orgs like Test Squadron with thousands upon thousands of members, thousands upon thousands of orgs themselves. And we're all sitting here kind of going like, okay, what does the game look like when it does go live? And is it going to be enough for people to do, even though that they own all the Idrisai and own all these javelins and stuff? Like how does this all pan out? And for me, the answers, right, actions versus words is different, but the answers and the theory that they've got planned going forward exceeded expectations, right?
Yeah.
There looks like there's enough there to keep even the biggest org busy for a while, right? And hopefully that goes on for a long time, and you've got this meaning and this it's catering to all types, right? You've got your little solo guy in the Aurora, he's contributing to his org in some way. You can feel that sort of I'm just a cog in the machine kind of vision sort of taking place, which I think that's my kind of done an amazing job.
That's my style. Is I am so satisfied being the smallest ant in the ant colony, but as long as the ant colony is doing something meaningful, I enjoy it.
As long as the queen notices you, Mike.
Yes, pay attention to me. No, I just I love it.
It's a good point about going, here's the end goal, no resets, all this stuff, and then no timeline, and go play the game tomorrow. And you're like, oh man, now I have to think about what it is down the road.
Yeah.
Something for me that made me interested in the experience in coming back a lot was practicing my dogfighting and piloting, because that's a skill set that you retain as a person, so it'll carry with you throughout. And I was just thinking, I just want to be really good at dogfighting and flying by the time the game launches. Once they started turning all the piloting mechanics on their heads, I took a break from the game because I went, well,
that's me, man.
Everything I practice now doesn't matter until they solidify what it means.
Yep.
And so I just felt like I was wasting my time on that front. But I guess the
That's
other
why I'm
angle
such a
is
shitty part of today,
building
bro.
your org, right? But yeah, players are going to have to kind of find the thing that means something to them. And most people I know who still play Star Citizen regularly do org related things and things with their orgs, and they make it about the community experience as opposed to progressing your character and stuff.
Yeah, and now, all this meaning associated with this, and to progress further and further, and build that space station type of thing. It's very exciting. Nobody should be holding their breaths though. And other takeaways from, well, this is the thing. Just to touch on what you guys were saying, like, I see myself as being the guy who will tap into the crafting stuff, but not to the degree at which they've shown, because it felt very overwhelming, right? The degree of, the vast range of resources you can harvest, then the actual depth of the crafting itself with, if you use these materials, you'll get like, the quality stuff actually impacting what you make. I can't remember if it's quite like, it'll just make something different with a slightly different set of stats, as opposed to just being trash and everybody just avoids low quality materials, right? So hopefully there's some sort of interplay there, and it's not just, everybody go for the S tier stuff all the time. Because, I like to bring things back to the sort of, the practical aspect, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, super excited. And being that cog in the machine, hopefully there's enough crafting gameplay there where I can hyper specialize in just making the best railguns type of thing, but then on the side, I'm contributing to the org with, org op-related things, right? So if they're truly going to be able to cater to every sort of type of player, man, what an exciting time. Then, the other thing I wanted to touch on, the sandworm, that was a massive sort of surprise. I was very pleased to see that, actually, but even though that could also be quite far away, a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see any of the other creatures at the same sort of scale and level of completedness, right? So,
well, now that know it's a year away, we know why. I think this was thrown together, and what did this? You might not know because you said you were streaming it as well, but we were very fortunate yesterday. Zach actually left the stage and instantly called us and got on a call.
What a guy.
Yeah, and he made it sound like they were working on it for a couple months leading up to the event. Okay, so knowing that, then it's like, all right, yeah, I wasn't expecting to see too much else than what we got. I think what we got, I thought it was pretty solid, I guess, of a demo.
They also said that Chris said the creatures panel was thrown together basically as their main dev dropped out for whatever they were going to show, and they're like, I don't know, creatures. And so it did feel lacking in the sense of like, here's some pictures of what's coming, and you're like, okay, no like videos of stuff. All right.
Yeah, it almost feels like a weird reversal of the classic sort of RPG where it's like you take your big raid and you go instanced into, to fight the big boss. Here, the big boss is in the open world, right? So it's kind of like an open world boss, which in most MMOs kind of doesn't always end up being, it doesn't always go according to plan, right? It's nice in theory to have like this massive monster somewhere in an open world MMO, but the actual practicality kind of suffers, and these things get camped and, tagging the mob and all this type of stuff. So it's kind of weird that you've got this raid mentality in the open world, but then you go deep down into the, underbelly of ArcCorp for your instanced sort of more personal sort of, dungeon sort of experience. I liken that to like rifts from like Diablo 3 or something like that. We've just got like this progression that keeps on going. Seems very PvE orientated, so maybe not my cup of tea, but like I said in my last video, if any forms of gameplay, if you're giving players a meaning and a reason to go there, then it's good gameplay. But yeah, so circling back to the sandworm, again, we live in this world where there are thousands of players out there who own Idrises, right? What's stopping them from like rocking up and like two-tapping this thing with like 3 Idrises?
They did say it was 2 shots to kill it with a Idris railgun.
Idris railgun, yep.
I have my doubts about the sandworm being fun to fight, but maybe more fun to like locate and kill. I think orgs are going to get very good at killing them quickly.
Oh yeah,
and then it'll literally become like a farming operation as opposed to like, isn't this fight super cool? Is it really fun to like just hose bullets into the side of a worm for like 20 minutes? Probably not. So
and that's kind of
just
going
to turn it into like a farm.
Yeah. As soon as it becomes like a grind and there's no longer like the challenge aspect, it's lost on me kind of a thing. Unless you need those resources to accomplish a goal, which is, seems to be the way that they want to go.
And that's where MMOs tend to struggle sometimes with their raids, right? It's like once you learn the mechanics, they're not as fun anymore. But the wiping, dude, Throne of Liberty, I wiped for 2 hours straight on this boss, and then a couple days later, we're not one-shotting him, but we're one-trying and not failing anymore. And it gets less interesting after that because it felt so good to beat the guy after the 100th try,
Yeah. I mean, the idea of stumbling across a group of people trying to take down a sandworm and then you come and like 3-party them and take them out and the worm, this type of stuff maybe becomes possible.
Yeah.
But I think that's it from my side, guys. Thank you so much for the call-in. LevelCap, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you as well.
Take it easy, bro.
You too, bro.
And I'll see you guys next time.
Talk to you soon.
Cheers.
All right. So, guys, that was Void Dude or Voidy Vids on YouTube. So, Void Dude on Twitch, Voidy Vids on YouTube. If you guys haven't caught his videos, they're awesome. He's a space pirate, I guess you can call him.
Yeah,
that really likes
I enjoy
maze.
his content as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. He's a good guy. And then I think we got one more. And then it's probably off to the sunset for us. We'll see. We got Virgil coming in or sunrise. Yeah. Virgil, welcome, dude. You called in yesterday. How are you feeling today? Virgil, again, we talked yesterday.
Man.
Big org owner of a huge org. So PvP org. So how are we feeling?
I tell you what, like we're lucky LevelCap's here and Level, like out of respect for you, I'm being very gentle, but Mike knows me, I'm high energy. I'd be sprinting around the room if I could be, but that will be respectful for LevelCap. And but yeah, man, like just like what did we just watch, man? Like holy smokes.
I don't know.
Like, you and me were DMing each other like, is this like seriously happening? Like it's crazy. It's so crazy. And to all the people in my YouTube comments saying this will never be Eve 2.0,
it's
gotcha.
Like, seems like what they're going for.
It's
giant
Eve,
star bases.
It's like Eve 0.8.
Yeah, players will never own
much.
stations.
Yep. Look at us now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
but like,
look at us looking at videos.
Look at us looking at videos
stations
of Greybox.
Look at us now, counting our riches and.
No, I got caught. I got caught coping. I'm sorry. Got caught coping.
It was the perfect. Like this was something else this year, and like you've got to give credit. And I know you were talking to your earlier guests, like being skeptical not to put Rich too much onto a pedestal, but like one thing he did this year, which we have to give him like massive amounts of credit for, was he gave us the answer to every question we've ever discussed in the last like 5 years. Like insurance, we now know exactly what it is going to be. Death of a spaceman.
Can you explain us? Because we don't know exactly what insurance is. We're all confused. What's LTI?
So there's this no, LTI is oh gosh, what's the word? It starts with an M. I've already forgotten it. Ugh.
You have insurance and then you have warranty. It starts with an M.
Yeah, warranty. Sorry, yeah.
Upside down.
So it's warranty, which is, but no, if you have LTI, you're just good. That's it. Like full stop. If you have LTI,
well, there's 3 levels of insurance or 3 levels of warranty.
What warranty do
so
we get?
What does LTI give you? There's a lot of debate about that right now.
Because we know what insurance is. So do you just not pay for insurance forever? Because insurance is a paid thing. Now, what is warranty? So
I just assumed that the ship itself and like the chassis and stuff is all just covered with the warranty. And then it's just the stuff you're putting in the ship you have to buy separately, LTI. But that's what my assumption was.
I hope it's you get the tier 1 warranty.
So he was asked about it. Yeah.
Go.
He was asked and he says it gives warranty and insurance.
But that's
and we went, cool.
What
but
warranty?
You've just said there's 3 levels of warranty, and there's a pretty big difference between those 3 levels of warranty. So what does it give us? And that's a pretty big thing that needs to be answered, hopefully in the near future. And I see IG better answer it, because we need to stop having LTI mean some nebulous thing that nobody really understands.
Yep.
No,
And-
they'll clarify it for sure.
Yeah.
But like just all the we got all the answers to like all the questions. You know, like what a claim time's gonna look like, you know, territory, how much is pay to win gonna impact the game. Like, so if you got earned the ship in game, you have to also earn the insurance, but if you bought it, then you don't have to buy that aspect of the insurance and stuff. There's just, you know, we don't have to theory craft what we think this game's going to be anymore.
No.
You know?
We just have to watch them attempt
think,
to build it now.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like, you know, that definitely shaves off a lot of content possibilities. But yeah, man, like
Good.
Now we know.
Good.
You know? Like,
I am
and
so tired of the
never-
content being discussing what could be with this game. Like that had to
Yes.
stop happening a long time ago. Like, listen, it might be a lot better content to just sit here and, you know, talking head about what you want and dream about things. And over time, you know, maybe content creation is going to get a lot tougher in this game because you actually have to be, I don't know, good at the game or something like that. So rest in peace, me. I'm going to fall off very quickly if that's the case. But the idea of, you know, that being the thing that has held up the content creation space in this game for that many years, is being over. I think is finally a good thing. I think it'll. You know, we finally have to learn how to play the game, discuss the game. Talking about the game itself and what it is and not what it's going to be, I'm very happy for that personally, even though it's probably the end of me.
No, if anything, it felt like they were talking directly to you the whole show, I swear.
I feel like they were talking, everybody felt that they were talking to them.
Crafting.
I felt like everybody watching that said they're talking to me.
I don't think anyone can walk away from that thinking that this isn't the game that, you know, they wanted now. Like, I feel like everyone got looked after. Like, if you don't want PvP, you got instanced content that's...
You got high sec and civilian
and
benefits.
Yeah, you got fleet battles that are instanced that you don't have to worry about, like, PvP and stuff, right? Like, you've got dungeons that you can go to at the distribution centers and stuff. Like the PvP has got open world. They got their sandbox to go kick each other's castles down on. So the PvP are happy. The high sec guys are happy because their stations are covered by shielding. You know, like I think we all got what we wanted. Yeah. And it's funny, like I saw a lot of the comments in the stream. It's like people were struggling. They're like, oh, well, now my 5-man org is doomed. No, it's not. Your 5-man org. It just isn't going to be ambitious to own a Death Star.
Yeah,
right? Like,
that's it.
Like you just.
But LevelCap made a good point around the stations, and I don't know if you heard it. Is like, all right, well, you kind of tiered up the base building, so we all know we'll all be able to probably access base building for sure. But the stations are so epic that will we be able to have access to those at a much smaller scale? And you just mentioned like a little asteroid base. Like I don't think he's asking for too much at all, and I think what he was saying was pretty reasonable from that standpoint. So I think he's speaking for that kind of person there, and isn't wrong at all. And just
for sure.
Yeah, I think if they can dial that aspect of it in and allow this very, very sci-fi, very, very cool experience for more people to enjoy, I think that would be even more successful on what they talked about today.
Yeah. As long as like we're all realistic, right? Like,
of course.
That's a problem with the SC culture. Is like people spend a lot of money and then they're very unrealistic with what they want.
Yeah,
from the game.
They think that means that they deserve everything, and they just don't.
Yeah.
You know, you pledged.
Yeah,
That's what I'm going with. You pledged. You don't get to. You don't get to make these arguments as much anymore.
So like, so this year I'm so happy that like, you know, and I'm not saying that you're right. Like this is all the contribution of 1,000 people that work there, right? But Rich coming in and like saying, hey, this is what we promised way back then. This is exactly what it's going to be now. Is just some clarity and transparency that like I greatly appreciate.
Same.
And,
but
go ahead, sorry.
I agree. It's just it has to stay pretty darn solidified from this point forward. So that's another thing that we have to kind of hold them account. Like there's actually something to hold them accountable for now, whereas before they were kind of
really
just off going.
solidified even right now because do you think 1.0 is 1.0? Well, did they clarify all the other things that have been promised along the way would be in 1.0 yet, or how many of those things are going to make it? Like
what's actually omitted, what's not?
Yeah. Is exploration part of 1.0? Is bounty hunting 3.0 part of 1.0? Like there's just a lot of unanswered questions in there.
Good point.
I just think like the big mechanics, it's like the big question marks got answered. Yeah, like for sure.
They were really trying to answer the constant yelling on Spectrum of between people complaining about being PvP'd and calling it griefing and all this stuff. I think that they're finally creating the spaces for each other to exist in the same game world, where currently the space is it's funny to say in a system like Stanton that's so huge, right? But enough room for everybody to exist and coexist together in some way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
And they mapped it out like to the detail, like just so well done. Like that presentation was just perfect, man. Like when they trailed the whole process of like him getting the Hornet and stuff, and how that like, you know, it reached a bunch of other loops and showed us the dependencies that we talked about yesterday. Like,
Yeah. Let me ask you one last question before we go, though. I think this is a good one that can go on for a little bit, maybe, or not. I'm not sure, but being an org owner of somebody who wants to participate in the Eve like kind of stories between alliances and orgs and stuff. What do you start doing tomorrow as somebody who's running an org who is active? And what would you recommend somebody who's running an org like myself who is fairly inactive because they've been kind of sitting on the sidelines going, what the hell, this game's boring. You know, what are you going back to do today? Like, are you changing anything you're doing now after seeing all this stuff, or and what advice would you have for somebody else?
I think just like find like-minded people, and like probably just establish like your list of goals and you know what you guys want from it. Like for us, like I'm looking at the thing like it's going to be a recruitment arms race, like between all the PvP orgs for sure. And stuff like that. But
what do you think of Zergs?
Like, you know, find
with this.
I'm not worried about it. Like I know a lot of people like look at these rosters and stuff, and they're like, oh man, like these guys have 15,000. You go to their Discord, they've got 5 people online. Like it's not a worry. Like and
also it'll just crash the servers if they try and amass too many. So it'll be fine. That's the best
like the server
defense.
limitations too, right? Yeah.
True.
So no, I think it's like, and if you've built an organization on 15,000 members, 2 deaths in, they're gonna leave. You know, like they're not that is committed, right? Like you know, whereas other guilds or other orgs are really personal.
The largest orgs currently aren't practicing at least haven't shown the I don't know, is commitment the word, but people aren't as active at the moment. I think you're pointing out. So being scared of who's there now is one thing, but what about the future? Because you're saying recruitment's important.
Yeah, and everyone has a head start right now. Like if you're watching Mike's stream, if you watch CitizenCon, you've got a head start. You've got 2 years before the huge tsunami comes, right? So you've got time. Build it up, have fun, meet people. Get it
and
done.
Just take it easy. So, I'm like, I want to put in every plan.
Yeah,
like I want things working.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start making deals like as soon as we turn the stream off tonight. I think.
I'm staying neutral.
For sure.
I'm staying neutral. I'm not
all right,
part
you
of
get
this.
this side of Microtech, and I'll take the other side. All right.
Yeah, but no, I just think now it's up to Benoit, right? Like now we know what it looks like. Now it's the tech.
No pressure.
Now it's all on Benoit.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
Yeah, man.
That's what we're trying to say
the
here
whole
with
time.
this whole thing is it's all coming down to you, Ben. If you can't make this meshing work, then what's it all for?
It's for nothing.
No pressure.
But it's exciting too, like to see like you know Zach getting like super giddy about it. Like I know Bunton's been really excited. Like it's so awesome to see the developers getting their props and Zach was like all hyping us up so much, and we're like, and I'm like rolling my eyes. And I tagged Zach on our.
I literally
on my
told him to
Discord last
shut
night.
up.
I was like, dude, I just watched 2 hours of grass. Is that what you've been hyping me on? Like, and then the second day was just out of this world. But yeah, no, super happy with it. Just the best sitcom ever for me. And now we all know exactly what it is, and I'm absolutely in it for the long run. Awesome, such a good stream tonight, guys. This was really cool to watch. Yeah,
dude, thanks,
Virgil.
Yeah, thanks, man, and we'll talk to you soon, dude.
Sounds
making
good.
those
All right,
deals,
GGs, guys.
All right, bro. Catch you later.
All right,
bye.
See ya.
All right.
So
I think
that was really good to get his take on things.
Oh, yeah.
because
he was here yesterday.
yeah. Well, and especially the difference between him yesterday and
Exactly.
today, because that's like everything said today was like perfect for people who want big orgs. You're
Yep.
excited about it. He's excited about it.
Yep.
So it's cool to see how different people in the community are like reacting to all the different news that's been said, because there is something in there for everyone. I'm thinking about crafting builds and PvE missions and ranking up guild stuff and whatnot. So that's cool.
Same. And yeah, it's just this was I mean, I was super skeptical about the idea that Star Citizen would be for everybody. I talked about that a few times today and yesterday when they made those comments, right? And they kind of showed that it sort of can be, outside of the one glaring issue that you point out with the stations. All these features seem to have enough tiers of content to them that I could do them at a small scale, I could do them at a medium scale, and I could do them at this galactic, huge, 10K person guild scale potentially.
Yeah. And if they relax some of their inventory management crap that they have going on in stations, that's the other one that's like, to get to all of this, you have to move a bunch of boxes onto your ship through a cargo elevator, blah blah blah, and you're just like, okay, like
more UIs, more good
Walk it
UI,
back.
simple stuff. It's
Walk
okay.
it back, guys. Yeah,
it's okay. It's all good.
Give me a little hover robot that just takes all the boxes to my ship, and I'll pay for it. Like,
so I
do it.
I got a quick story I'm really bummed out about. I think a lot of people give me a lot of crap for reacting and stuff, and that's mostly like I post more React videos than I do like videos on my main channel. I had this video planned, and then we got a puppy, and the puppy just took my life away as far as time for, we're just training her and making, she's going to be huge. We're scared that she's going to hurt somebody or something like that. So we want to train her really, really good. So I've taken a lot of time for that. And I had this video planned that was, what can Star Citizen learn from Eve? Because I had been playing so much Eve, and I'm just looking at this game. There's so many little things that can be applied to Star Citizen without making Star Citizen Eve. Just little elements. This was that they just made that video. They just made the video for me. I'm not making the video anymore, so I'm kind of bummed out about it. But I'm also so happy that without ever having to say it, they already knew it. Like all the chat things from yesterday and the reasons to fight, and even some of the stuff in Pyro with the shield thing that is a bit confusing, but also seems like a really interesting idea. They took it to an even different and cooler level, I think, in some aspects. So I'm sad I don't get to make that video anymore. I don't think there's a point, but I'm also super happy about it because that was definitely my plans for a few weeks ago.
Yeah. And I did see, and it did annoy me a little bit, but I saw some comments where they're just adding standard MMO stuff, nothing exciting. And it's like the standard MMO stuff with Star Citizen tech is exciting.
Yes.
Like that's
the
basically
point.
what we want is
Yeah.
Give me some standard MMO stuff in this fully persistent, massive scale. I can land on a planet and build a base on a planet and fly up in space and have a dogfight universe. Like that makes it cool. I don't need the every other system to be wildly crazy on top of that. Like there's a reason why we gravitate towards an MMO formula in a lot of games, because we like it and it's comfortable and it's proven. And games don't have to reinvent every single wheel. And usually when they try to, which CIG has tried on many occasions, it ends up worse than just what the original system was. Like when they just tried to do a basic interaction system their own way, and it was a disaster and terrible, and we had to live with it for years. And then they just walked it back to just hitting a single button to make things do stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's how it is.
Feels so good. Like, yeah, it's funny to see that I think that's just a symptom of CIG and how they've communicated over the years of it always had to be epic and game changing and we're doing it different. And this was a shift from that and saying we don't have to do it different and to be successful or to be fun or to like, this was all, we're not going to be different. We're going to be good.
Yeah.
And it's just like awesome. I don't know. I think that was the highlight of the theme of the whole week.
And I would argue that they are different. They're just being different doesn't mean being different in every single category.
Exactly. They already did the legwork.
Is insane.
Yeah. They did the legwork to be different. Now it's about making it fun. And I think that's what this was. And that, it's just awesome. Awesome. I don't know. I feel like for me personally, that's a good place to stop, but I am still willing to go if
now
you have something you really want to.
We're 7 hours in today, or I'm 7 hours in today.
I'm almost 9
10 plus yesterday. It's enough for 2 days.
Let's end
a
with
lot
a
of
rating.
info.
Let's end with a rating. We gave a rating yesterday.
Okay.
Now let's give a rating to today, and then maybe an overall rating, and that's where we'll call it.
Yeah. My rating goes up. I had enough time I was disappointed with 2026 yesterday from Squadron 42, which is what they left us with, which was a bit of a gut punch, as many people have sort of agreed with. And it was interesting hearing, I think it was Voidy say, leaving the arena yesterday, people were sort of disappointed, because they're just saying, hey, the next cool thing happens in 2 years. And that's just like hard to deal with, hard to walk away from.
Yeah, for sure.
After today, show the 1.0 panel and the crafting and base building panel answered so many questions and gave us such a good idea of what the future of Star Citizen looks like. It's very encouraging, and it draws that line in the sand, as Chris said, of this is what we're aiming for. It's not nebulous anymore. It's not some idea that is different in everybody else's mind. Here's the idea that we have, and you at least know the foundation of it, if not every single detail, but at least the foundation. So with all that said, I'd say it's a good, for me, it's like a good solid 8 out of 10 in that I'm not immediately excited about anything that's going to happen in the universe.
You can't be, because it's not immediately coming.
I am excited about the distant future.
Yeah. I would agree.
Last time I was more immediately excited to check out some new stuff. This time, I know we're getting Pyro fairly soonish, and I am excited to try out some stuff there. But I've already played it before, and I know it's not going to change everything for me. I think it's going to be a fun little distraction for a while, and then I'll go back to waiting for more cool stuff to happen.
For sure. I think 8 out of 10 is a good number. I was 6.5 out of 10 yesterday, and I feel like an 8 out of 10 for the exact same reasons, right? Like a 10 out of 10 would be, and all of this stuff is available on your computer right now, right? Like that would be the only way it's a 10 out of 10. Like everything that they shared is actually functioning and working, and like polished or something. But I think from what I wanted out of this, it's a 10 out of 10. Like in that aspect, from what I wanted out of CitizenCon, which was tell me what the direction of the game is going, tell me that it's going in the direction that I would like it to go in, and what I find to be fun. And I guess, like give us the Squadron 42 date, even though that wasn't the date we wanted. I think they pretty much achieved what I wanted from CitizenCon the con.
Yeah.
They have not delivered on what I want from Star Citizen the game. So the con, great, like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. But from my level of feelings about Star Citizen overall, like 7, 8 out of 10, because it's like, all right,
wow,
the road is going to be rough.
I never
forward.
thought I would live the day to see Salty become the White Knight for Star Citizen, but
a 7 out of 10 is a White Knight. Oh, there's plenty of shit
you
that
said
I could.
10 out of 10. You said 10 out of 10.
No, CitizenCon, the event, 10 out of 10.
I see.
Yes,
Gotcha.
Like
I'm just
went
messing with you, by the way. Of course.
I know, you're fine. I will forever hold my glass half empty feelings, because I am that way. I can't force it out as much as I'd like to, but so I will find what's wrong in everything. But my wife loves that about me, by the way. And so yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like maybe a 7 still for Star Citizen, because it's going to be a really rough road from this point forward. I think the game has to get significantly more unstable and more problematic before it gets better with the server meshing tech coming. So it's going to be a rough ride here. We can even see it on live right now. It's not functioning. It's degraded performance. People are making jokes like, "Oh, we're all excited about Star Citizen. You can't even log in right now." Stuff like that. So
Yep. That was going on during the convention. People couldn't play. We're all like, "Yeah, Star Citizen," and people like, "What game are you talking about?" Yeah.
Yep. So skeptical about the delivery of all this stuff, but very excited about the direction personally. I'm very curious now that after this we'll get some rest and see what other people think, and if anybody is like, that was horrible. Like I just wonder, what they wanted, and I'm curious, like the overall feelings about the community and how they're feeling about everything that was shared this weekend. So, but I imagine it's quite
hard
positive.
to predict.
Yeah,
hard to predict, because everybody's got some crazy idea, and this is like one of the most political games I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's so polarized.
It's more than just gameplay. It's about how you feel about the company and the people that work at the company and all that stuff, and the history.
It's wild. A wild experience.
It's fun.
And I just want to say for everybody here, I just thank. I told the story of kind of what happened yesterday. In case people had missed it, I'll quickly tell it again. I gave Level every out to get out of this because of the time of day it was. I thought there was no shot he would want to be here. So I just want to thank you so much for coming and helping me put on and carry me a little bit through this, and I appreciate it. I feel like we went through war.
No, it's my pleasure, and I think we have a good sort of rapport in terms of like bringing different interests to the game and bringing different counterpoints. I think it's a good compliment. I really enjoyed last year. Really enjoyed this year.
Yeah.
Despite the insane hours, it was still a fun event to cover.
Let's do an American one next year, please. Just to maybe a 3-hour difference at the worst.
I could just wake up at a normal time to cover CitizenCon. That would be great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, my kids went to the grandparents this weekend just so they wouldn't bug me,
Yep.
It's like planning for the event. I didn't go, but I had to plan my life around it regardless.
Exactly.
But it's been fun. I'd like to thank everybody who's watching Mike on Twitch and watching me on YouTube for dropping by and listening to us instead of just going directly to watch the panel, because I know sometimes like you'd rather just watch it without our commentary, but it does mean a lot that you want to hear our opinions on things as the panels are going, and hopefully we alleviated some of the boredom or the merchandise advertising segments of the panel where they were showing off all the sim gear and the stuff that maybe you weren't interested in. Thank you guys for joining us for the event. It does mean a lot.
There was a lot of people in line to call as well, and I apologize we can't get everybody in, but you got to know that we're dead at this point. And I just said to the mods, pick 2 people. I don't care who it is, and just get them in, and then we're done, because I had nothing left. So I just thank you guys. And again, like I didn't get to say it before we started. Whoever showed support to both myself and Level, we thank you so much. But thanking you individually would probably be impossible today because there was just so much. So thank you. You guys are awesome, and we really appreciate you. And thank you for coming along this ride with us. And
yep.
Yeah, I guess that's where we say goodbye for another year, and hopefully do this again next year and have something super exciting. But I feel like last year, how do they top this? I don't know. We'll see. But they figured out a way to at least get close this year if they didn't top it. But wow. All right.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
All right.
Thank you so much. It's time for bed for us, I think. And we'll see you guys next year.
Yeah. All right.